Live on the main stream. This members only stream we're going to kill here in just a moment. I have started a second stream, the scheduled one, so if you guys hop over onto my page, you can join into the actual live stream that we'll be streaming from today. Thank you guys for coming and hanging out for the members only live. We're gonna get going here on the other one. Good morning, everyone. Hey, Paige, Grumpy Vet, welcome. Oh, let me grab we gotta get some batteries going here. We just got the boat in the water. I still gotta set up a couple of poles, and we'll be out fishing here in just a few moments. Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody's having a wonderful Saturday morning, afternoon, whatever it is, wherever you are. We are here at Holter Reservoir today. Been a little while since we've been here. It's one of the only places I could find that was not super windy today. It's your turn to wear the fish out, bro? Yeah, right. All right, killing the members only stream. Good morning, everybody. All right, we have stream set up. My mic is up. Let's get the batteries plugged in. What do you guys think we should start with today? Kokanee, it's salmon. So you may know it as a sockeye salmon. So if they're the landlocked freshwater version, they're a kokanee. And if they are the sea run version, they're a sockeye salmon. All right. Let's see here. Yeah, they're this time of the year they're probably just finishing up spawning. The kokanee, they're an interesting fish. They turn just this bright red, and they get the big hook. The males get the big pronounced hook jaws. Real gnarly looking fish during spawning season. And they should just be coming to the tail end of the spawn now, I think. So they should be back to feeding, I would think. All right. Give me a minute here, guys. Just trying to get set up. We're going to start out today with a classic troll here. We're going to set one up for the kokanee. We're going to set this guy up. It's just, you guys may know this as a cowbell. Just comes with a fin. We have four blades. They spin, they thump, they flash. 5 pieces square stock, drill holes for the pin, $50. You could do that, SoCal. You just wouldn't be able to tow with it, which I guess we talked about not really doing that. You see my walleye that I caught? It was the same length as my state record. It's only 7 pounds. State record was 30. Oh, nice. Yeah, so my biggest walleye was like that too. Super long, but super skinny. No weight to it. Congrats, though. That's awesome. How long was it? You know what? We'll run this one out. All right. Just getting our poles set up here, guys. We'll be on the water in a sec. All right, so I tied up some new worm harnesses last night. We're gonna try one of them. This is the first one. We're tangled here a bit. "28 inches long." Very nice. That's a good sized walleye. What'd you catch it off of? I'll share it on the community. Heck yeah, I'd love to see it. Oh, geez. Got a tangle before we even started. How about that? That's talent, right? All right. So there's our double wedding ring with a willow blade. We're gonna tip that with Gulp minnow, or excuse me, not Gulp minnow, Gulp maggot. I don't know what happened to my dang swivel clip on this. But we're gonna have to go without it. Alrighty, we're gonna do a crawler on one, maggots on the other. And the other one, we are running a max flashlight with another wedding ring that I tied. Okay. We need pole holders, that's what I'm missing. Pole holders, and then we're good to go. I've never seen a walleye before, so at first I thought it was a giant white bass. Oh, nice. What's up, Redacted? How you doing, buddy? All right, we are just getting the pole holders in, and then we're gonna get off into the water. How you doing today, Redacted? How's everybody doing today? You guys ready for some fish? I am. I sure as heck am. All right, let's get the flock out of here. Oh, gotta get our using the push pole to get us out of the shallows here. Ah. All right, now we need, so on the other pole we're going to use Gulp maggots today, and we're going to mix them with some crayfish lunker lotion. I chase crappie in like 30 minutes. Oh, nice. You take the boat out, or are you doing shore fishing? Hey, welcome. If I missed anybody's message, I apologize. It's gonna take me a little bit here to get situated, and I will try and get to everybody's message. Good morning, Jackson. Good morning, Jason, Michigan. Man, BX, welcome. Bad day on the lake beats a good day at work. Heck yeah, you are right on that one, my friend. All right, you guys, I'm just trying to get the record started on my finder here. Wow, that wake's a little A little crazy. Fishing is life, that's right. I don't know, my last bad day on the lake made me wish I was at work. Alright, so we got 49% that says we should target walleye, 31 for trout, and 20 for kokanee. Alright, we will start with walleye here. We're going to end that poll. Thank you guys for your input. All right. Let's get these baited up here and get some stuff in the water. Catch one for you. I will do my best, Grumpy. Craving some walleye to eat? That does sound delicious, Jason. Yeah, I did, SoCal. That could work. I mean, as long as you're not towing with it, you know. I mean, that should be viable. Alright, I'm just letting out some line. Ignore that noise. How do each of those fish taste? Yummy, fresh catch. Coro, of the three, my favorite is definitely walleye. They're all good eating though. Living the dream life much? Trying to, David. Trying to, my friend. Yeah, no, if you're only using it at the launch and you're not launching a super heavy boat, I mean, you're right. That should be adequate, I would think. Alright, gonna let some more line out on that guy. Oh, this wind is just turning me around here. Should do a catch and cook. Yeah, one of these days I will, Paige. I said previously, you know, once I get when I go camping, I would do a catch and cook. We didn't make it to camping this year other than trek camping. All right, again, that's just, I'm just letting out some line there. Forgive the noise, I know it's annoying. How's everybody's morning going? All right, we're gonna go out 120 foot or so on this guy. Best sound in the world. It is when I know there's a fish on the end of it. All right, we got 2 lines out, 2 different worm harnesses. One of them has a 2-ounce weight on it, so we'll be targeting a couple of different depths. We're coming up on right here some shelves, some drop-offs into a flat. And this is an area that is popular for walleye. In fact, I'm marking a couple of really nice fish at about 30 foot right now. I'm going to drop our speed down just a notch. Restful here in Los Angeles County. Nice. Have you fished this lake before? Midwest, yeah, this is one lake that I haven't fished it a ton. I usually fish this one 2-3 times a year. I've had fairly good luck here in the past on Kokanee and Rainbow Trout. There are also, the state record walleye comes out of this water, buddy. I've never caught a whole lot of walleye here. But I do have some ideas on where we can try for them. Perch is another one that's in here, brown trout, mountain whitefish. I believe there are cutthroat and brook trout in here as well, though I have never actually caught them. In fact, I think we're coming over a school of perch right now, yellow perch. Gray Wolf says, good luck, brother. Thank you. Fat Cat, welcome to the stream. How deep does that place get? The deepest here, I want to say, is around 120 foot. It's not a super deep water body, but there's some good holes in here. The deepest basin, I think, on average is about 90 foot, somewhere around there. Husna send a happy poop, thank you. Chase Allen, welcome to the stream. Is it possible all those fish interbreed? Thanks for answering my question. Yeah, some of them can interbreed. So like when what is it, a rainbow trout and a brown trout breed, they can make a tiger trout. And I know that there's rainbow and cutthroat breed, and they make what's called a cut bow. So yeah, there are a lot of interbreeding with species like that, and they just make, you know, unique variants. I love me some perch, but trout don't do anything for me. I've never had a good salmon either, but I've never caught one. I've only tried from a store and a restaurant. Okay, Midwest. Yeah, so trout and salmon aren't my favorite to eat. Salmon are one of the funnest fish to catch. They are one of the most acrobatic and just crazy fish. Oftentimes, almost always when you catch them, you get, you know, the acrobatics. They jump out. They take deep dives. They'll go on runs. They'll run straight at you, and you're like, what the hell just happened? Where'd my fish go? Like, they're a quite interesting fish. Salmon are fun. They don't get super big in this water body, but they are still very fun to catch. Rainbows are kind of hit and miss. Historically, I would tell you a rainbow is not a super fun fish to fight. But I've caught a few in this last year that were absolutely incredible. And I think it just has to do with the strain of them, what water body they're coming out of. Brown trout are fun as hell. Brown trout put up a good fight. Deepest lake I fish is only 30 foot. It's like a big bowl. Biggest inland lake in Minnesota, Red Lake. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't fish really any lakes that are that shallow. I like to deep troll. A little hard to deep troll if you're in a shallow water body. But you fish what you got around you, right? This lake is a dam on the Missouri River. So it's what was previously water here. When they dammed it up, I think they increased what I was reading. It said it increased the water level by 20 or 30 foot. So it's a naturally deep portion of the Missouri River. Native fisheries around me. Good morning. Hey, Grumpy Bass, welcome to the stream. What's up? Any bites on this low troll? Just put the poles in the water. We've been in the water for about 10 minutes. Have not yet had any bites. We have a cowbell followed by a double wedding ring worm harness that I tied up last night on this pole in pink and gold. The pole that you can't see that's behind me is running a max flashlight with a 2-ounce weight, and another wedding ring harness in green and orange that I also hand tied. I love Heaven Mile, my favorite spot. I take my dogs and girl anywhere on their bank, and when we fish our limit, we hit. Nice, Tammy. It's always wonderful to get out here on the water, on the shore. There's nothing like it. How do you cook your finds? I pretty simple. I like I take the fillets. I make a tinfoil kind of bowl with it, throw a couple of chunks of butter down, throw your fillets on top, some garlic, some pepper, a couple of squirts of lemon, and cook her up. Just very, very simple. A good fish, you don't need a whole lot you don't need to do a whole lot to it. The flavor's in the fish. Upper Holter. Okay, Tammy. That's right, you're from around here. I forgot that. The hatchery in Nebraska that breeds. How big do the cats grow by the dam? So this portion of the Missouri River doesn't really have catfish other than bullhead and stone cats, which are just very, very small cats. On the Missouri River system, you don't really get into the channel cats until you get down below Maroney Dam, which is near Fort Benton, Montana. Hatchery in Nebraska that breeds rainbows to be extremely strong. They fight similar to salmon. They're called Nebraska tail. No, oh, we had a... Oh shit, maybe we do have a bite. Hold on, we might have a fish on, guys. We got a fish or a tangle. That or we're hitting bottom. I don't think we're hitting bottom. Well, we had a fish on, I should say. I don't feel it anymore. Shoot! Well, we had our first nibble. Yeah, rooster tails. Right now is the perfect time to get some big browns pre-spawn. Yeah, I do have some rooster tails. We could try that. The browns, from what I understand, are usually much further up. You'll get them every once in a while in the basin here. Let me take it out and show you guys. We're fishing right along the dam right now. So we're, less than 100 yards off the dam. Those are the buoys for the dam. We're coming through the deep part of the basin here. Oh, give me a sec. Sorry. Red Lake is 288,000 acres. 288,000? Daniel, no, this is Holter Lake. Shoot, we missed our first bite. That stinks. Fish on, fish on. This is on our hand-tied walleye rig, our double wedding ring. Stay on there. Can't tell. I think we lost it. Nope. Maybe. Now I think we got something. It's just a biddy. Oh, like it's gone. No, it's there. It's gone. No, it's there. What do we got? Looks like our first rainbow of the day. Just a little guy. Beautiful color on this. Wow. Look at the colors on this guy. Hold on. Chill. Look at how vibrant the colors are. Just under 16 inches. Absolutely gorgeous fish. We're gonna go ahead and put that one back. Not what I expected to catch off of the double wedding ring there, but I'll take it. Skunk is officially dead, that's right. Wasn't that a pretty one though? All right, and again, that was on the Gulp minnow, Gulp maggots with crayfish flavored lunker lotion on my brand new hand tied so we tied this up last night. It's a worm harness, dual hook, got some orange beads, two wedding rings and a silver willow blade. We were running that one we're running it on a cowbell, gold cowbell, and we were running that about 120 foot back, which is probably not getting us super deep. We're probably 10 foot depth on that. So we're pulling that, we pulled that fish right off the surface. All right, we're gonna let this guy out a little bit. Absolutely gorgeous fish. The coloring this time of the year, they're so vibrant. Is that a fish? Oh, we're hooked up again. God, I didn't even get it out. This one feels definitely bigger. This one feels nicer. Heck yeah. All right, let's get her in here slow and steady. Baseball boy, welcome to the stream. What do we got? Oh, quit. Oh, get in there. And we are landed. Looks like another rainbow. Give me just a sec here, guys. Yeah, this is a good size one. For sure. Oh, ouch! Marker! Quit it! Quit. All right. Ooh, now that's a nice trout. Little fainter color than the last one, but definitely this one looks to be probably closer to 19 or 20 inches. Nope. I lied, 18 inches. Very healthy, probably about 2 pounds, maybe slightly bigger. We're gonna go ahead and get her back in the water. Nice start to the day. All right, we need to get this guy baited back up. Hell yeah, what's up, adventure? Hey, Coral, awesome and beautiful. Coral said, congrats, thanks. Anthony Lester said, nice, thanks, Anthony. Double rainbow, that's right, Braxton. All right, we need to get this guy rebaited up. Man, these pink gulp maggots they're hitting nicely. I didn't even get that one all the way back out to depth. We might have to rig up an inline weight on this guy to get it down a little deeper. I think the Kokanee might be down a little bit deeper. All right. Man, this double wedding ring here is killing it. All right, we're gonna let this one troll back out. All right, let that guy go out. Again, that's not a fish, that's just me letting the line out, guys. So we got, our cowbell is beating the max flashlight there by 2 so far. We did have a bite on the max flashlight first thing this morning, but what's up, Corey Rover? Welcome. Lake looks like it could be California. Parts of it, yeah. We're up here in the Helena National Forest. This is Holter Reservoir. I believe it's about 3,300 acres, so not a super huge, but a large portion of the water is the actual Missouri River Basin. Sorry, I'm back to full attention now. Had to get fish on ice so it didn't ruin. Oh, that's all right, Grumpy Vet. I honestly, the limit here for trout, combined limit for trout and salmon is 5. My mom wants some for smoking. If we keep catching, I might throw a couple in the cooler today. Grumpy Vet and Grumpy Bass. Y'all a bunch of grumpy old guys. All right. Oh, good morning so far. 619 La Mesa. Oh, okay. San Diego. Yeah, I'm in Montana. I did live in Southern California, though. I lived in Orange County. I was in Costa Mesa, Newport Beach area. You know what? Over the decade that I lived there, I never fished. I'd go down to the piers all the time. People were catching stuff on the piers all the time. I don't like that kind of fishing. Standing shoulder to shoulder with people, freaking casting into, you know, waves crashing against the pier, and it's just, no thank you. All right, so we've been live for 45 minutes. We're gonna give this max flashlight and wedding ring I have on the second pole 15 more minutes, and if we don't catch something on that, we're gonna swap out. I think we're gonna run a Dodger and a spoon. Appreciate those thumbs up, y'all. Hope everybody's having a fantastic day. We're out here on the water, Holter, Lake Holter Reservoir. It's just outside of Wolf Creek, Montana. Beautiful day out here. A little bit windy, the water's a little bit choppy, but the bite is on. We've caught 2 beautiful rainbows so far. We're targeting rainbow Kokanee salmon, and we're gonna see if maybe we can get into some walleye. I'm marking quite a few fish in the 20 to 40 foot range. These are mostly going to be rainbow and kokanee. We're headed back over towards the rocky cliffs here, some more hard bottom transition where I believe that there's going to be some walleye and some perch. That's what fell off. It was my orange juice. Where the hell did my orange juice go? There it is. I heard something fall off my helm a little bit ago, and I was like, what was that? And I was busy catching the fish, and now I'm thinking I'm thirsty, and I can't find my drink, and then I realized that that's probably what that noise was. He'll be up Murray Thursday. Grew up fishing Murray, Jennings, up Clap, and San V. What's up, Creek? Oh, geez, the boat's rocking so much here I can't read the camera. Creek. Seeker fishing. Jesus. What's up, Creek Seeker? Welcome to the stream. You know what, actually, let's skip the Dodger. Let's run another old-fashioned cowbell. Cowbell, and we'll try another one of the worm harnesses that I rigged up. Ever get nauseous from all the movement on the water? No, not really. I don't. Good question though, Scott. A lot of people do. I walk my dog there almost daily and sometimes bring my swim bait rod. Right now, they're full of shad. Can we target kokanee now? Dog tags, yeah, we'll get down a little deeper on this next rigging we put out. They tend to be a little deeper in the basin. It is, yeah. We have a steady breeze of about 8 miles an hour, gusts up 13 to 15 miles an hour. It makes a bit of chop. Foot and a half of chop. And we're in a flat bottom boat. Hey, Ty Fishing, welcome to the stream. Scott Zucco, what's up? LJH, welcome to the stream. David McChesney, welcome to the stream. Oh. Yeah, when we're out here and not in a sheltered cove, this water does get a bit gnarly. I think we're going to take a couple of more passes here in front of the dam. Tends to be a good area for rainbow and kokanee. This rock cliff over here usually is a good spot for walleye and perch. In fact, let's run up along this a little bit before we get out into the... We'll take a longer pass around here. Alright, still haven't got everything put out here. Oh, damn wind, don't do that. All right, let's get this other rig set up here and we'll swap it out. We've had almost an hour on the Max flashlight. It is not producing. So we're gonna get another cowbell troll set up out there. This is more of a traditional troll. Again, works good for rainbow and kokanee. I've had walleye bite off of these as well. Alright, we're gonna bring this guy in. Ah, shoot, before I do, let me bait that one up. We'll get it all prepped and ready. How many you caught so far? Scott, we've had 2 rainbow trout so far. Not a bad start to the day. Yeah, I'm marking some big fish down 60 to 80 foot. That is probably our kokanee. We might need to throw on some Dipsy Divers to get down to them. I didn't expect they'd be so deep. Stay fishy, Redman. Welcome to the stream. David, have you tried inline spinners? Well, the worm harness that I have online right now has a willow leaf spinner on it. What I'm about to put out there is a hoochie rig that I tied up last night that's got a UV spinner on it as well. So these are all hand-tied worm harnesses that I'm fishing with right now. And in this particular water body, they tend to do really well. But no, I haven't tried, you know, any maps or you know, blue fox or anything like that. Panther martins. Oh, quit. Oh, this wind is kicking my butt, tossing me around. Missed the rainbow. It's all right, Mia. We'll catch some more. Cool, your rig is doing well though. Yeah, so that's the new double wedding ring that I tied up last night. It caught two so far. We've had one hit on the other wedding ring, but I lost it. That was our first hit. To use a downrigger. No, I don't have a downrigger on my boat, but I do use other means to get down to deeper depths. We have Dipsy Divers that I can get down to upwards of 100 foot. I have inline snap weights that'll get us down, you know, about a 10 foot for every ounce of snap weight we put on there. We have bottom bouncers, you know, all the way up to 4 ounces. I use lead core line on 2 of my poles. So we have a means to get down to some pretty deep depths. But no, I don't currently have a downrigger on the boat. I'm on a pretty small John boat. It's already a pain in the butt to get around on here. I don't really want to add more tangles and more crap to trip over. All right. You know what we haven't done yet today? We haven't blown the fish whistle. Let's see if we can call in something big. Y'all want to join in on the fish whistle here? What's up, Marty? Is that how you like to fish, Daniel? With a downrigger? Excuse me. All right, fish whistle deployed. Turkmen? No, I'm from the United States. We're in central Montana. This is Holter Reservoir, Holter Lake on the Missouri River. Okay, we're coming over another pile of fish here. Some small bait fish at surface to 20 foot, some bigger fish at 20 to 40 foot. So our rigging that we have right now, we should be tapping into, we're probably in the 10 to 20 range. I need to get, let me find my snap weight here. Let's see, what do we got? There's a 2 ounce. So what I like to do when I'm not running the downrigger and I want to get down to some depth and I'm not running, you know, a deep diving crankbait or something like that, I like these snap clip weights. They're quite handy. Again, about 1 ounce for every 10 foot of depth you're looking to achieve. Wow, we are on top of some big fish. 40 to 60 foot. These got to be the Kokanee. And we're over 105 foot bottom right now. Smoking's not good for, oh, I know. Lots of stuff we put in our bodies isn't good for us. What's up? Let's go. Hey, de noche. Are you from America? Yeah, United States. We're in central Montana. Kokanee, let's go. Yeah, we're on top of some. I'm gonna have to, let's see here. Let's give it 10 minutes. And if we don't get a hit on this pole, I'm gonna pull it up and we're gonna run this guy down a little deeper. In fact, yeah. I got leaded line out on the other one. In fact, let's let out a little bit more line on this guy. All right, so I just let out a little bit more line on the lead core line. We're out about 5 colors now. Pressure's good today. Yeah, it did come down a little bit. It's me. Hey, dude, you good? Yeah, doing awesome. Hey, how you doing today? We've caught 2 fish so far. Good start to the morning. Yeah, I'm marking a bunch of fish down 40 foot. Those got to be the Kokanee. The rainbow trout normally are closer to the surface here. There's some more big fish down at 80 foot. Appreciate the sub there, Marty. Welcome to the channel. Big rainbow just off bottom. Yeah, it could be some fat rainbow. There are some really big rainbows that come out of here. Biggest I've ever caught out of here is like 3-4 pound, but there's some 20 pounders that I've seen pictures of that come out of here. bait ball at 40 foot, more big fish at 80 foot. Good God, they're down there deep. All right, do I have, let me see. That's Dipsy Diver territory there. I don't have 8 ounces of weight to clip on there. But yeah, they are down there. Yeah, you could. There we go. Fish on, fish on. This is again on our double wedding ring. Doesn't feel super big. Probably another small rainbow. I think we're just running a little too shallow for the Kokanee. We're gonna have to increase our depth a little bit here. Yeah, just a little guy. There we go. That's the rig we're catching it with. Again, a hand tied. I tied that at 2 o'clock this morning. Waiting because I couldn't sleep. Very pretty fish. Just a little guy. Probably about 15, 16 inches. Really pretty colors. No, unfortunately, we don't have lake trout in this water body. All right, we're gonna let them go. Pretty fish. They're loving this silver and orange that I used though with the double wedding ring. And we are tipping these with some Gulp maggots. And I've added some crayfish lunker lotion to it. All right, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna try, this is another method. So if you guys don't have downriggers and you want to try and get your rigs down deeper, you're fishing for deep trout, deep salmon, something like that, lake trout, on my trolling rod. So this is just braided line on this one. And we're gonna run it out 30 foot. And we're gonna clip on a 2-ounce weight. What is up with this clip? Hold on a sec, my clip is being weird here. There we go. All right. So just simply clip on a 2-ounce, a 3-ounce weight, 10 foot for every ounce you put out there basically. And then slowly let that drop out. And I'm gonna run her back at about another 70 foot or so. So 100 foot of line total. 30 out, 2 ounces of weight, another 70. And that should get us down to roughly 30 foot or so. And if we wanted to go further out, we could just drop more line or add more weight. We're trolling a little slower than I typically would. We're at about 1.8 miles an hour. It's a little hard, we got the wind at our back right now. Trout and kokanee tend to prefer, you know, a 0.7 to 1.5 mile an hour troll. Some days they'll bite when it's a little faster than that, but a slow troll is definitely preferred. And I'm just adjusting the drag there. Big fish marking right off the bottom. We're over 105 foot bottom, and they're sitting like 90 foot. If you ever see Country Custom Rods, it's me. Okay, Kasan, I will try and remember that. You might have to remind me. Gonna get one this time. Hope so, anglers. We're down a little bit deeper. Again, the kokanee tend to be a little bit deeper fish than the... You got to punch through the trout to get down to the kokanee in most cases. Oh, it's a good eater? Oh yeah, perfect eater size. Yeah, so this one is actually the brand new Okuma Cold Water 300 series. It's the Cold Water A series, they're calling them. It's basically the same thing on the pole behind me, my lead core rods. I have the Okuma Cold Waters on them as well. They're the old, been out for a decade. These ones just came out this year. It's got a better, an improved drag system on them. They're slightly lighter weight. But yeah, I fish all Okuma gear when I troll. Best of luck to you. Thanks, Matthew Berry. What's up, Errol Cox? Welcome, buddy. Oh, my dang cigarette keeps going out. Who's ready for ice fishing? I'm not. I am definitely not. I don't have any of my ice fishing gear, and I'm not ready for winter yet. It's a little chilly. If you somebody type .w and Nightbot will spit out the current weather. I think it's probably mid-30s, mid to high 30s. It's a little chilly. My favorite reels for trolling, even the ones. What are you fishing for? James Syrek, we're targeting today kokanee salmon, rainbow trout, and we'll be doing a little bit of walleye fishing, I think, later on in the day. At least 100 quail in my yard right now. Oh yeah, got a whole pile of them that flew in. You still there? We had a bite. Shit. Nope, we lost him. Well, that's a shame. That one's down in kokanee territory, I think. That one's a more kokanee-centric rig anyway. That's it's got the hoochie on the end with a little, I forget what the hell they call them, a little spin. I don't know what the hell they're called. Well, so we got 3 catches on this lure and this rod. The other rod behind me, we've had 2 hits and 2 misses. I need to see if I need to find my 3-ounce clip weights. Fish on entertainment. Yeah, we've had 3 rainbows so far, and we just missed another one. We just had a strike on the pole behind me. Need to invest in a blowgun. What's up? Corey's Outdoors. All right, marking a few fish at 20, 30 foot. What did I do with my big ass clip weights? There's one more of them. All right. All right, I found one more of my clip weights. Another 2-ouncer. Oh, there's a whole pile of fish. Man, all over in the water column there. 20 foot all the way down to 90 foot. Let me show you guys what we're looking at here. So we're marking over just a whole pile of them. All different depths, good sized fish. That's almost certainly rainbow and kokanee. The deeper ones tend to be the kokanees. But good number of marks back there. Guy on fishing show on TV using 20-pound braid for bass, overkill. Aliens, I always use heavy braid as a backer or as main line on my rods. These trolling rods, that's 40-pound Suffix Advanced right there that we're trolling with on this line. The lead core line is a little lighter. It's 17-pound lead core Suffix 832 Advanced. But that's as heavy as they make it for that particular brand and style. I fish for that one big fish that you don't want to get away. That's what I rig my lines up for. I don't think fish are nearly as line shy as people make them out to be. And most of what I'm fishing, the style of fishing that I'm doing, it's not really impacted all that much by the diameter, especially when you're using braid. It's such thin diameter in weights like that it cuts right through the water. That's not fishing. Oh yeah, it is. I've had those few fish that I've caught or missed in my life because I was on undersized gear. Like last year, I was on undersized line and I had an undersized net and I lost what would have been a new Montana state record carp, which is not very exciting for most of y'all, but I love carp fishing and I would have absolutely loved to hold that record. And because I was running undersized gear, I lost it. Had her all the way to the bank, couldn't fit it in the net, and she snapped me off because I had undersized line on. Yeah, my casting rods, my spin cast, I run usually 20 to 30 pound Suffix Advanced braid. And then, you know, just I might run with a lighter fluorocarbon leader. If I were fishing specifically for bass, I'd probably throw a 12 or a 15 pound test fluoro leader on there. Off of the braid, but yeah, no, there's no reason to go below 15 pound as far as I'm concerned. Unless you're fishing super ultra light, which I don't. you know. Don't troll a 6-pound line? No. Again, we're on 40-pound Suffix Advanced on this guy and 17-pound Suffix 832 lead core on, or 18-pound, I'm sorry, on the pole that's behind me, off camera. If I'm out here hoping one day to pull in, you know, a true monster out of these water bodies. And I don't want to get a 30-pound trout or a 30-pound salmon, you know, or a 30-pound pike on the line with 10-pound line. It doesn't make sense to me. Fish need their chance. Oh, they got lots of a chance. And to be perfectly honest, the chance of a fish surviving after they bust off and have, you know, 30, 40, 50 feet of your line hanging out of their mouth and a hook embedded in them, that fish is probably more likely to die than the one that you get in, you get the hook out clean and you set her free. That's my opinion, at least. The fish have their chance. We got a whole giant water body for them to play in, and we're one little speck floating around out here. And they can throw the hook just like any other fish, so they don't need to be busting my line off. Biodegradable hooks. Yeah, that's kind of a fallacy, the whole you just clip the hook as close to them as you can and it'll just biodegrade. They don't. I mean, in 20 years they might, but most of these fish aren't living 20 years. You know, when they're a ripe old grandpa ready to keel, that hook might be gone, but I don't know what kind of time frame it is. People think these hooks just disappear. They don't. You've seen, yeah, how many times have you pulled up a snag from the bottom of the water and you're like, that's been down there a long time, and the hook's rusty. She's rusty, but she's still a hook. And I like to get my lures back. Yeah, and that's one of the primary things. Y'all know how expensive this crap is these days. You pay $8, $15, $25 for a crankbait. You know, some of them even more than that. You spend $20 on a Dodger, another $4 on a, you know, well, what the hell are they called? The squishy rubbery band things. Where'd the fish go? We lost the fish. I mean, you got $30, $40, $50 floating behind. There's no reason to put it on undersized gear. I don't want to spend $50 every time I get a snag. I'd rather be able to hear my drag scream, turn my troll around and reel back to the snag and jiggle her and get it back. I don't want it to bust off, you know, the moment it gets snagged on something. Oh, literally years, decades. What's up, Dave? Picture's not clear. We're on Starlink Mini out here, guys. That's I haven't mentioned it yet this stream. So we power these streams out here in central rural Montana with Starlink Mini. We're out in the mountains. There's no cell signal out here. You would not be able to get anything out here. Starlink Mini, it goes from clear to kind of crap back to clear again. This band of Northern America, Southern Canada, from what I understand, Starlink Mini doesn't have its full constellation out yet. There aren't a whole lot of subscribers right up here on the border, so it's not one of their priorities. They deploy more satellites to areas that require higher bandwidth, higher concurrency. So Montana, you get the satellites, they're sparse. So we'll get real clear signal when the satellite comes into range, and then as it's passing out, it kind of starts to degrade until the next one comes in, and then it flips over and connects to that, and the quality will get better. So it kind of comes and goes. But yeah, we were definitely getting more hits down right at the basin, right before the dam. I'm coming up here a little further. This is one of the few water bodies that I don't get a map through the Lawrence Sea Map Genesis. So when I come out here, I record my own map, and then when I get back home, I can take that map and load it off of my Lawrence back into and combine it with my previous maps. So I'm just touching some areas over here that I'm noticing weren't filled out. 10-pound braid line, 17-pound fluorocarbon leader. Yeah, that's not bad. And for years, fish on, so that 10 to 12-pound braid, and 12 to 15-pound fluoro leader was kind of my go-to for years. And I do still have a couple of poles loaded up like that. I don't use them as often though. Again, I've lost so much gear off of those poles, and I've lost a handful of really big fish that just made me sad. I rigged up. I bumped up. First I was running 20. Then I bumped up and I started running 30. And 30 is kind of where I've settled at for most of my casting rods, my spinning rods. And my trolling stuff, again, 30, 40. My catfish rods are like 50, 60. I don't run super light gear on anything anymore. I don't do a lot of finesse fishing. From this side, it's not 100%. Yeah, it could be your connection, could be my connection, but there's not a whole lot that I can do about mine. Again, it's this Starlink Mini. I am gonna try probably either over the winter or next year. I'm going to try and adjust my Starlink Mini mount to get it up off of the bow of my boat. Being so close to the aluminum might mess with the signal a bit. I've honestly contemplated throwing it on the outboard back there, just on top of the outboard cover. Which sounds all fine and dandy until I need to take the outboard cover off or something. Which y'all who have boats know that does happen from time to time. You get your telltale clogged up or some other crap, then you need to pop the cover off. Any bites? Fish cuts. Yeah, we've caught three rainbow so far, and we've had 2 misses. 2 bites that got off before we got them to the boat. We haven't been on them for about 15-20 minutes. We kind of moved out of the area where I was getting bit. I'm just trying to get a little bit, trying to make one loop over here where I haven't mapped yet. Going fishing in a minute. Nice. What are you going fishing for? Fish out in big fish territory. So yeah, we're coming up on kind of these mud cliff edges, and this side is cut more of a gradual slope. The other side is more of a drop off. These are kind of mud flats over here. This is more pike, walleye territory on this side than it is rainbow. Same lake as last time? No, it's 2 lakes down in the river system. So last week's stream was at Canyon Ferry Reservoir, which is about 45 to 60 miles south from here. The next lake downstream is Hauser Reservoir, and then below Hauser is Holter Reservoir. So we're in Holter Reservoir right now. This particular water body produces some really nice rainbows, some really nice kokanee. The state record walleye actually just came out of here a couple of years ago. So there are some nice walleye in here. I've never figured out where the hell I've caught walleye here very sporadically. I've never gotten onto them and been able to like really reproduce catching them. The trout and the kokanee, I've gotten fairly decent at catching here. There are also rumored to be quite large northern pike that lurk around in here. I've personally only ever caught one pike out of here, and it was quite small. But there's also brown trout, mountain whitefish, cutthroat trout, brook trout. There's a whole bunch of different things in here. Yellow perch. What is that? I see a dog on my screen. Why is there a dog wearing clothes? A little porker. What is that? A corgi. Ride the weed edges. Yeah, we're a little deep for that. We're coming in. Ooh, there's a big pile of bait fish right there. Something chasing it too. Yeah, we're coming into walleye territory right here. We're a little deep for them yet. Though this time of the year, I think turnover has happened and fish are just kind of all over the damn place now. You don't have the thermocline, that, you know, area below it that's just dead. Once the turnover happens, I think everything just kind of mixes. Oh, fish on, fish on. Ooh, this one feels nice. This is probably coming out of that group of fish that we just went over. I think this feels like the biggest we've had on the line so far today. Ooh, right over in this corner that I hadn't mapped yet. And again, this is the same rig we've caught the 3 on already, of course. Trying to get her in here slowly and not tangle up with my other line over there. We do have the clip weight on this one. All right, so we're on the complete opposite side here. Feels nice. So this is the line we let out, 30 foot, clipped on a 2 ounce weight, and then let out another 70 foot. We're almost to our weight here. And this is much easier when you have multiple people on the boat. You can kind of have your tender clip and unclip your weights for you. Stay on there. What do we have here? Yeah, this definitely feels heavier than, not a monster, but bigger than what we've been pulling in, I think. Oh, the glare's on the water. I can't see what it is. Assume another trout, but it's looking trouty. Yeah, another pretty trout. All right, landed. Sorry for the beat here, the fries are done. All right, and it's bit the hook as soon as I got it in the net. Let's get a look at this guy. Another pretty rainbow. Oh, all right, that one's going on the stringer. Oh. All right, this will be our first keeper of the day. Beautiful coloring on this guy. Look at that. Got a bit of a ripped lip. It was a fighter. All right. Oh. All All right, putting her in the net till I can get my stringer. Whoa, and we are way shallow, way shallow. Give me a sec here, guys. That's just bottom. All right, that's just me trying to bring this in a little bit off of the bottom. We went way shallow. I didn't mean to. All right. I think we should be good. All right. So I guess that's one. I've never showed you guys my stringer. So we have a rope. Tied to one of these climbing hooks. I got my buoy. Put a buoy on your stringer, guys. I can't tell you. Last year, I lost. I should say my boat lost, because one of them was not my fault. One of them was. 2 stringers off the boat last year with fish on them. Gone, floated to the bottom. Put yourself a buoy on your stringer if you're dragging them on the boat. And I forget where the hell I ordered these. They are the coolest stringer. So it's like 200-pound fluoro with clips and these long bars and then these really heavy-duty clips at the end. And then as I catch fish, I can just take these individual strands on and off the stringer. And I have like 30 of them. Super handy. All right, there we go. One more time. There's our. I guess I didn't measure it. Let's get a length on this. $18.5. Perfect eater size. This will go good in the smoker. And drop this guy in. Then she'll just swim along on the side of the boat there. Smoky Ride, beautiful fish, bro. Thank you. Happy you said hi. Welcome to the stream. You caught more today than I've caught in the last 2 months. And we're having a good morning. All right, let's get this guy baited back up and sent back out, being as it is the one that's catching all of our fish here today. So we're again using Gulp maggots, and we're just tipping 1 maggot per hook. Super simple presentation on the hooks. You don't need a lot on there. Again, we're on the Gulp maggots. We're using crawfish lunker lotion. And you can use anise works, garlic works. This crayfish, I just bought this yesterday. I haven't used this particular flavor before. They seem to be liking it though. All right, and again, just for those of you guys joining, the rigging we are using, I tied this up last night. It's just a worm harness rig, and there are so many different variants. You can do so many different things with worm harnesses. So it's just 2 dual hooks. They're snelled on there. And I have an orange bead a wedding ring, which is cubic zirconium. They're little fake diamonds in like a band. So it's a wedding ring, 2 orange beads, another wedding ring, an orange bead, a silver bead, a smaller one, just to sit above the bigger bead to allow my blade to freely spin in the water. They spin better on a smaller diameter bead, they seem to, than the bigger ones. And then we're trailing that behind, just an old school. I think this one's a Les Davis. I believe it's a cowbell or a variation of it. They're just hammered brass. They make these in all different colors, shapes, sizes, but it spins, so it makes the flash in the water, but they also make a real nice thump in the water. And we're not in super clear water here. It's fairly stained water. There's a lot of suspended algae. It's just not super clear water. There's definitely a tinge to it. So having that, the visual helps, but a lot of the fish, trout I don't think see, trout and kokanee don't see as well as a walleye does or a pike does. So that thump, it can bring them in. The sound of it, their lateral line, their bloodline senses that, and it brings them in. But how we're fishing right now, being as we're trying to get down, this particular rig as is will run, 5-10 foot. It's pretty close to the surface. So what we're doing to get it down a little bit deeper, we're running out 30 foot of line. And then we are taking and using a clip-on weight, a 2-ounce weight on a clip, and we just simply clip it on the line. Snap her on, and then we let out, depending on what depth you're targeting, you then just let out more line. And we're gonna let out another probably 70 to 90 foot of line. How are you gonna smoke it? New to smoking, got a camp chief 2 summers ago, done mostly beef and pork. Tammy, that's a good question. I personally have not done a lot of smoking. I have a couple of friends that smoke stuff, and they usually let me throw in a few fish with their smoking session. One of these, probably next year. There's a lot of things on my next year to-do list, if you haven't noticed. Next year, I think I'll probably get a smoker and start trying some of my own recipes. All right, but very, very simple, basic trolling. We're trolling right now 1.8 miles an hour. Again, that's a little fast for a rainbow or kokanee troll, but we're trolling with my jet motor, and we're in neutral. That's just depending on what direction the wind is blowing. That's 1.3 to 1.8 is about my low point, and the slower I go, the harder it gets to steer this thing. Next year, the theme of today. Next year, I will have an electric trolling motor on the boat, so we won't be so just chaotic on the water, running into and over, and we won't be going into 5-foot shallows, snagging shit up and spinning in circles and tangling things. I don't know if any of y'all have ever trolled in a flat bottom john boat powered by a jet when the wind is blowing, but I tell you what, it ain't pretty sometimes. It's where the other day I was in Crappie Man Jake's channel, and he was showing some pictures, some videos of how they troll for crappie down there. 18 poles they had out. No nothing for line maintenance. There's no Dipsy Divers to bring poles out. They're not using any planer boards. They're just, every side of the boat just has rod holders full. Rack of rods, rack of rods, rack of rods. Like, dear Lord, man, I would have that shit tangled up in fucking a third of the time that it takes to get them all out there. But that's where the trolling motors that have, you know, autopilot, you know, an auto steer function now, they really excel. You know, when the wind picks up, they keep you going in a constant direction. You don't ever get in a death roll. You know, a rogue wave doesn't hit you and send your boat spinning. Hey, El Dabo, doing good. Having a wonderful morning. What do you want to catch? Do you remember me? Magnus. Yeah, I remember you. Welcome back. Appreciate the sub there, Liam. Redneck. We're targeting, what I would like to pull out of here, what I would like to show you guys is one of the big male spawning Kokanee salmon. More than likely what we're seeing out here are younger males and females. A lot of the mature males, the bulls, have probably died. Spawn started, I think, over a month ago. Usually it's, you know, end of September, early October, so a couple of months ago, maybe. We're probably at this tail end of the spawn. So there's probably some Kokanee left that are still in, you know, their spawn dress. They turn just this absolutely gorgeous orange and red. The males start developing, you know, these big gnarly hook jaws. But a lot of the real big beasts, the specimen ones, after they spawn, they die. So we might be a little late on the heels of them. Seen the smoke boxes in Alaska wood burners over days. Are you after bash? What do you mean by bash? 18 poles? Yeah, just 18 poles. Like literally, they have like a rack of lines, and it's just pull, 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 pull. Like, how are you doing line management? Like, where are the planer boards? Where, like, it's just, you know, they let them out just different distances, and they have, you know, slightly different weight, I guess, on them. And he just, I can't imagine. You get one big fish, and it would just wreck your whole set. But they're crappie fishing. You know, most of those crappie aren't super big fish. They're generally, I don't think, gonna tear through all of your lines. Fuck, man, you catch one pike, it would just wreck your entire setup. One salmon would just swoop through and tangle up every line in the boat. No, I wish I could run 4. 4 is kind of my sweet spot. 2 I do pretty good on. I get very few tangles on 2. 4 I'm getting better at. I never have anybody else in the damn boat. I can only run 2. I gotta have a passenger to run 4. So if any of y'all are here in the central Montana area, wink wink, nod nod, you want to come out on the stream here and fish on the boat, we could throw out a couple more poles. One rogue crappie couldn't tangle everything if you could. I suppose it could. He did say, you know, they get tangles from time to time, and it is a pain in the ass, but that's just how they fish it. Blew my fucking mind. You know, I've seen people out there on, you know, the Great Lakes, and they got 6, 8, 10, 12, you know, pole spreads, and it's like, that's impressive, that's crazy, but 18, but they're all using, you know, line management strategies, planer boards, downriggers, you know, there are very specific ways, different pole lengths, like very precise ways that you get that many poles out there to stay out there without just wrecking it. And it baffles me that they're able to do that without, you know, planer boards and Dipsy Divers and downriggers and it is. The old Chaz match. Love your working. See what's up, Dusty. Yeah, I'm totally that guy. You know it. All right, this pole behind us needs to start putting in some work here. we're gonna send him back to the line and pick a different pole. We could try a different strategy too. Definitely this one I think is gonna stay out. We did just put that other, we're gonna give her another little bit. What time is it? 10:51. We'll give it till 11:30. 40 minutes we're gonna let that one marinate over there. And if we don't pull something, we're switching her up. If I leave now, I can be there by 5 a.m. You can get here in time for fishing tomorrow, SoCal. Oh, as I just threatened it. She's still on there. Stay on there. Ah, shit. Did we lose it? We hooked up. That's on par. I threatened to take it off so it gets a bite, but then it turns around and gives me an oh, and the fish is immediately gone. Shit! All right, we're gonna let this one back out. That's just me letting some line back out. I should check it. It's probably those, the one thing about those little maggots, they don't have, they don't stay on the hook super well. All right. I fish bank and kayak mostly, easier to fish all around the state, less gear, less. Yeah, Tammy, a lot of people do that, and I understand the appeal of it. It's lightweight, easy to transport. I don't swim real well, and I don't particularly like getting wet when it's cold out. I like a boat that I feel more secure in, that I'm not gonna fall in. And a little john like this is not bad to haul around. I mean, it's only 16 foot. It loads, unloads pretty easy, solo. So yeah, we are definitely back on the fish down here. They're marking all the way from 20-foot depth all the way down to 70 foot here. Good sized fish. Seems like a bulk of them are around the 40-foot mark. So we should be sitting, so with this pole, I estimate with the 2 ounces of weight and 120 feet of, or no, 100 foot of line out, we're probably sitting 25, 30 foot. So we're within strike range for most fish. If you can get within 5, 10 foot above the fish, in most cases, you're close enough, especially with the type of lures we're running here, the cowbell type attractants that run before our lure have that nice big spoon spin on it. That's got a nice thump to it as well, so a flash and a thump, and it brings fish in from all over. You don't need to be right down on top of them with a rig like this to catch them. So as long as we're not, 20, 30 foot on top of them, we're within their strike range, and it'll bring them in to come look. Luis, welcome from Brazil. We're in central Montana. As someone shouted to kayak a lot, I confidently say kayaks are more work, are they? Yeah, there's a channel here. He fishes, I've talked about him a handful of times in my recent streams. I've been watching a lot of his content. And the way that I'm fishing right now is one of the strategies that he uses a lot here in Montana. But he fishes western and a little bit of central Montana. He fishes the whole Pacific Northwest. His channel name is called Spilt Milt Productions, and he's a real big Kokanee guy. That's kind of his fish. He travels all over to catch kokanee, but he catches all sorts of stuff. But he fishes out of a kayak. A handful of the channels that I follow, they're kayakers. I couldn't do it. It would drive me crazy. It's just not enough room. I have way too much shit, way too much tackle. It's bad enough as is, like where did I put this or that? Is it on the boat, is it not? I have at least some places to store stuff here. Like a kayak, you don't have, there's nowhere to store anything. What's up, Rod? Hey, Connor, doing good. What are you running for lures and bait today? Oh, so El Dabo, we are running two different, they're basically, you know, if you know what a cowbell is, it's a paddle and then there's a series of blades. And some of them are small, some of them are big. In this particular case, we're running some medium-sized, it's a medium-sized cowbell in gold, hammered gold on this line. Followed by a worm harness rig that I tied up last night that has 2 hooks, so orange beads, and 2 wedding rings, and then a silver willow leaf at the top of it, and it's tipped with pink Gulp maggots dipped in crayfish attractant. The other line is very similar, but it's a different color cowbell and a smaller style. This one's got like blue and pink. It's more like a rainbow trout color. And that one we have on a pink, what are they called? Hoochie? Another worm harness rig that I tied up last night. A worm harness hoochie with a white spinner on it, and I forget what the hell the spinners are called. They're like a plastic white spinner, and again tipped with the maggots. Slot limit, not on size 26, but there's a combined trout and salmon limit of 5 here at this water body. So you can catch either 5 rainbow trout, 5 kokanee salmon, or a combination of both. Brown trout here are catch and release only unless you're 14 years or younger. They'll let kids keep one under 15 inches, I think. Cutthroat, I'm not sure what. Cutthroat and brook, I think, are just part of the combined trout limit. I don't think there's a size, a particular slot size on them. They're just in the combined trout limit. Man, I'm surprised we didn't hook end in it. Anything on that dam pass. We've landed 4 so far. We have 1 on the stringer, and we've lost 3 now. So landed 4, lost 3, and 1 of them I've kept because I dropped it. So, in fact, I should probably bleed that one. She's just swimming along pleasantly on the side of the boat right now. In fact, I'll leave it out there a little bit longer. We're here for multiple more hours. We're running a slow enough troll that comfortably swim along. Few spinner hooks per line, or I'll show you. In fact, let me see here. No, neither of these are similar. I'll pull in this second rig here. I need to check the bait on it anyway. We had a missed strike like 15 minutes ago. So I'll pull this one in and show you what we're running. Oh, we're not running anything on this side. So you know what happened, you guys? We got bit off by a pike. That wasn't a rainbow back there, that was a pike. Shit! I lost my new fancy, I was gonna show you my worm harness. We got an empty line here. In fact, let's switch it up here. So let's do a small spoon on here, actually. Been using MEPS and Vibrex spinners a lot this year for rainbows and the usual power bait. Cast MEPS and the Vibrex and the Panther Martin, stuff like that. I've never really trolled with them. Never had great success trolling with them, I should say. They work well casting. So we're gonna throw a spoon on this line instead of the spinner, just to switch her up a little bit. In fact, I'm gonna do a different spoon, not this one. We're gonna do one of these white Phoebe spoons. They have a nice action to them. Can't believe we got bit off. It's 25-pound test leader. Goddamn fish. Oh. Oh, what the heck? Good. Give me a sec here, guys. I'm having some technical difficulties with my my rigging. There we go. Good Lord. All right, sorry for the delay there, guys. So we are running a little Phoebe trout spoon, and we're running that behind what's called a cowbell. So again, you got a paddle there, which just kind of holds it, keeps it straight, and then some spoons, trout color, pink and blue and gold, and those spin in the line and they create a flash and a thump. And then we're running this one on our lead core line. All right, we're gonna let this one just spool out some line. That's why I hate catching pike when I'm not targeting them. I had them slice through a 100 braid like a fillet knife. Oh yeah. What's up, Green Village? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, that's Mia was asking me why I was tying a whole bunch of new worm harnesses last night. So was Crappy Man. I was talking to him, and that's exactly what I was explaining to them. That is, the last time I took them out, I had so many freaking pike catches and pike bites off of them that they just tore up all of my damn worm harnesses that I had tied. So I switched them all from 12-pound fluoro to 25-pound fluoro. Like, all right, pike, let's try this now. And I get freaking bit off. No, they're just purely, they act as an attractant. So there's, they make them in different lengths. There's anywhere from like 3 to 5 bells in line. The more bells, the more drag it puts, the slower you have to troll them. They're used often for trout and salmon trolling, and have been for decades. But they simply act as an attractant, just like you've seen me. Oh, I still haven't let any line out here. Hold on. You've seen me use the Max flashlight. So it's similar concept to that. It's meant to mimic a school of bait fish. But no, they themselves don't have any hooks. You just run then a leader from the end of that. And I usually run behind the bells anywhere from like a 12 to a 24-inch leader off of the end of it, depending on what type of lure I have. Similar to like a dodger or a spin or a flasher. They're just purely an attractant. The Max flashlight are just more lightweight. They create less drag. You control them faster. These cowbells, those blades are fairly large on a lot of them, and they create a whole bunch of drag, which makes it that they're harder to troll fast. They come way up in the water column if you troll them too fast. Thinking about I want to try different spinners for pike. Hard when you can't run steel in the spinner though. Yeah, so I get bit up so often on my worm harness rigs by pike. I've thought about exactly that, and I've wanted to start. So in fact, the same way that these the cowbells are run, it's all wire leader in them. They're not mono or fluoro. And I think you just have to have the rigging to be able to clip your own wire leaders. And you could tie up spinner rigs, worm harness rigs with the wire leader. I don't see why you couldn't. Why couldn't you run steel in it? What's up, Eric Kitchell? Welcome to the stream. What happened to the fish? We were on them and no, we're not. I don't know why, but we don't have that steel fluoro here in town. I've never seen it before. I know the old timers used to use it for Lakers, but I'm not sure no more. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Well, when I get home, I'll look up some stuff. I used to have a spool of stuff that I think would have worked real well for it. I don't have the tools, the crimps anymore that I used to use. I'll send you some ideas. I think we could put together some spinners for that would work real well for pike. Because they bite the crap out of them. There have been a couple of days at Pishkin where I was just set on, I want to catch a rainbow or a kokanee out of this water body. I know they're both in here, but all I ever catch is pike, and I couldn't get past the pike. They ate the crap out of, even better than the crankbaits that I was running alongside of them. They really liked them. All right, I need a drink, and we need a kokanee, a big fish. Kokanee would be cool. Are they all red right now? They should still be. Yeah, they should just be towards the end of the spawn cycle. So there should still be some that are still in full dress, and they're so neat looking this time of the year. But I think after they come off of the spawn, which it should be towards the tail end of that cycle right now, they start feeding again. They start getting real hungry, fattening up for the winter. Everything should be feeding out now. Yeah, this is the latest I've been up here. Last year, I think the last time I came up here last year was like late September, so we're much later this year. Not a lot of people fish up here this time of year. The big males, the big bulls, the older ones, yeah. The ones you see with the big gnarly, like super big gnarly hook jaws are the older males, and they're at the end stages of their life. But even the younger males turn red and start forming that hook jaw. But the younger ones kind of come out of it. They start feeding again, and their color starts changing back. But yeah, a lot of water bodies this time of the year here in central Montana have just ridiculous limits for kokanee salmon during the spawn. They'll let you, in fact, they'll let you snag them too. Not this water body, but like Pishkin, for example, the kokanee there, they'll let you snag. It's either 70 or 100 a day during spawn, and it's for that reason in particular is a lot of the ones you get near the shore are the big males, and they're all fighting, they're all ragged, and they're all basically, they stopped eating. They don't eat anymore. All they care about in life is fighting and fucking, and then they die. So they let you snag a bunch of them. But I've tried eating them when they're like that, and they're gross. They're just mush. We'll be out here till sundown. I think sunset's like 5 o'clock or so, so we're out here another 5.5, 6 hours. Appreciate the thumbs up, y'all. Again, we're at Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir here in central Montana. It's just outside, it's kind of in between Wolf Creek, Montana and Helena, Montana. Right upstream on the Missouri from Craig, Montana, which is famous for its trout fishing. It's about 3,300 acres or so, I believe. It's a dam on the Missouri River system, so that it is a natural water body. They dammed it, I think, in 1918, 1920, somewhere around there, is when this dam went up. A large portion of the water body is still the river system, so a lot of it is quite skinny. It does have some deeper pools, but we're down at the dam end of it, the northern side of it, the very end of the reservoir right now in the basin. This is kind of one of the deeper parts of the reservoir. Kokanee's your spirit animal. They're so neat looking. I got a couple of pictures from last year. In fact, the thumbnail for this is some of the kokanee from last year. Those ones I didn't catch trolling. We caught them from the shallows during the spawn. They're hard as hell to get to bite when they're spawning. We should be coming on some fat females out here though. They're an incredibly cool looking fish though. I'm hoping we can pull one out today. I don't know, from what I'm seeing though, I think they might be down much deeper than what we're fishing right now. We might have to bust out a Dipsy Diver to get down to them. I'm still seeing sporadically fish in the 20 to 40 foot range. But not nearly as much as we were in the deeper part of the basin. We're gonna have to swing back over that way. Hello from the UK, what are we after today? Hey Jaws, we're fishing for kokanee salmon, rainbow trout, and possibly some walleye. Might get mixed up in there. We did just get bit off a little while ago. I'm fairly certain it was a big pike, which is a damn shame because I'd love to catch a pike out of here too. But kokanee and rainbow trout are the main targets. Thank you, SoCal. I should have went and stayed at my buddies in BC over the fall and tried salmon fishing. Had the chance, but didn't get around to it. Salmon are not one of my favorite fish to eat, but they are oftentimes some of the funnest fish to fight. They always, with the acrobatics, jumping out of the water. If we end up hooking into these, you'll see them surfacing, way out there. They jump out of the water and then they dive back in, and then the reel, will start screaming and they go on runs. You get them close to the boat. They're very active, very vigorous fighters. And there's some big ones in here. The deep fish that we're marking. A buddy of mine sent me some pictures last year. A friend of a friend caught some really fat kokanee right down in the basin area here, trolling super deep, and there were some like 10+ pounders, just fat. The biggest I've ever caught out of here at kokanee is probably 4, maybe 5 pounds. Just a good sized kokanee, damn good sized kokanee, but they were, big spawning males. Never really caught a big female here. All kind of salmon running all over late summer and fall, including dollies and kokanee. Ah, yeah. See, eastern Montana has the coho and the, what are the other ones? Chinook. Coho and Chinook salmon they have in eastern Montana. And they get big. They're nice. Jaws, we're fishing, this is Holter, Lake Holter Reservoir in central Montana. Thank you, SoCal. Yeah, you guys, and any of you guys can type this stuff. If you want to know where we're fishing, just type .where. If you want to know what we're fishing for, type .target. If you want to know what we've caught, you just type .caught or .catches. We've added all sorts of functionality to Nightbot. If you want to know what the weather is where we're fishing, type .w. In fact, somebody should type that right now. What is the weather here? Another big fish, 85 foot. Yeah, there's some big ones. They're just down there on the bottom. They're way down there. Thank you, Daniel. Wolf Creek, Montana, which is near here. 45 degrees, feels like 42. Sunny, humidity. Wind 5.1 from south by southwest, gusts 5.9, 1026 pressure. You're trawling a lure? Yeah, we're running a worm harness rig behind cowbells on this one, and then we are running a Phoebe white trout spoon behind cowbells on our lead core line. This one we have a 2-ounce snap weight, so we're targeting slightly deeper. This one has lead core line out, we're about 4.5. 4 colors out right now. We don't got salmon of any kind near here. Not even stock, just rainbow and brookie. Oh, really? Yeah, I think most of the salmon here are all stocked. I don't know if there's any wild population of, at least not in the Kokanee. I think the Chinook or coho, one of those might be native to Montana. We're fishing over some of the deepest parts of the lake right now. We're over 90-foot basin here. Right down by the dam, it gets closer down to 120 foot in the basin. Got all the gear. Good luck, buddy. Thanks, Jaws. 85 foot, that's a whale. That's a whale, not a fish. Yeah, there's some big fish that lurk. It could be walleye, it could be salmon, could be some fat trout. It could be big pike too. I think after the water, after it turns, the thermocline, everything gets jumbled up. Some of them big fish drop back down way to the bottom. You ever tried torpedo weights on the trolling setup? You mean like an inline weight? Torpedo weight. Off the top of my head, I don't know what the hell a torpedo weight is. What I'm thinking you're referring to possibly are like those inline, like banana-shaped weights that have kind of a spin to them. Not going fishing there. Why not, Daniel? And we're way off from where I was catching. I am kind of, I'm kind of in map mode right now too. I'm trying to get some of these other areas. It drives me crazy that some of the water bodies don't have Genesis maps. So I'm having to make my own. And so often when I fish here, I just fish the same small patches that there's just these big chunks that I've never mapped. Can you do a pan? Yeah, we can do a quick look around, you guys. All right. You got the mountains in the background. That is south from us. That's upstream, up reservoir. We're panning. This is going to be the east coast, east side of the Holter Lake. Boat docks. We launched right around the tip of this point here. Ooh, got a fish. Got a fish. Hold on, you guys. Shit. All right, you guys gotta. Did I lose it? Shit. Like I just lost it messing with the phone. Well, shoot, I don't feel it anymore. Well, that was our first hit on the, oops. Sorry about that, guys. We lost it. They didn't stay on. That was our first hit on the Phoebe spoon. Oh, bullet weight, so like an inline, okay. Beautiful friend, hook a biggin. Sorry, we didn't get the full pan around. We just got hooked up, but then we lost it while I was trying to fight to get the phone in the holder. Yeah, I never really troll with weights like that. I use those when I'm casting. You know, if I'm casting like for bass, you know, I'll use the inline, the torpedo weights. But like banana weights, I don't know what the hell they're called. I have some of those inline, you know, anywhere from 1 ounce to 3 ounce. That's all right, Jaws. Hey, Lewis, welcome back. Dang, that pole's just been bad luck today. That's the 4th fish we've lost on that pole. We've caught all 4 that we've hooked up on this pole, and we've lost all 4 that we've hooked up on that pole. Oh yeah, it's real pretty up here. Up in the mountains, it's gorgeous. For you, cowbell should use bead and hook behind it in case they're striking those spinners. So Eldavo, you're only allowed 2 hooks. So I can't just add a bunch of random hooks on it. My worm harness already has the 2 hooks that are allowed on a single pole. But yeah, no, you're right. I mean, that's like the catch camera. You see them biting at the damn camera all the time. I'm sure there are times when they do. They strike at the spoons, you know, the spinning, the attractor, rather than the trailer behind it. It's one of the biggest things, these little trout spoons. I've used them quite a bit in the past, and they get bit all the damn time. My landing ratio on them is absolutely terrible, though. The trebles that come on them are just tiny. And I know a lot of people use tiny frickin' hooks for trout. The ones, the spinner rig here that we've been hooking up on and staying hooked up on, 1/0 hooks. You know, my buddy who ties spinners, that taught me how to tie the spinners, he uses size 4 hooks. You know, substantially smaller. And that's how I used to tie mine as well, and I lost so many damn fish on them. Once I switched over to the 1/0 octopus hooks, in fact, I run 2/0 on some of them. My landing ratio has been way, way better on them. Six J hooks or 2 trebles. Usually don't use that setup. I don't exactly know. So winter fishing in certain water bodies, they increase the allowed hooks. Let's not lose a rig. All right, I think we're snagging up. All right. I think we might be out of the clear. Audio? Hold on. We good? Okay, cool. Yeah, these Bluetooth. Who knows? Are you catching anything? Yeah, we've caught 4 rainbow trout so far. Thank you, Matt. 4 rainbow. We got 1 on the stringer because I dropped it on its head. So that one's going in the freezer to go in the smoker later. We've had, I think, 1 big pike bite. It bit off our damn leader. And we've lost 3 other bites. So we're 4 out of 4 right now. 4 out of 8. 4 caught, 4 lost. So we've had a pretty busy morning so far. We're 3 hours, less than 3 hours in. So not super super crazy busy, but we've had some decent action so far. Definitely a nice change of pace from our last couple streams. About time for our next fish though. Biggest so far today was 19 inches. We didn't put it on a scale, but I'd say probably about 2.5 pounds. Nothing super big yet. That's pretty average for in here. They come anywhere from like 14, 15 inches to 18, 19 inches. Occasionally you'll pull one in the low 20s. For the trout and the salmon at least. The state record walleye actually came out of this water body a couple of years ago, 3 years ago I think. So this water body produces some big fish if you can find them. Matt, you would type .w for weather. Just shy of a master, really? Yeah, they get way bigger out of here. I think the bigger rainbows that come out of here are in the low 20 pounds. Those are real few and far between though. Most people who fish here don't fish nearly deep enough for them. I think most people that are fishing here are fishing, you know, the 10 to 20 foot range. I don't ever see people here trolling with downriggers or anything. I don't fish this water body a whole lot though. 2-3 times a year. Sometimes a little bit more. 32.25 inches, 18 pounds, Trevor Johnson. Yeah, so he's a local guide outfitter and runs a tackle shop as well, Kit's Tackle. And he makes some really nice handmade glass jigs, glass head jigs. And they're all airbrushed and painted but he's kind of a local legend around here. He's got a YouTube channel, but he's only got like 400 followers. He doesn't post on there very often. Makes some really nice tackle though. I have some of his jigs. I've never caught dick off of them, but they're really nice jigs. All right, so we're coming up through a steep rock wall and a drop off here. This is kind of the walleye pass here. Usually a walleye and perch come out of this spot right here. Occasionally I'll pull a trout or a salmon out as well, but this is where I've caught most of my walleye and perch out of here. Master's 20-inch for rainbows, but ice. Got a few 20-pounders over the years. Absolute Moby Dick for rainbow. When they get big like that, they're just footballs. They're just bleh, fat. Nice fish marking at 60 foot. We're over 85 85, 87 foot bottom right now. I'm gonna come in slightly shallower, more on the rock wall here. I'm kind of on the flat, a little ways out from the wall. I'm gonna try and get a little closer to the drop off. Look like Brock Lesnar. Oh, it feels so nice with that sun out. I was really anxious today. The goddamn weather forecast changes every time I refresh the page. It's like, oh, the wind's gonna be 3 miles an hour, and then I refresh it, it's like 13 miles an hour. I'm like, okay, then I refresh it, it's like 8 miles an hour. I'm like, all right, that's not bad. I refresh it again, it's like 17 miles an hour. I'm like, that's not good. Just so annoying trying to fish this time of the year. The weather is so chaotic here in Montana. Send you some luck. Thanks, Jaws. What's been the low temperature where you live so far? At night it gets into the teens. I think I've seen it 17 or 18. Surface temperature, in fact, the water's quite cold here. So we were at 2 dams upstream from here when we fished last weekend, or last week, at Canyon Ferry. We're now, it goes Canyon Ferry, Hauser Reservoir, and then Holter. And we're in Holter right now. Water temperature is 49.9 degrees, so just under 50. At Canyon Ferry, like 5 days ago or whatever the last time we streamed was, maybe it was a little longer than that, 54, 55 degrees. So almost 5 degrees warmer at 2 water bodies up. Same river system. And I don't know if the temperatures just brought it down that much in the past few days, or if it's just that much cooler here. But with the temperature starting to drop this low, the fish just, they're all over in the water column. The thermocline just isn't there anymore. The surface temperature is comfortable enough that the fish that are usually deep are comfortable even near the surface. I need to get one of them little fish hawk things that you can drop down that you can see the actual temperature gradient. Snow here in the plains of South Dakota last night, about 1 inch. Ah, dang, Army. Yeah, where I live, we've had snow. It snowed 3 times in Vaughan, but it only stayed, either overnight or, 8, 12 hours, and then it disappears. We do still have, in the mountaintops here, it's snowing and staying. It's cold enough to last. Being a weatherman or a politician are the 2 jobs you can lie and never get fired, right, Matt? It just drives me nuts, because that's what dictates where I can go. That's why we're here today. This isn't one of my top destination fisheries. I don't mind fishing Holter. It's usually windy as shit here, though. I always get caught in really rough, choppy water here. But today, for whatever reason, this was one of the lowest wind locations in my region. So that's why we're here. Kokanee salmon, 26.8, 7.85 pounds. Hauser Lake, so that's 1 water body up from here. Dang, I thought it was bigger than that. Huh. All right, we've had that guy dragging her behind here for a while. Let me bleed this so we can get it cleaned up and put in the cooler. Quit. Good God. Boat trying to wreck us here while I'm cleaning the fish. Damn it. Super shallow. Let's not do that. No, 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 no. No snaggy, no snaggy, no snaggy. Don't do it. Gonna be some good eating. First time I've seen you keep a fish. Oh, we do from time to time. That one's gonna go in the smoker. Hey Neil Bell, what's up, buddy? You ever smoked a pike? I never have. So all the fish, I don't smoke them myself. I have a buddy and his dad that smoke, and they hang them when they smoke. So you have a whole fish. I would never smoke a pike like that, because I like, again, you got to get rid of the slimy skin. You got to get rid of the dark meat, you know, on the bloodline, the lateral line. So pike, if you smoke them, I would smoke the fillets themselves, and they don't smoke like that. They don't lay things on a rack to smoke. They hang them. I would like to though. I bet pike would be freaking amazing smoked. My buddy made some rainbow trout the other night. I don't know what he did, but it tasted exactly like KFC chicken. Interesting. Okay, so we're buoys. I am marking crap all over here. Feel like we should hook up on something here. They're full of bones if you don't. They're really easy to fillet once you figure out how to get around the Y bones. But yeah, that would be another reason that smoking them, you know, whole fish like you do a trout would just be, it wouldn't be a good way to prepare them. You got to get the bones out. Smoked walleye is really good, I assume. If you deboned a pike, it would be great. Yeah, that's what I think they would be too. Franklin Vincent said hi, welcome to the stream. Looks beautiful. Isn't it gorgeous out here? This is Holter Lake, central Montana. We're just outside of Wolf Creek or Craig, Montana. Smoked trout is really good. Trout tends to be, it's a little, and then one of the reasons that I don't keep big ones usually, they tend to be a little bit gamier. A little more fishy tasting than a lot of the other fish, in my opinion. They're still good, they're just not one of my favorite. They're good smoked though. Smoking it kind of drowns out the strong fish flavor for me. But I much prefer walleye or pike, or even catfish. Channel cat's really good eating. From Sacramento, California. There we go. Fish on, fish on. Doesn't feel very big, but I think we got another, either a trout or a kokanee. And this is on our, again, our snap weight on the braided line. And this, ooh, just a little guy. Gotta get our snap weight off here. He's still on there? Are you a trout or are you... Man, he's little. Little rainbow. That's the smallest we've caught so far today. 40-pounder, I wish. Really pretty. Not nearly as vibrant as those last couple we pulled out. We're gonna let this guy go. All right. Get this baited back up. So that's 5 for 5 on that rig. Oh well, Davo, this is what I was gonna show. So this is the one we've been catching them on all day. So it's a cowbell. So it's a series of 4 blades with red beads on a steel leader. And then from there we have about 20, this one's probably closer to 36-inch leader, 25-pound fluorocarbon. And it's just 2 octopus hooks, 1/0, a bead, a wedding ring, 2 beads, a wedding ring, another bead, and then a smaller bead sitting right below our willow leaf silver blade. And then we tip this with maggot, Gulp maggots, and that has crayfish attractant I squirted in there. So real simple presentation. So just little itty bitty tip maggots, 1 on each hook. Yeah, I tied these up this morning, last night, while I was waiting to come out here. And what we've been doing is letting out about 30 foot of line. Oh, what the hell? Gross. Been squishing a worm around. Let out about 30 foot of line. And then we take our 2-ounce weight and we just clip it on. And that just helps bring us, for every ounce of weight you put on, gets you roughly 10 foot or so down in the water column. And then we just slowly let this out. So I'm 30 foot, my clipped on line weight, 2 ounces. And then I'm gonna let it out about another, anywhere from 70 to 100. The more line you let out, the deeper it's then gonna go. So we're at about 100 foot of line now. So we've let out 30, the weight, and then an additional 70, which puts us at a total of 100 foot of line out. And that should get us down to the 25 foot range, 30 foot range, somewhere in there. And we've been seeing a lot of fish in the 20 to 40 foot range is where a large majority of them have been marking. Ooh. Is that a fish or was that me? I think that was me. Can you talk without the cigarette in your mouth? I almost always got a cigarette hanging out of my mouth. Yeah, I make spinners like that, but I've never done the extra cowbells. I guess it looks like a school. Yeah, it's just meant to mimic a school of fish, but it's got the flash, which looks like fish schooling bait fish, but then it's also got a thump to it with those blades that go around. So not only is it a visual marker, but they pick it up on stained darker water like this. A lot of fish don't see real well for great distance, but they're lateral and they sense that vibration, the sound. So yeah, it's meant to mimic a school of bait fish. Some people say that the bigger the thump will also make fish think that there's a bigger fish chasing a school of fish. But yeah, it just basically acts as an attractant. And even if you're not getting bit on that particular line, it's oftentimes a good idea, if you can have, 2-3 pulls out, it's not a bad idea to throw one rig out like that, because it will attract and bring fish into your spread. Even if they don't bite on that one, oftentimes I will find that if I take that pole out of the water, especially when I'm trout and salmon fishing, that if I take out, the one that's got the real thump to it, that everything gets hit less. So it attracts to bring stuff in, even if they're not biting off it. In this particular case, they seem to be really liking this one today. That's, in fact, we might have a small one on there. I don't know, they do have quite a bit of drag, so there is a bit of a jolt to it, but that's been a little erratic. We might have some itty bitty dragging on there. Catch anything yet? Yeah, we've landed 5 rainbow trout and we've lost 4 fish on the other pole. This other pole over here is being a real disappointment today. In fact, we're marking some stuff real deep here. That's 60, 70 foot. 1 big fish, 2 big fish, 3 big fish, 4 big fish. We might let a little bit more line out on this guy to see if we can get it down a little deeper. Danny, this is Central Montana. This is Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. It's about 3,300 acres. It's on the Missouri River system. We're fishing in the basin on the north end of the reservoir, right upstream from the dam. Do you keep anything to take home and cook? We have one on the stringer right now that's bleeding out. About an 18-inch rainbow trout. Hey Paul, doing awesome. How are you today? Angela sent 100. Thank you, Angela. How you doing today? Check that rod. Yeah, we might have to in a second. It's acting funky. 100% agree. Some days when things are slow, walleye fishing, I'll drop a big ass silver spoon for a few minutes and back to the jig. Seems to attract even if they don't want the big spoon. Yeah, it's just, fish are curious, and I always thought they were until I started reviewing all the underwater camera footage that I've been taking. I never realized how often fish just come in to look. I mean, they're curious, and they're hungry. So even if they're not biting at it, you're bringing them into the spread, and that's why until you figure out what, is if you find something that they're just hitting on crazy, put it on every fucking pole, But if you haven't found one thing that's, really just taking it, have an array out there. If you can have 3-4 poles, put 3-4 different things out there, different presentations. And something like this, you'll end up finding that you bring that one in and nothing hits on anything, so you got to put that one back out, that it's literally just acting as the attractant. But I think this double wetting rig is, normally I would put a max flashlight, a spin blade, a smile blade on a worm harness like this. Most of mine are tied up like that. But this willow leaf blade at the top of it seems to be, I don't know if it's that or the dual wetting ring or what, but they really like this rig today. Topwater drone footy shows that well. I bet. Changing up never hurts sometimes, even when they're biting to get bigger fish. Oh, that's absolutely true, Paul. I'm doing good sitting here in my blind waiting on a buck. Oh, heck yeah. Oh, man, we came across such a nice herd well, first a herd of whitetail and then a herd of muleys today on the way to the lake. That last group that just before we crested over the hill to drop down into the lake, we ran into a herd of mule deer that had like 5 bucks in it. Like a spike, a few 2x2s, a 3x3, and then there was a real nice big 4x4 in there. A couple of 4x4s, because in fact on the other side of the road there was a real tall and skinny, real white horns. The other one was much wider and thicker. What kind of fish can you catch? Rainbow trout, kokanee salmon, walleye, northern pike, brown trout, cutthroat trout, brook trout, mountain whitefish, yellow perch. Yeah, I don't care for mule deer. Mule deer, we grow some real gnarly muley bucks out here in Montana, but of the deer that I've harvested, my least favorite to eat has been the mule deer. They tend to live in the higher elevations, so they're not, the whitetail around here are mostly, corn-fed, grain-fed. They're out in the farmers' fields eating good quality food. The mule deer tend to stay up in the higher elevations where there aren't as many farms, and they eat bullshit, sagebrush and scrub, and just ick. They're out here, fighting for a living, and yeah, I think we have something on here. I think it's just a baby. But with deer and animal in general that you harvest, they tend to taste like what they eat. And when you have a mule deer that eats primarily on sagebrush and crap like that, they're just a super, super gamey tasting. Whitetail, in my opinion, are much better to eat. But again, a lot of that has to do with what their food source is, where you're catching them. Yeah, I don't feel anything on there. I don't know what it is. Fishing for live, hello chat mods. Rod, hope you had a great day. What lake fishing in? We're at Holter Lake. Been watching Real Deal Clearwater charters all day since 6 o'clock this morning. King mackerel tournament. Oh, nice. That sounds fun. I've never caught one of those. You'd love to do a whitetail hunt, SoCal says. Is this your first stream since Flathead? No, we did one last weekend, Matt Erickson, at Canyon Ferry, 2 reservoirs up from here. We got completely skunked. We didn't even have a bite all day. Whitetail's all we have unless we go way far south. Eddie Dila says hi. Welcome, Eddie. Yeah, we have the mule and the whitetail, and they're kind of all over the place, but again, the mule deer tend to be in the higher elevations. They don't come down into the lower elevations until it starts cooling off. So this time of the year, they start spreading out. You'll find them in much lower elevations. Trolling hoochies for the cocaine salmon. We do have, so on the pole behind me, no, I take that back. We lost our damn hoochie. That's what we got bit off by a pike. So we are no longer running a hoochie. The pike ate our hoochie. We're running a Phoebe trout spoon over on this one, silver and white, behind a cowbell troll on lead core line. We're about 4 colors out on this guy. On this side, we're running a bigger cowbell in hammered brass, red beads, and a worm harness rig that I tied up, a double wedding rig with a silver willow blade. And it has been our clear winner so far of the day. We've had 5 bites and landed 5 fish. On our other pole that we've ran through 3 different setups now, we've had 4 bites and lost all 4, including one being bitten off by fatty lunker pike, big bully. Sophie, welcome to the stream. How are you today, Sophie? My dumbass seen 3 bull moose this fall and didn't have a tag or a rifle, each time crying. We have moose here. You don't run into them very often unless you're out, you know, in the deep wilderness. Mooses, they're big, beautiful, majestic animals. They have really cool, you know, horns, but every time I've tried moose, it was terrible. Tough, super gamey. Enzo Music said hi, welcome to the stream. Fishy, we throw hoochies with dyed shoe peg corn with a wedding ring. Okay, yeah, that was really similar to what I tied up. So it was a worm harness rig with a pink and white hoochie, 2 bright silver beads, and then in front of it, I forget what the hell they're called. They're little plastic spinners. It's like a smile blade but bigger. Thick plastic, more like a, I don't know how to describe it, just thicker, actual structured plastic rather than a flimsy little blade. Yeah, that one we ran for 20 minutes and then it got bit off. That was one of the ones that I tied up last night too. So both the rigs that I tied up with last night worked. Just one worked for pike and we lost it. Fucker bit off 25-pound test. Matt, yeah, we do have mountain goats. We have the bighorn sheep. Yeah, Montana has a wide variety of crazy wildlife. Rod, love your commentation. You're awesome for communicating with your chat. Everyone loves that. Oh, thanks, Fishy. I'm just trying to share my knowledge and make conversation, but I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Good luck out there. Thanks, Odin. How about them Buckeyes? So weird around here. The best meat you can get is moose meat. So tender and tasty. Really? I mean, all I've tried, though, when I used to work at the game processing plant, all we'd ever get in was, you know, big bull moose. And maybe it's because people were, you know, just trophy hunting. The bigger, you know, males tend to be not the best to eat for any of the species, in my opinion. But I've never tried, you know, like a calf moose. Dejan, yeah, I remember you. Have you tried bucktail flies? Not yet today, Jaws. No, we haven't. Did you catch any fish? Sophie, yeah, we've caught 5 so far. We've caught 5 rainbow and we've lost 4 other bites. So we've been having a pretty busy morning. Good morning. I live in Montana. I find that at the lake you're on, the willow leaves cowbell pattern works the best in hammered silver with diamond flash pattern. Oh, thanks for the tip, Creamy. Yeah, we're running, I don't have a hammered silver. I have hammered bronze. And that's what it's been hitting on all day today. The silver that we have on the opposite side is more rainbow pattern, rainbow trout, blues and pinks. And we've had one hit on that cowbell so far. But yeah, I'll have to try and get a hammered silver. Thanks for the tip, Creamy. Always nice to see a fellow Montanan. Hit that sub button. Come back and fish with me sometime. I love hanging out with local Montanans and sharing knowledge. So many people around this state are so tight-lipped about everything. Nobody wants to share their secrets. I come out here and stream and I want to teach people how I catch fish. You know, my methods may work, they may not. But if I have knowledge and I can share it, I try to. So thanks for the tip. Would love to see you in some future streams. Yeah, so I've tried the mountain goat. I've tried the bighorn sheep. Again, they tend to be tough, gamey. They live rough lives. I mean, they're up there, you know, fighting for survival, and they're gamey. They're tough. Not great eating. Deja, it's in my truck. Oop. There we go. Is he still on there? All right, there we go. We're hooked up on something on the trout spoon. What do you think? Maybe a trout? You never know, though. Right over here is where we got bit off by the pike the last time. This definitely doesn't feel like a pike, though. Whatever it is, it's small. Probably another trout. Could be walleye, though. We're really close. This kind of a mud flat over here. Ah, shit. We are tangled. It wasn't no fish. It was a tangle. How the hell? All right, you guys. Give me a sec here. I hate tangly lead core line. How bad is it? Doesn't look too bad. I don't know if that looked like a fish. I think the fish got us tangled and then got off. Because we weren't doing anything real crazy there. Okay, this doesn't look too bad. I say that now. Famous last words. All right, give me a sec here. Twisty, twisty. All right, we're gonna unhook you for a second here, buddy. Pull this through. There we go. Oh, tangles are fun. Yeah, that had to have been a fish. We got into our other line when I made a slight turn there and was trying to get it over to the net side of the boat. Okay, we're down to the last little part of the tangle here, it looks like. All right, now hopefully we didn't just drop that on the bottom and snag it. right, now the moment of truth. Are we gonna drag her off the bottom, or is she gonna snag up? Hell. All right. Good Lord. Cafes, her loaf, key fire, BRB. Okay, Sophie, how deep are you fishing? 50-foot bottom right now. Now I'm gonna have to bring this one in. I think we got some crap on it. 50-foot bottom running, one pole. Our lure is probably about 25 to 30 foot deep, and the other one is closer to 15, maybe 20. Hey, crazy bros. No beer for Rod, only Mountain Dew. Yeah, no beer while we're out here driving the boat, unfortunately. One self-tangled mess. SoCal. We unmessed it, all right? All right, so that's 5 for 5 we've lost on that pole. We're 5 for 5 caught on this guy, 5 for 5 lost on that one. Why is it always like that? Why? I swear, every time I get in the boat and troll, there's just one pole that's on fire. And the other pole is like, meh. You either lose everything or you just don't get bit on it. Hey, Dave. What the fuck are you what the fucking about? Again in the truck? Yeah, that's what I haul the boat with. What do you mean again in the truck? Oh, am I gonna sleep in the truck? No. No, this spot's way closer to my house. We're like an hour from where I live right now. Easily drivable. Lucky Rod, yeah. Any luck, looks awesome to go fishing. B. Chris, welcome to the stream. Yeah, we've had decent luck so far. We've landed 5 rainbows. We've lost 5. So we're at a 50% catch ratio right now. So that's not great, but we've had 10 fish on the line so far today in 3 hours. So we're doing pretty good. Is it illegal to have beer or 2 in the boat? Yeah, so it's basically the same as when you're driving a car, except there are, from what I understand, and I could be wrong, don't quote me on this, but I don't think there are the same open container laws on a boat that there are in a car. Like in a car, nobody in the car can be drinking. On a boat, you can have passengers on the boat drinking. You yourself driving the boat are still required to not be intoxicated because you're operating a vehicle. But yeah, it's not quite as strict. Yeah, I imagine that differs depending on state, province. Every state's different. Yeah, I love to crack a beer open on the boat and relax, but that's only if I'm on somebody else's boat. If I'm driving the boat and I'm driving to and from, I don't drink while I'm out. We'll blow the fish whistle a time or two, but we don't get into the booze. Zero tolerance, Manitoba, I can have one or two as long as I don't blow over. Yeah, so I think that's here. I've never heard of anybody getting, you know, an open container or a DUI while driving a boat unless the driver of the boat was, you know, blew beyond the legal limit. Catching 5 on one rod and losing 5. Oh, yeah. That's just how it goes some days, Dave. It's like a chemtrail in the sky. Yeah, we have, there's some jets that are up there. So a lot of people don't know this. Montana being one of the largest states and the least densely populated states, we have some of the largest Air Force bases in the nation. So our skies are commonly lit up with all sorts of military aircraft. And yeah, so you have multiple jet streams that are back there. You have 2 active jets up there right now, it looks like, flying. And then some of their older trails you can see. Yeah, yes, the casting rod is still in the truck. SoCal reminded me when we were at the boat launch, but I was 2 minutes, I was running out of time to start the stream, and then I took off from the boat launch before I remembered to go back to the truck and grab them. It's all right, though. We're just a hop, skip, and a jump from the boat launch if we decide we want to do some casting. Still trying to hook into our Kokanee. It's not legal to drink a beer while operating a boat in all 50 states. This is known as boating under the influence. Okay, so the captain of the boat can't drink. But here in Montana, I don't think they have an open container law on the boat. Passengers can drink. I think. Again, I'm not law enforcement. I'm not a lawyer. I just play one on TV. All right. Fish whistle engaged. Sorry, dying in the mic over here. Love to see a salmon. Yeah, Jaws, that's what we're trying to pull out here. I don't think we punched through the rainbow. I think we're gonna have to go a little bit deeper to get past the rainbow trout layer. What time is it? 12:26. So we have 5 hours. Let's say we'll run one more pass, and if we don't hook up on one of these poles, we'll throw a downrigger on, and we'll see if we can get down to that 60-80 foot mark and maybe maybe pull one of these bigger fish that are marking down there. The rainbow trout tend to stay higher in the water column. But to be honest, they're not a super temperature sensitive fish like the kokanee are. Kokanee have a they're like a lake trout. Salmon, I think, in general are like that. They have a preferred temperature range that they just kind of hover in. Right now, though, even at the surface temperature, it's cool enough to be comfortable for kokanee. So they should be kind of spread out in the water column. We're kind of coming off of a weird fishing time. You know, this time of the year in the fall, the bite tends to get better, but it gets worse before it gets better. You have that period where they call it, and I was reading, El Dabo was explaining, or talking about it one of my last streams, so I started reading about it, and they call it the turnover. And it's at a certain point in time in water bodies that form a thermocline, the temperature at the surface of the water starts getting cool enough that it causes a turnover, and everything just kind of churns and mixes together. So you don't have stratification in the water body, in the water columns anymore. During the summer months, oftentimes you'll have, there's 3 layers. Your bottom layer is super cold water, super oxygen, unoxygenated water. So it's cool and there's very little oxygen and it doesn't support very much life. And then you have the middle column that a lot of the fish will hang out in. And that's your thermocline. And then the upper layer tends to be highly oxygenated. There's a lot of food source, so that's where a lot of the fish will come to feed. But then they, like the kokanee, they drop back down into the cooler water because it's more comfortable for them. And I think we've just gone through the turnover, and during that time when the lake turns over, where the stratification disappears, everything just kind of mixes. It kind of puts fish into shock, from what I read and understand. They don't feed well for a period of time, and I think the last couple of weeks that we've been out, a lot of the water bodies around here, I think it was hitting that point to where the turnover is happening and everything's just churning, and it just kind of turns the bite off. And we might be coming out of that now. Next time, casting rod with a spoon. I'll do that just for you, Deja. What did you catch until now? Chess, we've caught 5 rainbow trout so far. Is that a tower or a crane in the mountains? Which direction were we pointed? There's telephone poles with electrical wire. I don't see a tower or a crane. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Casting rod and jerkbait. What time were you out this morning? I was planning on getting here at 7 a.m., first light. I fell asleep. I didn't get out here till 8:30. We didn't get in the water till 9. Stream started at 9. So it's been we've been on the water for 3 hours, 3.5 hours. No, I should have been out here first light. Like when that light is just cracking over the horizon here is a real good time for the walleye bite, as well as just in general, this water body. If I can hit this at the ass crack of dawn, I get bit the crap until the light comes out, and then the bite slows down. But we missed that by 2 hours today. First light here, I think, was right around 7 a.m. All right, we're right back at the dam again. So it gets a little shallower right by the dam here, 40, 50 foot. The basin is like 80 to 120 foot. But I've been marking a whole bunch of fish. We've caught 2 of the 5 fish right here on the dam line. Right on the dam line. That's where we caught them. Here, fishy, fishy, fishy. So we're probably 100 yards or so away from the dam buoys. And there's a lot of undulation in the terrain here. There's kind of some underground, there's some mounds here, some little dips and valleys. Like we just came over, there's a hump right here that we just came over that was about 35 foot depth. And now we're coming into, it drops down into a 70 and crawling deeper basin. And then it goes into a little bit of a flat. I think it gets down to about 90 foot up here, and a little bit ahead of us. It's not light till 9 and dark by 4:45 now. Days are starting to get shorter too. Yeah, Eldabo, it's drives me crazy. I hate ending a fishing day at 5 o'clock. It's too early. Toss on a 30-foot diver. Creamy, so that's how I would typically, oh, you mean a Dipsy Diver? In front of the troll? I assume that's what you mean. I forgot you're local from here. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of busting out, was one of my Dipsies to throw in front of one of these trolls just to get us down. We're marking, there's some big stuff, 60, 70, 80 foot. They're marking all over in the water column, but the big stuff I'm seeing quite deep. Zelance Wolfsbane sent 100. Thank you, appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Zelance. I'm probably butchering that. Yeah, we could. This other pole ain't doing a whole lot over here. Let's switch her up a little bit. Gonna listen in the background, got some work to do. All right, Eldabo, we'll be here, buddy. See if we can wrench in a hog here. Wow, that's a really shallow hump. That's 20 foot. No whammy, no whammy. Come on. Ooh, there's some big fish sitting right off the edge of that. Let's not snag our shit though. Come on. Why do I always forget that shallow hump is there? Good Lord. Rapala works too, blue and silver or fire tiger. For the trout or the salmon? Yeah, I rarely ever, other than brown trout, I rarely catch trout off of cranks. Blue and silver or fire tiger. Trout and salmon off of cranks, really? Huh. Well, I did pick up, and I've been meaning to try those out. How small of a crank? What size are you talking? Man. Shad style, minnow style, Rapala, however you want to say it. Keep watching videos that are like, the comments like, I stopped watching in the first 10 seconds because he said Rapala. Like, who cares, man? Rapala, whatever you want to call it. I was looking for, 20 to 30 foot diver, 2022 pattern. Are you meaning on a Dipsy Diver or like legit a deep diving crankbait? I mean, are you talking about like a Berkeley dredger, something that goes down to 20, 30 foot by itself unassisted? So I have that. That's what I would normally fish for pike. In fact, we could do that. I haven't tried my Berkeley dredger in Fire Tiger yet. We got a 25.5 foot Berkeley dredger, Fire Tiger. That's normally my go-to for pike in perch pattern, but I don't think that's gonna get bit. Trout, really? I don't know, we could try it. I was thinking more along the lines of like Rapala original floater, you know, on a Dipsy Diver. Thin body? Okay, so minnow pattern. You know what we could do? So the Storm makes a Thunderstick Junior, or Thunderstick Deep Junior. That one's a Rainbow Trout pattern. I haven't tried those yet. Thin body, but that's minnow style. Are there walleye? Yeah, there's walleye in here. Rainbow Trout, Kokanee salmon, all sorts of stuff. But I mean, I have I got Rapala flicker shads. I have all sorts of Rapalas. Just a flicker shad doesn't go 20 to 30 foot. Justin Hill. Rapala makes a Dives 2 model, which I have a handful of. But again, the deep divers, they're big. They're not, I mean, they're not little lures. Even this is a 10 to 12 foot diver. I'll still have to put that on a Dipsy Diver or a snap weight to get it down to depth. Needs action too. Oh, these have a really cool action. They got a nice wide bobble on them. $80-foot big old fish. All right, let's. All right, so we're gonna throw a clip weight on this guy as well. Try and get it down to depth. All right. All right, so we threw that Thunderstick Junior on there along with a 2-pound clip weight, and it's on the leaded line, which I hate to snap the clip weight to leaded line, but I did. We should be down in the 30 plus range with that Thunderstick Deep Junior. Guessing the pike there are eating trout. I'm sure that the trout, perch, whatever they can get their hands on, there's all sorts of forage here. Anything with a shake weight? Shake weight. I don't know what you're referring to. Kevin, are you actually going to do anything? We're fishing, Kevin. We're trolling right now. We're moving at about 2 miles an hour, which is a little fast for a Kokanee troll, but that's neutral right now. We got a little bit of a wind at our back. Yeah, Creamy, can you tell me a specific product? What the hell's a shake weight? In the Rapala, shake weight. Oh, you just like a rattle. Yeah, I have some with rattles in it. I mean, so that makes sense. You're looking for something with some vibration, some noise. Hell, what did I do with my smokes? Yeah, let me poke through the tackle box here. I think we can find something that... What is this, a rip and wrap? Ugh. Like a lipless crank with weights, a shake in it. Is that what you're referring to? Jaws, that's as slow as my boat goes. Hey, we're trolling with, you said the fish may be slow, gotta wake them up. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, we could try a lipless crank or something like that. Got some shake in it, some color, some pizzazz. Deja, no, in this particular water body, there's no bass. Canyon Ferry, where we fished last weekend, has smallmouth bass, which you would think there would be some in here too, but apparently they don't travel, because Canyon Ferry's 2 reservoirs upstream. Apparently they don't go through the dam. I don't know. Maybe they're in here. I've never seen or heard of anybody catch one, but they're definitely in the reservoir, up 2 reservoirs from here. SoCal, it depends on, it uses about 2 to 3 gigabytes per hour. It's a lot. I do 3/4 ounce weights with watermelon power, watermelon pattern tube jigs as well for casting. Okay. Hope your luck changes soon. Oh, we're doing pretty good, Jaws. It just, since you got here, we haven't really caught much, but we've caught 5 fish so far. We're not doing bad. Yeah, no, SoCal, unless you're using it once, maybe twice a month, you know, for relatively short streams, the unlimited plan you would go through. But so it's 50 bucks a month for 50, it's basically $1 a gig. So if you're planning on using over 185 gig for a month, you're better off just on the unlimited. If you plan on using less than 185 gig, so again, you would just figure it at the max, you know, 3 gig per hour. If you're going to do less than that in the month, stay on the $50 plan, and then you just pay the $1 per gig overage. The biggest fish is a 600-pound blue marlin. Wow. Yeah, we don't. I've never been deep sea fishing like that before. That's crazy. That's such a big fish. All right, it's time for a fish. Let's do this. And I'm still just marking off some new spots on my map. There's a couple of areas over here I haven't mapped. I've never been freshwater fishing. Can you teach me? I've only been saltwater fishing. Deja, I would imagine it's a lot like saltwater fishing. I mean, a lot of the rigging that I'm using right here would translate well into ocean, just bigger. I mean, you're just have to take into consideration you're not fishing for 600-pound potential fish. You're fishing for, you know, you might get on an amazing day, you know, a 20 or a 30-pound fish, not 600 pounds. So we're using lighter gear than you would use in the ocean, but a lot of the same techniques and rigging still applies. Especially when it comes to trolling. She's approved the 50 gig plan. Unless I can get membership and super chat to cover the unlimited plan. Yeah, 50 gig would give you one stream. You'd get one solid, you know, if you were doing like a marathon stream. Again, that's 10 hours at 3 gig, that's 30 gig. So you'd still have 20 gig left over. $36 hours? No, what am I saying here? 16 hours. So you can get 2 solid days of streaming out of it. It wouldn't work for a month, you know, if you're planning on doing a bunch of 4 or 8 hour streams, but it would get you out a couple of times a month for, you know, 2 solid 8 hour streams. Steven, so far we've caught 5 rainbow trout. We've been trying to get the Kokanee to bite. They're not coming out to play yet. Yeah, normally the wedding ring setups here work well for the Kokanee in the past. You just got to get them to the right depth. What about lures? Any different? Just smaller. In fact, it depends on the species you're targeting. I mean, I like to target here in Montana usually larger predatory fish, northern pike, walleye. And a lot of stuff you'd be fishing in the ocean, a pike or a walleye would bite off of. And you may not necessarily even need to downsize it much. They're highly voracious predators. Trout, salmon tend to be, they're not quite as aggressive. Certain species of trout can be. Lake trout, you know, brown trout, are more aggressive. They'll go after, you know, bigger crankbaits and things like that. But rainbows and kokanee, I've never really had them. I mean, which is interesting because Creamy here is saying that they're getting trout and kokanee to bite off of cranks here. I've never really got a crank bite for either of those here. I catch walleye here off of those. I've hooked into, you know, some pike off a crankbait. But you have to do a little bit of research about the species you're targeting. Kokanee, shoe-peg corn, or you know, gulp maggots tend to work real well, or little tidbits of nightcrawler. You know, so it's certain little things. But I would say, I mean, if you do salt fish, if you have, you know, some salt gear that's on the smaller sides, a smaller pole, a smaller reel, you could probably take that and put that in, you know, a freshwater body and troll with it, and you'd be perfectly fine. Might be a little overkill, but you'll still catch a lot of different fish. I mean, some of the lures that I use here for pike in particular, pike and tiger muskie, I purposefully look and buy saltwater lures. They're bigger, they're flashier, they're obnoxious, and predator fish like that shit. Doesn't matter whether they're saltwater or freshwater. So like a Berkeley Magic Swimmer is one of my go-tos for pike when I'm casting for bigger ones. They just have such a unique action to them. But they're big, you know, they're 9-inch big old swim baits. In fact, I have some that are 12 and 13-inch. Time of the day matters. Yeah, Creamy, early morning and later evening. In fact, more so later evening. I think for me in the past, I've had better kokanee bite. We were kind of off the fish there for a little bit. I'm starting to see a few, 20 to 40 foot again. UK pike record here is 52 pounds. That's a behemoth. The biggest pike I've ever caught was 22.5 pounds. So half that size. What do you hate the most about fishing? Going home? I mean, that's what I hate the most about fishing. Other than that, the price of lures is just absurd for so much stuff. I spend so much goddamn money trying to have, you know, a decent selection of lures. They're just egregiously expensive. I think that's my least favorite part of fishing. You don't need it though. I mean, to be honest, you can fish very basic setups and still catch quite a lot of fish. I'm your typical fisherman though. I get caught by the lures. The bait makers are catching me just like I'm trying to catch the fish. It's in a video game and they're very picky. I haven't found them to be incredibly picky. I just normally when I fish here, I don't fish deep enough for them. They tend to be, the times of the year that I fish this water body, is oftentimes when they would be done. They're looking for that, you know, 48 degree, 50 degree, 52 maybe, 54. They're looking for that colder band of water. And oftentimes in a water body like this during the summer, you know, that's 60, 80, that's down at the bottom, you know, it's deep. Our surface temperatures are, you know, 70, 75. It gets warm. And I'm not fishing deep enough to touch them. This time of the year though, they should be spread all through the water column. Our surface temperature is, you know, at the high end of what's comfortable for them. A lot of them that I've caught here in the past were just bycatches when I was specifically targeting rainbow trout. Because they come up from, you know, that cooler temperature into the warmer water because that's where a lot of the food is. But they don't stay up there long. They dip back down into their zone. Why not buy blanks and paint them yourself? You could. Well, there's just, I mean, you end up with a lot of different baits, or like crankbaits, for example. They have just very different movements, and you can run. So, like I have the Reef Runner 800 versus the Bandit Walleye Deep. You hold those two lures next to each other and they are almost an identical form factor. You know, like 95% the same. But they have just slight variations to them. And you can run them side by side one day and, you know, one day it'll bite the Berkeley, or the Walleye Deep all day long and it won't touch the Reef Runner. But the next day it might eat only the Reef Runner, but it won't touch the other one. And it's just the slight variation. Some of them have, you know, a wider wobble to them. Some of them have a tighter wobble to them. Some of them have kind of a wander to them while they wobble. So they're not just nose fixed in one position and rattling back and forth. They're, you know, wobbling, meandering back and forth as they wobble. So you end up with just what look like 10 of the same lure, but they all just have different cadence to them, you know, different attributes that fish will either love or hate. And that's what I run into, is I end up finding something that works real well, so then I buy 2-3 of them, but then I see another brand maker that makes something really similar, so I buy one of them to try it. And then for whatever reason, that one outfishes the other one, you know, by tenfold. So I buy, you know, 2 or 3 of those. It's a never-ending cycle of more. Your home lake is Snag City? Yeah, I try to stay out of the snags. I'm usually pretty good. Never caught a fish on lures, only on baits. Okay. Yeah, see, here in Montana, in central Montana, live bait isn't allowed in almost all the water bodies. you have to fish with lures unless you're using, you know, worms or leeches or crayfish. Those they'll allow you to fish them live, but everything else is artificial. All right, so we're gonna, the wind is nice. We've kind of beat to death this area right now. I'm gonna head up the coast. Let's head up towards Log Gulch, which is the next boat ramp up here. And I wanna kind of hug. We're gonna hit this point up here that I use, hooks up real well for me sometimes. And then I'm gonna cut across to the eastern bank over here, and we're gonna fish a ledge on that side. We're gonna move around a little bit. We've got our skunk off. Let's go find some walleye or some kokanee. We've been running patterns over here for long enough. Fish love the snags. Hope everyone's doing well. MHG doing wonderful. Hope you are as well. It's worth making jigs, but I find cranks are equally expensive, plus labor to make. Yeah, I've never made either, really. I tie worm harnesses. That's as fancy as I get. But I don't jig as much as a lot of other people. I love to troll. I really do. Early season and sometimes in the fall, more when I'm bank fishing, I'll jig. When I'm in a boat, I like to troll. Again, if I had spot lock or, you know, some means of trolling super slow, I would absolutely do more jigging. It's just too much of a pain in the ass how I fish right now. But you're right, Dave, they do. Anywhere where there's snaggy crap, the fish tend to love it. They hang out there. You gotta fish by the snags to catch them sometimes. I look for the wind direction on a lake and try the area where the wind blows to. Yeah, the wind-blown banks can be good. Sometimes you're looking for the opposite, you know, the sheltered bank where if wind's been blowing in a direction, like take today for example, the wind at this particular location has been blowing south or from the south, south by southeast, south by southwest for days now. So it's coming from south, it's going north. If your fish, the fish will get blown to the northern shores during that wind, but a lot of them try to take shelter, so they'll find the southern ends of coves to where they can, same place like if me, I'm fishing, I don't want to be in that bucking wave water. I dip into coves where I have southern, you know, a southern bank or, you know, hill that blocks that wind from blowing on me. That water tends to be calmer. And after days of the wind blowing, oftentimes if you look in those places where essentially where shelter would be, a lot of bait and fish move up into those areas. But yeah, you're right. When that wind does blow, oftentimes the wind-blown shore can have bait fish get blown up there. They're not able to fight through the current like a lot of the bigger fish are. Yeah, I have some glide bait. It's not something I would typically fish for trout, though. Dead bait, yeah, you can, so if you hit type dot baits, there's like a list of 10 different fish that can be used as dead bait, cut bait here. In the past, I've tried trolling dead bait. I've never had great luck with it. I've never really known how to troll it well, though. I recently found, I forget what the hell they're called. I forget what the hell they're called. Skull clamp, skull head, something or other. They're basically like a crankbait bill, a little plastic. Think of it like a helmet for a dead fish. You're basically putting it over the nose of the fish. It creates a crankbait lip on it, and then you peg it through the side of it, and it clips through the dead fish. So you can run, you know, a dead bait like a crankbait, troll it. It helps keep it, you know, nose down rather than just. That's the problem that I found when I try to troll with, or you know, drag dead bait. You just end up in a spiral, just around, and it doesn't fish well. But I found these things. I haven't tried them yet. I got a whole slew of them from the small, medium, large, and extra large. I spent like $50 getting like every different size and 2 or 3 of them. I think they work real well. Peace, RW, drops 5 bones. Been watching, always a great live. Appreciate the super chat there, Peace. Glad you're enjoying the stream. Thanks for coming and hanging out and fishing with us. We're out here. We haven't been live as much these last few weeks, you know, over a month now. Winter has set in here in Montana. We get really windy here during fall and winter months. So it's just limited my ability to come out here on the water, but we do try and stream as often as possible, and I'm glad you guys come and hang out, and I hope you're enjoying yourself. We fish all sorts of different waters, from you know, lakes to reservoirs to rivers, ponds. On this channel, we don't care. If it's got fish in it, we'll drop a line in, we'll see if we can get one. I tend to prefer to fish for, you know, northern pike, walleye, bigger, more aggressive species, but I'm not picky. We fish for all sorts of different things. Today we're on the Rainbow and the Kokanee. We did lake trout fishing a few weeks ago. We pond fish for, you know, the little sunfish and stuff. Largemouth bass, we go catfishing, sturgeon fishing, all sorts of stuff. Stinky bait, no thanks. Lures work perfectly. I almost caught my new PB, but my friend scared the fish because he threw his bait in right next to me. Ah, that's a shame, Deja. All I ever use for walleye is chartreuse jig and a minnow. Never anything else. Maybe worm harness, rarely. Yeah, so El Dabo, that's, there's the guy that works at the local North 40. I always talk, I've never asked his name. I never remember to ask his name, but I talk to him every time I go in there. He's a walleye fisherman, and that's basically what he was saying, is he fishes a jig and a minnow. He uses plastics, though, I think, like a little paddle tail. And he said that's what he fishes, you know, 99% of the time. Loving this stream, just need some more fish. Yeah, Jaws, the bite, that happens like that sometimes. Some days the fish just kind of turn off for a little while. That's why we're moving spots, we're adjusting. In fact, this is one of the biggest bait balls we've come across here today. This guy looks nice. She's nice. Let me mark that. We'll grab the camera and show you guys what I'm talking about. We're fishing pretty deep bottom right now, but that's 40 to 60 foot, just a cluster of bait fish. So they're in here. I haven't seen any big clusters like that in the basin, so we're moving into some different area. But we're coming. Oops. We're coming up this south bank here. We've been kind of fishing in this cove back here all day. The dam is down there. We're just kind of in the deep basin area right around the dam. That's where we've been fishing. So we're now moving south down the reservoir. or up the reservoir, I should say, along the western bank here. There's a rocky point up here. So right there. That rocky point has been good for me in the past. As long as you don't get snagged, you can't go in too close to it because there's a hump right next to it. But I've had good luck rolling patterns back and forth across that. But once we get to that, we're then going to cut all the way across to the eastern shore over here. And I want to run the bank line up towards Log Gulch. What's up, Togro? Are those crappie? I don't think there's any crappie in here. Not that I'm aware of. Those are almost certainly perch or probably perch. It could be a variety of different things, though. I think whitefish is they don't get real big in here, from what I understand, but there are large schools of them. It's a big food supply in here. I don't know what else. I know we have chub in here. I don't know what else it might be. Must be why the fire tiger pattern works. Could be. Grab bonefish hits, right? We did lose one today to that. That happens. I'm gonna plug this back in before I forget. Come on, fishy, fishy. Is it worth doing another pass over that shoal? I mean, I could stay down here and run patterns over this same area all day long and probably catch fish. We're poking a little over here. My plan was to I spent longer down here than I had planned on. I wanted to hit 3 different places today. I wanted to hit the north shore here at the dam, the basin area, and then I wanted to do some passes over by Log Gulch, and then I wanted to go, there's some slightly shallower basin upstream, like where it comes back into the Missouri River rather than the reservoir. And I think the Kokanee are probably holding in areas over there. We might have better luck over there. It's just it's about 4 miles or so. It might take us an hour or more of trolling to get over there. What's up, Peace? What kind of engine you trolling with? It's just my main outboard. It's a 1984 Johnson Evinrude 75 horsepower 2-stroke with a jet foot conversion. It's a big old hog. I don't have an electric trolling motor, so we troll with what's on the boat. My dark thoughts are telling me to jump in the water. Good thing I'm not there. You would freeze your ass off, man. It is under 50 degrees. You'd go to hypothermia in minutes. Yeah, the weather has just calmed way down. It was a bit choppy this morning, but I think from here on out it's supposed to be fairly chill. I say that and the gusts are gonna pick up and beat the crap out of me, but I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be fairly calm from here until sundown. Gonna take a rip to the few surrounding lakes to see what's froze overnight. Hopefully catch you later. All right, El Dabo. God, that's crazy that they're freezing there already. I am glad I am not there, my friend. Water here was 38 a few days ago. One lake was frozen yesterday. Good God, man. Yeah, that's crazy how much colder it is there than Montana. I'm used to being the cold kid on the block. It's always colder here in Montana than everywhere else. But you're now the got even colder, crappier weather. But good luck. Stay warm, stay safe. Don't go swimming in frozen water. Not a chance in hell, Daniel. I am not jumping in the water. All right, what was I gonna do? We need... All right, so we're just coming up on that point where I said I've had good luck in the past. We will see if anything seems to be home. Just putting your fingers in the water for a second is bone-chilling pain. Oh, I know. When it gets to that point where it hurts to touch it. But it's not like the pain goes away when you take it out because you're surrounded by air that's even colder. Okay, thanks for stopping by, El Dabo. We'll see you in a bit if you swing back. Hope you find some spots. Nope. Not gonna happen. No swimming. We're here to fish, not to swim. Alright, 122. We're going to swap out a different crank on this other line here in a few minutes. You're just going to burn one and roll around? Alright. Well, good luck scoping. What's the average temperature for trout water? The rainbow trout aren't super temperature sensitive from what I understand and from my experience in catching them. They're kind of all over in the water column, and they tend to be more shallow than deep when I've caught them, whereas the kokanee tend to be deeper in the water column. Usually I start pulling them, 20, 40 plus foot deep. Brown trout, I haven't caught as many of them. Normally I catch more of them out of rivers than I do lakes. But the ones that I have caught were, again, kind of more in the shallower of the water, sub 20 foot. Which again makes me feel like they're probably not as temperature sensitive as a kokanee. Lake trout are more like kokanee. They have they want 48 degree, 52 degree water, which puts them most of the time of the year much deeper in the water column. Jaws, not at this particular water body. We fished a few weeks ago at Flathead Lake in western Montana, northwestern Montana. And we caught a couple of lake trout over there. There is one water body in central Montana that I know of that has lake trout. I've never caught one out of there, but they are in there. It's Tiber Reservoir, Lake Elwell. I get my butt kicked every time I fish there, though. Well, we went over my spot and we didn't get hooked up on, or didn't hook up on anything, I should say. So we're gonna head out to a deeper water over here and run up towards Log Gulch. SoCal have spoke about your bass stories on other lives. Yeah, he catches some really nice bass over there on some crazy things. Bass on bread balls. Who would have known? You tend to find some bigger grade fish here. Oh yeah, you have way bigger bass over there than we get around here in central Montana, at least. Seems a bit more sunny today than last time. Yeah, last weekend when we fished from Canyon Ferry, it was quite overcast and much choppier. This morning it was real choppy here. We had probably 1 to 1.5 foot chop. It's really calmed down. Our just a nice steady breeze. We're probably 5 miles, 6 miles an hour. The bigger gusts that were causing the swells, I think, have kind of faded. There isn't any Mountain Dew in my country. How does it taste? Do you have Sprite or oh, what's another one? It's like if you have Sprite, it's like a sweet Sprite, slightly less fizz. SoCal can't wait to see that crazy average bass there, 10 pounds. Hey, good luck. I have an experimental policy where I leave and you get a bite. I'm headed to lunch. All right, Creamy. That's the way it works sometimes. But thanks for stopping and hanging out. Hit that sub button. Come back. Again, great to share knowledge with locals. Would love to see you in another one of my streams. Hey, maybe even see you out on the water sometime. Like a carbonated green Gatorade? Way sweeter. Enjoy your lunch. Yeah, I don't know. It's like a sweet Sprite with less fizz, slightly less carbonation. Another is, I haven't drank it in years. Another one that's similar is called Mellow Yellow. I don't know if that's even still a thing, or maybe if it is in your country. That's another one that it's comparative to. metal spoon. We ran a spoon for about an hour. We got one bite off of it, but we lost the fish. Surge, yeah, kind of like surge. I had to stay 2 more minutes to see if it tricked him. Yeah, we could try. That's one thing we haven't tried today that I was gonna run for the Kokanee was a Dodger spoon combo. Something like damn it. I don't know. See, as soon as I threaten to take something out of the water, there we go again. So again, this is back in the basin. Hooked up, creamy. Here's your fish. You tricked him. So this is number 6 on this pole. Let's see if we can keep our perfect record. No, it's not a snag. We got a fish. Nothing super big. Feels like another rainbow. If it were a salmon, it would almost certainly be breaking water right now. Flipping out, jumping, making runs. I think we have another small eater-sized salmon, or excuse me, rainbow. We gotta take our clip weight off here. Oh, quit. Dang it. Dang it. Stay on there. Slow and steady. Oh, another pretty one. Very bright colors. Oh, stay on there. Oh! Shit! Well, we lost her at the net, dang it. Oh, I don't know how that happened. That is a damn shame. That was a beautiful one. That looked like it was just about the size of the biggest one we caught today. Dark colors on it. Had it halfway in the net. She shook the hook though. But again, so that's 6 fish we've had on this guy. It's a worm harness that I tied up. Yeah, there's northern pike in here as well. We got bit off earlier today, I'm almost certain, by a pike. Bit clean through our 25-pound test. Dang, that stinks. That was a nice one. Yeah, it only had one of the hooks in its mouth, and one of the hooks on the worm harnesses have 2 hooks on them. So one of the hooks I snagged on the edge of the net, which gave it just enough leverage to spit it. That's all right. We'll get the next one. Yeah, it was right around the same size as the biggest one we've caught today, 19-20 incher. Not a real monster, but the coloring on that one was just absolutely beautiful. That's what I wanted to show you guys. Not so much the size of it. Super dark red, you know, pinky band on it. Some of the rainbows are you know, just more silvery, more bland looking. Some of them are quite deep, you know, very dark pinky red color, the reds and the blues. And that one was just absolutely gorgeous color. First fish I saw you catch. Yeah, it slowed down there, and that tends to be the case. You get a good early morning. Sometimes the afternoon bite is not super great. So again, we clipped on 2-ounce weight at 30 foot, and then we're gonna let her out another. Let's try 60 foot. So we're at 90 foot total right now. Let's run it a little bit more shallow. We had it out before 100. Let's bring her up just a little bit in the water column. Kuma Cold Water. Yeah, it's the 30 series. This is the new one, the A. They just came out with it this year. The Akuma Cold Water series has had a reel out for over a decade, and they're real good. That's what I'm running on the rod behind me. But I set up 2 new braid trolling rigs recently for lake trout fishing, and that's what we're fishing on here today. But I bought the new version of the Akuma Cold Water, and it's nice. I like them. They're about $20 more, 25 or 30 bucks more than the old Akuma Cold Water series. But they've been wonderful. Love the drag on it. It seems like it's a little more sensitive drag on it. The clickers, for whatever reason, seems a little louder and a little crisper. Seen the net, set them gone. No, it actually was in, like, half in the net, half out. And in fact, after the hook fell out, it was still like sitting caught. The water was rushing against it, keeping it partially in the net. And I tried dipping her one more time to get it in, and I pushed it out instead of kept it in. Yeah, it's a line counter reel. It's got a an integral clicker on it, an audible clicker. They're real nice. Not super expensive. I mean, once you start getting into trolling gear, everything gets a little expensive. They're, I think, $130 or $140 retail for the reel. Probably get a good deal on Black Friday. They're probably having specials. It's 1:37, so we have about a little less than 4 hours until sun starts going down. No, I dip from the front and bring the fish into the net. I don't go from behind. I'm sitting in the driver's seat. I got one hand on the wheel, one hand on the net, one hand on the pole. I mean, I'm switching back and forth. I can't be, again, oftentimes the leaders on a trolling rig are going to be long enough. It's not feasible for you to get that fish ahead of you to net it from behind. And I'm going as slow as this boat goes. We're in neutral right now. It's a jet boat. That's what I'm trolling with, is the jet motor. So while I appreciate your suggestions, they don't really apply to this situation. That last one, it didn't make it into the net. We didn't get, you guys didn't get to see it other than it bouncing on the pole, so we're still at 5. We lost our perfect score on this pole, unfortunately. Did somebody add it? We should be at a 5 catch count right now. Helped you catch last time. Every time someone says slow down, you get a monster. Oh yeah. Well, rainbow trout is one of those things that you can troll too fast for. Kokanee as well. A pike, you're not going to troll too fast for a pike. Thank you, SoCal. You saw the color? Yeah, it was briefly above the surface. They're really pretty fish. And it seems like this time of the year is when you start catching the really pretty ones like that. But again, a few of the ones that we've caught today were really bland as well. I don't know what makes the distinction. I really don't. I don't know if it's a male versus female, a diet thing, just the time of the year. $10 p.m. for you? Oh, okay. Yamimoto, hey man, what's up? Any new PB? No, not today. We've got a few nice, got five decent trout. A couple of really nice ones, but nothing near PB territory yet. It's raining all day. Oh, that stinks. Fishaholics, what's up, Born? All right, we're marking some good fish at 40 and 60 foot. Looks like they're coming up. Oh yeah, we just came into a good section of fish here. They're not all piled up or anything, but there's a whole bunch of them. They're down there deep. Those are probably kokanee. So we're in deep, fairly deep basin, 82-foot bottom here, and I'm marking just tons of fish, hovering down below that 40 to 60 foot range, over 80-foot bottom. Oops, dang it. Bring in your line and troll it again. Remember this spot for pike next summer? Yeah, so this is one of those spots that I've heard, you know, stories of big pike coming out of here. I've never really seen a big pike come out of here. There's just not a whole lot of them in here. They're in here though. Again, we got bit off. It had to have been a good sized one. It bit clean through. We had a couple of tugs on it. Or it was on the line 10-15 seconds and then just gone. Thought it spit the hook, but when I pulled the line in, it bit clean through it. A couple of thrashes and gone. Did you put your clip weight on? Yeah, we're again 30 foot, a 2-ounce clip, and then another. In fact, we're running deeper here. Let's run this guy out further. So instead of going shallower, let's go deeper. Let's get this guy down to closer to the 30-35 foot range. So we're sitting on top of the heads of whatever's down here. And that did it. You on there? Oh, I think he came off. I just dropped it on top of one of them. I think he's off though, unless it's just a little one. it's on there. I think. Good God, give me this. It ain't gonna be by the time I quit messing with this weight, dear Lord. Ah, shit, we lost it. I need to get better at unclipping these weights. Stole both of our worms. Yeah, it's bit the hook. It was on there until we got it right to the surface. Felt like just another small rainbow. No, it was definitely a bite. I think it was just another small one. One of them that we caught today was about, 12 inches, maybe 11 inches. It felt like one of those. But yeah, you saw how I changed the depth. We let out about another 20 foot of line, which dumped it just a little bit deeper in the water column. So that's what we're gonna do here. We're gonna let it out. So instead of a 30-70 drop, we're gonna do a 40-80. So we're gonna let out another 10 foot of line before we clip the weight, and then another 10 foot of line after we've got to what our max depth would have been previously. So again, we're just dumping us down a little further in the water column. A little more line brings us down a little bit further. I need to get better at taking these damn clips off. Never got a good hang of these. Yep, I'm running back over that spot. Like I said, I was marking a whole bunch of fish there. There we go. So we got 40 out, a 2-ounce weight, and then 80 foot of line. So we got 120 foot of line out total. They should be getting us down to about the 30 foot range, maybe slightly deeper. All right, where'd my lid go? There it is. And I think it's definitely time to switch out something onto this other line here. I think we're gonna do on that other line a Dipsy Diver, a Dodger, and a spoon. A flasher and a spoon, not a Dodger. We could do a flasher. Flasher's good for this weather. Run it deep too. Alright, so we'll set up another pole here. Well, we're gonna run. Of course, I tangle everything up immediately. We're gonna run from our braid line here. A Dipsy Diver. This is the jumbo one. This one will dive up to 100 foot. Behind that, we're gonna run a Pro King flasher. This one is the Dragon Slayer. And then we need, the beard is cool, I like it. Thank you, Sophie. I appreciate that. AC, see me. Oh, is that a fish? I think we got, is he still there? Yep. We're on another one. All right, let's see if we can get this one in. We had our drag set a little heavy on this guy, I guess. Fish on, fish on. Not a very big one. And again, I think another trout. I would expect if it were a salmon, it should be breaking the surface of the water by now. Oh, that's a little guy. Very pretty color, but not what we're looking for. Ooh, chill, chill, chill. Barely hooked. Oh, oh, oh. There we go. Trying to get it to where it's not. Very pretty little fish. Just a little guy, probably, I don't know, 10, 11 inches. We're not even gonna bother measuring it. Off she goes. All right, so that particular rig has just been very, very productive today. Let's get it baited back up and sent back down. Still not what we're looking for, but at least we found some fish that are feeding. So we're going to repeat exactly what we just did. We're going to do 40 foot out, 2 ounce weight, and then 80 foot of additional line. All right, there's our 40 foot. We clip on our 2 ounce weight. All right, I'm gonna let her feed herself out while we get this other pole rigged up. All right, so we need a leader. What is that? 12, 24, 36. Gonna catch a giant with that flasher? Let's hope so. All right, we're gonna throw on brand new. This is a Dreamweaver Crazy Bee color. Got a pink, chartreuse, white, and I believe this one's got a silver back. Yeah, there we go. Silver diamond pattern back. And we're gonna throw that on a 36-inch leader. So when you use flashers, most people will recommend to use a leader about 3 times the length of your flasher. So this is like a 8-inch flasher. So this is a 24. This might be slightly long. We'll have to get her in the water and see what it looks like. Basically, you just don't want it too long because you want the dodger or the flasher's movement to be imparted on whatever you're trolling behind it. So we gotta get this line up. And then we'll get the dodger, or excuse me. We gotta get our gang troll up, and then we will throw our Dipsy Diver flasher spoon combo down. All right. All right, so we got that. Oh shit! I spilt my maggots. Dang, we forgot to tip the spoon with a maggot. Got this. Hey Seb, how you doing, buddy? Welcome to the stream. All right, somebody remind me not to spill my damn Gulp maggots again. Dang it, didn't know you had maggots. Have you been getting tips from the UK? Yeah, no, I've been tipping everything today with the pink Gulp maggots, and I mixed in with that, what is it? Atlas Mike's Lunker Lotion, the crayfish scent, and they've been just destroying it today. The drag is set on the other rod. Thomas, yeah, we've had six landed and 6 lost. Welsh, yeah, the rod tip is supposed to be bending. It's got what's called a gang troll on it. They're called cowbells. It's big leaves that spin in the water and they thump and create flash. And there's 4 of them in line, and it acts as an attractant. It brings fish in. So yeah, there's gonna always be a thump to it. That's those big blades on it spinning in the water. Bengals fan, welcome to the Rod Squad. Appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. How's the sounder looking? So I've been running kind of just meandering back and forth. There's this, we're in the deeper basin here, and we've hooked up on 3 fish, I think, so far, here in just this one little section. I've seen quite a bunch of fish in the 30 to 60 foot range. So this rod right here with our 2-ounce weight and 120 foot of line out is probably somewhere around the 25 foot mark. So we're hitting the fish at the top end of the target, and we just put another line out with a deep diving Dipsy Diver on it, with a flasher and a spoon trailing behind it. That one I have about 90 foot of line out on a 2 foot setting. That one should be hitting closer to like 40, 45 foot. So we're kind of hitting them at 2 different depths here. We are marking some fish deeper than that though, 60, 70 foot. And we could go deeper. I want to start it a little shallower, and I'll let the line out as we go if we're not getting bit. I love your streams. You make everyone feel like they are filming with you, and you treat everyone so kindly and read every message. I try to, Deja. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Peace RW sent 10 gift memberships to the Rod Squad. Heck yeah, Peace. Thank you for the contribution. Who got the gifts here? What do we got? Drew is Trudge On, the Neighborhood Hillbilly. No, Dave James, no real maggots. John Joe, Inward, Mark Clappo, Crazy Bee, Wild 20. Can't get a more American than that bait. Hey, if it works, it works. Natural Wego, Burke's Outdoors. Fish can smell. When did that happen? Yeah, they smell, they taste. Thank you again for the membership and the gift memberships. Y'all are awesome. I do hope you guys enjoy the streams out here. I have an absolute blast coming out here and fishing with you guys, getting to show you some of these absolutely spectacular water bodies. And good God, the water has just turned to glass. I did not expect this at all today. We are living the dream out here. This is beautiful. But thank you for joining me. Not only do I hope you're having fun, but I want you to know that it makes the whole experience more enjoyable for me to get to show this to you guys and bring you along. Otherwise, it's just me, myself, and I out here screaming at the fish. So I'm glad you guys get to come along. Been working a new job, been too cold for me to go out. I know how that goes, Mark. I love your streams, make everyone feel like they're filming with you. This time of the year, I'm out in the woods searching for 200-year-old relics. Oh yeah? What kind of relics? From Germany. Wish you the best. Thanks, Wolfgang. Welcome to the stream. Drop them both down deep. Good entertainment here. What's up, brother? Hey, Brian Blake. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so this one, again, about 25, 30 foot, I estimate this one's probably fishing at. And our Dipsy Diver rod over here is probably about 40, 45 foot. And we may even drop that down a little further. There's, I think, the only other boat I've seen all day out here. He just raced past, looks like they're headed back to the boat docks. He must not be catching anything. Old buttons, buckles, and coins. Oh, okay. Metal detect. That's right. That's right. Old homesteads, just basement now. Oh yeah, they're just the guts of what they used to be. You're gonna go get your casting rod? Probably not. We might cast a little after we put the boat away, but I think we're just gonna keep trolling. Thank you, Peace, for the gifted. Absolutely. Thank you again. And congratulations to the 10 new members of the Rod Squad. Your name turns green and you get to feel special for a whole 30 days. But anybody who does purchase, you guys can join the Rod Squad. It's just 99 cents a month. You really don't get anything. Your name turns green. We did my first members only stream this morning. The drive to the lake we streamed. There were a whole five members hanging out with me for the trip, which is fun. But I don't really do much different for the memberships than I do for any of y'all. Just know that if you are donating to the channel, it goes directly to pay the maintenance. We run a Starlink Mini on the channel, which costs about $165 a month to stream from these remote locations. It's the only way I would be able to bring the broadcast to you from places like this. There's no cell signal out here. We're out in the middle of nowhere in the mountains. So don't feel obliged to do it, but if you do want to, I appreciate it, and I just know that you're helping support the stream to bring it to you. It's not free for me, but that's all right. I enjoy the experience, and I hope you guys do too. I want to be a member. All you got to do, Dejan, there's a little $ next to the chat box where you're typing, and you click on that, and there's one of the buttons is membership. 99 cents a month. If you're on an iPhone, I take that back. Apple charges more. It's like $1.49 a month. I'd suggest doing it from a browser. If you just go into your browser instead of doing it through the app itself, it only charges you 99 cents. But a portion of that, not all of it, like 60% or something like that, goes to the channel, and it just all goes into a bank account to pay for Starlink Mini. That's it. Got John Weeb with a $2 super chat. JP2VQ. I don't know what that means, John, but thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you. That's all right, Deja. Don't feel obligated. I almost forgot to hit that like. Oh, yeah, if you're enjoying the stream, don't forget hit that thumbs up button. Double tap the screen if you're on a cell phone. It helps YouTube let you know, or it helps let YouTube know that people are enjoying the stream, and they send more traffic this way. We get more people in here to hang out, share the experience with. Casey's a good egg. I appreciate you, Dave. Thank you. I'm just out here trying to have fun, and I hope you guys enjoy coming along with me. Hopefully we can get into these dang Kokanee. I don't know, I went way off the spot there. I'm headed back up. We're moving again up towards Log Gulch. I'm headed towards an area I've been looking at on the map saying that's where the Kokanee are. It was a beautiful rainbow trout that got off just before the nap. Oh yeah, it was. Well, hopefully we'll get into another one. The trout have been biting decently well today. Still haven't got the Kokanee. I don't know, they might still be a little finicky from spawn. I'd hope they'd be turned back on by now, but I honestly don't know. There are so few resources for Montana water bodies. Almost nobody posts information on what they're catching stuff on, where they're catching it. All the guides keep that stuff pretty close-lipped because it's what makes them money. I'm not here to make money. I'm just here to have fun and share knowledge. So I pass on anything and everything I can. The salmon is going to hit that flasher spoon. I hope so. I don't know if we're down deep enough, but I am kind of riding the edge of the basin here. I should get back down into the deeper center part of it. Salmon's gonna hit the flasher spoon. Drop the flasher as deep as you can. I mean, I could hit 100-foot bottom with it if I wanted to, but I'm trying to put it just on top of their heads. We might drop her down a little bit more here. All right, there's 110 foot on the jumbo diver. That should get us down. With that jumbo diver on a 2 setting, it should get you roughly 1 foot depth for every 2 foot of line you put out. So we should be sitting at about 55 foot depth, which is honestly a little deep for where we're at. We kind of came out of the deeper basin. I don't have this area mapped real well yet. Yeah, in fact, we're coming to an area here. It's a little too shallow for that. I need to bring this in a little bit. I gotta look at a depth map here on FishBrain and see. We're coming up really shallow. I don't want to lose a $20 Dipsy, a $20 flasher, and a $10 freaking spoon. It's a $50 rig dragging behind us. All right, so I'm just circling back around. I got to get out here further in the main basin. We're way too shallow up here. Yeah, when somebody gifts memberships, it just gives random members who are subscribers to the channel a 1 month free membership. And thank you again, Peace RW. No, I don't want to go up more shallow. I want to keep it deep because we're targeting the walleye, or excuse me, the kokanee. So I'm trying to get back over that 80 to 100 foot bottom. That's where we were marking them. They were suspended at a bunch of different depths. Up here in the shallow, I haven't really marked much, you know. That we were getting down to 20, 30 foot, you know. We can do that with a clip weight. We don't need the... We don't need the Dipsy. What's up, chum? Welcome to the stream. All right, we got 2 boats racing now right towards me. One on either side. This should be fun. We're gonna get double waked. All right, there we go. 80 foot bottom, we're starting to mark fish again. 40 foot, 10 foot. Yeah, so they're just out here suspended over a little deeper bottom. What are you fishing for? Deer meat for dinner. We're fishing for Kokanee salmon, rainbow trout, and we'll take a walleye or a pike if it wants to join the party, but mainly Kokanee and trout today. We've got six trout landed so far. And I think we've lost 6 or 7. So we're not doing spectacular on our landing ratio, but we've hooked up on quite a few today. It is so nice out here today. I am so glad today turned out well. I almost didn't come today. The weather was just so back and forth on the forecast. They couldn't make up, the weatherman couldn't make up their mind whether today was going to be windy or not. Drive me freaking batty. How's the sounder looking? Sporadic fish here and there as we got back over deeper basin. Not looking super great right now. I haven't come across another pile like we were on a half hour or so ago. They're still here though. Again, like we just marked a nice big mark at about 20, 25 foot. Trying to find our deeper marks again. Bye Jay, Thappa, welcome to the stream. I've only added 5 fish. Is there one I missed? Yeah, we just, the itty bitty one that we caught. It was like an 11 incher or so. We caught her off of the same one we've been catching them all on. Yeah, there should be 6. Seven if we counted the one that halfway was in the net, but I screwed up. Sorry, I don't even pay attention to the count anymore. You guys are so on top of it, especially when you're in here, SoCal. All right, there's another big mark, 50, 55 foot. Again, 85 foot bottom here. Got a phone call, so I missed it. That's all right, SoCal. Come on, Salmon. That's what I'm saying, Jazz. They're in here. There's another one at 50 foot. Nice, big, long arches. Something on? No. Not currently. While we're meandering around here, I'm going to put a little bit of tackle away, clean up a little bit. I hate having a bunch of crap out. It gets tangled, I trip over it. Putting away one of my worm harness rigs. Oh, whole assortment here. I tie these up from time to time when I get bored. Lots of similar ones, lots of different ones. We got some hoochies, some purples, some pinks, some greens, some golds, some poppers. Our Starlink's probably going to be crapping out sometime here in the near future as well. So if the stream goes dead, just be aware that I'm just switching the battery. It'll automatically resume. Dave James, that's what we've caught everything on today is the kitchen sink. We're running a gang troll. Old school trout cowbells. 5 big blades, followed by a hand-tied worm harness that I tied up last night. Some orange beads, 2 wedding rings, a silver bead, and a silver willow leaf blade. All right. And again, while we're having a little bit of downtime here, I am gonna gut this fish and get it in the cooler. We're gonna do that off a cam. Do you have any homemade lures? Yeah, that's what we've caught off today is all worm harness rigs that I tied up. At least that's what we've landed everything off of. We've caught some stuff off of other rigs, but my hand tie. Sorry about that, guys. Starlink died. Just as I was describing a little bit ago. That's our first catch that we're throwing in the cooler. I just gutted her out while we were waiting to get the stream live again. Starlink Mini is rebooted, fresh battery. All right, we're gonna get this in the cooler and get on to catching some more fish. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about the dead time there. Our Starlink Mini died. We had to replace the battery in it. I took that time to clean up our fish that we've been dragging around on the stringer. So that's now in the cooler. So we are good to go. No, unfortunately, we didn't hook anything while I was gone. Hey William, welcome to the stream. Welcome back everybody that's joining. We are still here at Holter Reservoir, central Montana. It's a dam on the Missouri River system. It's a whole series of dams. You have Canyon Ferry, Hauser Reservoir, and then Holter Reservoir. We're fishing Holter today. It's state record walleye comes out of this water body. 32.5 inches. 17.8 pounds, I think. Fat walleye. We're targeting today Kokanee salmon and rainbow trout. We have not yet got the Kokanees to come out and play. We're trying to remedy that. We're going much deeper. We're running about 25-30 foot on this pole that you guys can see. The pole behind me that you cannot see is running about just under 50 foot. We're running a Dipsy Diver on that one. Dipsy Diver and a spoon. On this guy, we're running a worm harness rig, a double wedding ring worm harness. You have tiger trout. William, I believe that they do exist in the wild here in a handful of places because we do have rainbows and browns. I think brook and brown, whatever the two it is, in a handful of water bodies, so they can produce them naturally. But Montana, I believe in last year or this year, they approved a program to start stocking two different water bodies in Montana with tiger trout. As far as I understand it, though, they're small water bodies and they're kind of in the middle of nowhere, not anywhere near me. So for me to catch a tiger trout, I would either have to travel very far or luck out and catch a natural one that by fluke managed to come into existence here where you know they occur naturally. Want to play rock, paper, scissors? No, thanks, Deja. Do you have tiger trout? I already read that. No, I'm not, you marking anything? Yeah, we just came over. We're 20 foot, 40 foot, 25 foot. I was going to go all the way up to Log Gulch. I said, screw it, we don't have that much time left today. So I'm just hitting back to where we caught the last one, where we were marking all them fish at 40 to 60 foot. So we're in that general vicinity again. Hey Caleb, welcome to the stream. No, that was my Starlink battery. I had to replace it. They last about anywhere from 4 to 6 hours, the 8 amp hour batteries with the Starlink Mini. It depends a lot on temperature and how much it's having to shift around to find the satellites. But what was that, 2 o'clock, 2:30? We started the stream at 9 o'clock. So we got 5.5 hours, a little over about 5.5 hours out of that battery. So towards the top end of what I would expect. Currently blanking on my new lake, need some luck. Oh, Steve, I know how that goes, man. New water bodies can be tough. So that's like last weekend, we fished Canyon Ferry, and I've only ever fished that water body twice. The first time I think I caught 1 walleye and 2 rainbows. The last time we were there, I didn't even get a single bite. Tiber Dam, I fished there 3 times this year. First time, complete skunk. Second time, 1 walleye 10 minutes into a 14 or 15 hour stream, and not a bite for the rest of the day. I then fished like a few weeks later at that same spot, 15 hours, not a single bite. Today we've caught 6 fish, and we've lost 6 or 7. You know, Dawn, so earlier in the season, the bait dealers around here do sell leeches. This time they stop like end of September, usually. All of them are out of leeches, and then they don't have leeches again for the rest of the year. Not sure why that is, if the leech bite just turns off, or... But they're definitely seasonal. We can't get them around here all around. I've subbed, man. You seem cool. Thanks, Steve Jobs. Appreciate you joining the channel. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Going back to the UK's biggest lake on Monday, dead baiting for pike, doing 3 nights there in my bivvy. Heck yeah, Alan. That's my kind of a weekend. I don't dead bait for pike as much as I would like to. I need to, though. Some of the spots local to me where I've been catching them, I've really noticed a trend. The bigger fish tend to like the dead bait rather than lures. You'll catch them on lures and jigs, you know, cranks, spinners, but the bigger ones seem to always come off with a dead bait. They like real fish. TMC, Little Ripper, freeze those. Freeze what, Don? What did I miss? Freeze. What's the rarest fish you've ever caught? I don't know. Never really caught a super rare fish. I guess a pallid sturgeon, probably. They're super endangered. Hello from South Australia. What's up, TMC1? Welcome to the stream. Big carp hunting whales right now. Had decent one last session, but quiet here at the moment. Yeah, carp bite here was really good earlier in, you know, the spring, summer. It really died off around here in the fall. I love carp fishing. True big pike love, dead bait mackerel. Where's fish? Use dead lamprey. Mackerel sends the eels to a feeding frenzy. Interesting. Yeah, we're limited limited to what kind of dead bait we can use here. We can't just use any random stuff. If you type .baits, Nightbot will spit out a list of what we're allowed here in central Montana to use as cut or dead bait. It's like 10 or 12 species here in central Montana that they allow you to use. Steve, it's a good sized body. It's about 3,300 acres, I believe. Compared to some of the water that we've been fishing lately on this stream, it's quite small. Last weekend we fished Canyon Ferry, which is 2 reservoirs up the Missouri River system from here. That one's 33,000 acres. Biggest fish I've ever caught. Caught, landed, weighed, measured, taken pictures of, 22.5 pound, 42-inch pike. Last year though, I caught a couple of fish that were way bigger than that. I just didn't get them landed. I had what would have been a state record pike, or excuse me, not pike, carp, all the way up to the bank and couldn't fit it in my net. Looked like a propane tank. I estimated it had to have been somewhere around 50 pounds. So it would have not just beat our Montana state record, it would have demolished it. I think our current state record here is somewhere around 40 pounds. The lake I'm on right now is 12 acres. Oh, that's tiny, Steve. Saltwater dead baits only in the UK. Come on, fish. That dang Dipsy needs to get bit. We need a big fish. Big ol' Kokanee. Big fat Kokanee time. It's a good sized private lake in Wales as well. Huh. In Hungary, the carp record is over 102 pounds. Nice. Target those marks with the flasher. You'll find some monster if they're in there. Yep, that's what I'm headed back over where we caught the last 2 fish, and all of those deep marks. We made one pass through. I kind of was on the outskirts. Again, this is an area that I haven't mapped, so I'm kind of multitasking right now. I'm making kind of concentric circles, you know, trying to just barely overlap where my last passes were to create a detailed. I used the Lowrance Elite FS9 fish finder, and this particular water body doesn't come with a Lowrance map or a CMAP Genesis, so I used the ooh. That was a bite, but I think he's off. Did you guys see that? Now we lost it. But that's a good sign. Again, that was right where we hooked up previous. Saw it, didn't hear. Yeah, it wasn't enough to, in fact, my pole's twisted weird. My drag is set a little bit high. Some of these little trout aren't big enough to pull enough line out to make it, you know, your good zip that you would expect from a hit. The Kokanee usually hit like a tank. The trout are meh. That's a Kokanee? I don't know. Kokanee's bites normally hit a little harder than that in my experience. But that's the pole that's been lighting up all day. They really, really like. I'm gonna have to tie a couple more rigs like that. Man, it tapped on that literally. I was just going over the X marks the spot. When I catch a fish, when I hook up on a fish, when I remember, I always mark on my graph. So I have these blue bullseyes everywhere a fish is caught, or where I hook up on them at least. And we literally had just passed over the blue dot as that pole jolted. Do you ever use the deeper sonars? No, this is the first, honestly, the first electric fish finder I've ever used, and I've been using this one for 3-4 years now. It's a Lowrance Elite FS9. It's pretty nice finder. The Lucky Rod, yes, Jaws. Trout have softer mouths. Yeah, they do. They tear pretty easily. Hey, Magnus, welcome to the stream. How's Justin at Thunderstruck doing these days? Haven't seen him in a while. Invisible Man, he streams quite often. He's been on a lot lately. He was fly fishing the other day. He trout fishes most of the time. But yeah, Steve, I don't know what you mean by deeper sonars. What? Run that back, but going maybe 100 yards. There we go. There's the piles of fish I'm looking for. This is what we were seeing before. That's what I'm looking for. Stacks of them. Again, we're coming. We just passed over this bottom. That's where we just got a tap, and we're headed back over where we hooked up on a second one. But when we passed through here before, there's lots of that. So there's some bigger fish stacked up in there. Big fish above and below a bait ball. Yeah, we're marked. Think about a running track pattern. Justin just had a birthday. Sometimes if you catch a carp, you can't put them back. Yeah, if you catch an invasive species of carp. What we catch around here, usually in Montana, are common carp, and they're native to here. They're not like the Asian carp. But yeah, we're gonna run a few patterns through this area. I am still marking. Doesn't seem like as many fish as when we were here a little bit earlier, but we're still marking in this area, and I'm gonna try and expand this map a little bit. If they're right here, they're probably also in surrounding areas. I just need to find similar depths. How deep are the fish marking? Anywhere from like 30 to 70 foot, we've been seeing them. That last group that we just went over was like 35 to 60 foot. Yeah, so we can use in central Montana fathead minnow, flathead chub, western silver minnow, plains minnow, emerald shiner, long-nosed dace, lake chub, creek chub. And of those, creek chub, lake chub are what I catch most often for bait fish, as well as white sucker. I like to fish and live stream. Heck yeah, Ken. Welcome to the stream. Carlos, welcome to the stream. Yeah, so again, sporadic fish here and there, 45 foot, 25 foot. I have a feeling something is going to get hooked. We should be hooking into something here. We're on some fish. There's another good one at just above 60 foot. A lot of them, they're just suspended. So we're gonna loop back around and run right next to where we just did. Deja, no, we're good with the line. Again, we're targeting specific depths. We're already about as deep as I want to go on this pole. 25, 30 foot. The other pole is down again, 45, 50 foot. We're knocking right on their door. Deeper chirp 3 sonar, that's what we use in UK and France. Oh, okay. Chirp 3. Yeah, I'm not familiar. Make sure the flasher's getting some light. Yeah, we could pull her up here. If we'll make one more pass here, and if we don't get anything on it, I'll pull it up. I have we can recharge it and because it is UV, and I forgot to tip that one with the minnows. You can 3D scan map. Yeah, Steve, that's what I'm doing right now. That's the CMap Genesis Live feature. So every time I come out, this water body doesn't come with a pre-built map. So every time I come out here, I try and record some different areas so I can bring it back home, and then I can merge it with my other maps, and then I can even upload it. CMap Genesis has social maps that users, you can combine data. Everybody scans and puts it towards one universal map. There aren't a whole lot of people around here that scan this area though. Joel Estrada, welcome to the stream. How you doing? There we go, marking 25 foot, 40 foot, 45 foot, 30 foot. Nice big fish too. We're at about 80 foot bottom. We're running right over them, Don. Sosa Ribeiro, 2PR socks. I don't know what that means, Sosa, but welcome to the stream. How much the boat cost? This boat, when I bought it, I bought the boat and the trailer. I think I paid, it was like $3,200 or $3,500. That's an older boat, older trailer. I stripped it though, all the wiring, all the electronics, all of the gear came out of it, all new pole holders, new batteries, new electronics. I rewired the whole thing. I've spent a small fortune fixing it back up. I've probably got 8,000-9,000 into it at this point, maybe even 10, because I redid the whole trailer last year. End of last year and early this year. New springs, new tires, new rims, new bearings. I rewired the trailer, new jack stand on the front, put boat buckles on it. It's an expensive hobby. Swap the spoon for a long crankbait with the flasher. We could try that. Worth it though, can't beat fishing, best sport around, and UFC. I agree. Yeah, I enjoy being out on the water and fishing. It's incredibly relaxing. All right, get a drink, blow the fish whistle, and then we need to figure out what crank we want to put on. The flasher. I normally wouldn't run a crank behind a flasher. There we go. You on there? He's either little or we lost him. No, we lost him. Dang it. Well, our perfect catch record on that pole is quickly dwindling. That's 2 in a row we've lost on that guy. Run a Rapex. In fact, I did just pick up. That's actually a perfect choice. Rainbow Trout X-Wrap. I just picked that up yesterday when I went to go get worms. Still going strong. X-Wraps rock. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot of them in my tackle box, and I anytime I see a rainbow trout or a brown trout pattern of a crank I don't have, I buy it. Rainbow trout, brown trout patterns, and perch patterns have been just absolutely fire for me these last couple of years. But again, normally for pike, I've never caught really trout off of them. But we could try running that behind the flasher. Nice lure. All right. All right, we're gonna tip this one with some of these maggots. That's what we forgot to do the last time we put one out. Yeah, there's no cutting the line. I'm running a jet boat. We don't have a prop. Two-inch plastic grub on the back. Yeah, just letting line out. We just put the Dipsy back out. We just threw a Rainbow Trout patterned X-wrap on there. Tipped it with some of these Gulp maggots. And we're about 100 foot out on that, so we're running roughly 50 foot deep. Flutter tail or twisty tail makes sense. Yeah, I've never tipped a crank with something like that. I mean, I'll throw a chunk of a crawler on there sometimes, or you know, a kernel of corn, or like these little maggots. But I try not to put too much on a crank that has, you know, a natural movement. When you start adding a whole bunch on there, you're gonna kill the movement. Do a wheelie. I don't know, there again, I guess the flasher does impart its own movement to the lure. All right, so we're just headed back over that same spot where we've caught 2 and lost 3. Yeah, the flasher does slow tumbles. And then again, we have normally I'd run a spoon or, you know, something that doesn't have a whole lot of action itself. The dodger or the flasher imparts the action on it. So I wouldn't typically run a crank behind a flasher, but we're trying it. How much water's in the lake? I mean, it's a little over 3,000 acres of water surface area. As for how much water that is, I don't know. We're fishing over 80 to 90 foot bottom right now. Kind of fishing the edge of we're fishing like the transition between the flat in the basin and a slight hump. So we're kind of fishing that edge right along. And fish seem to be stacked towards the, you know, the slanted portion of that hump. Moves the rear hook in a swimming motion. When you put a twisty grove, it makes the bait bigger. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to try that the next time we pull it up. I know, Deja, I know. Do you know? We have one in the cooler right now, tactical. I normally don't keep a whole lot. I like fish, but I don't like love fish. I don't eat it super often, but yeah, we did. We have one about 18-inch rainbow in the cooler right now. The other ones we've let go. That one I dropped on his head. And we need a couple more for the next time I have a batch to smoke. I think I have 3 in the freezer at home right now. So this one we have in the cooler will go with it. I thought the flasher and spoon was perfect. Yeah, that's you know, normally I would run a flasher spoon or a flasher fly combo. or a flasher hoochie, you know, something that just doesn't have a whole lot of action itself. Most crankbaits have quite a bit of action themselves. Sorry, last question, tried to act as troll. Tried to fun it. That's all right, peace. Wrap it in tin foil with sliced lemon and garlic, 20 minutes in the oven. That's about how I cook it. Tin foil, butter, a little bit of lemon, a little bit of garlic, a little bit of pepper. And then there's a Montana made spice that I really like. It's an allspice called Alpine Touch. Throw a little bit of Alpine Touch on there and throw her on the grill. It just cooks up lovely. You don't have to usually put a whole lot of, if you're having to put a bunch of stuff on your fish to get it to taste good, your fish don't taste good to begin with. I love Alpine Touch. What are they made out of? Isn't it somewhere like around Lincoln area? The Alpine Touch factory is? They have in addition to their allspice, so I get Alpine Touch, the original, Alpine Touch pepper, which is a pepper blend, awesome, and then I get Alpine Touch lemon pepper blend, which is really good on fish. They also make really good jerky seasonings. I remember when I was younger, every time we would drive by there, we'd stop and go into their showroom, and they have in their lobby, they just have containers of beef jerky, you know, of all the different flavor of Alpine Touch spices that they make for jerky. And we go in there and just gorge ourselves to death. Still live? How long you been out there? Reviews, we've been just over 6 hours. 374 minutes we've been live. And we put our poles in first about 15 minutes into the stream. So we've been fishing for right around 6 hours. 6 hours fishing, 6 fish caught, and I think we're up to 7 or 8 that we've lost now. So we've lost more than we've caught at this point. We need a salmon. 60 foot, 40 foot, big marks, they're down there. And this is right where we've hooked up on a few of them in the past. In my country, we speak Serbian, and trout is called I can't even pronounce that. How the hell do you say 4 consonants in all together? Pastrmaka. I don't know how to say that. Smoked fish for the win. Make some red vinegar, pickled onions, and horseradish sour cream with dry bread. Oh no, horseradish is one thing to me that has never agreed with my taste buds. Same with like when you're eating sushi and they have what's the green spicy crap that they serve with it? That shit's foul. It's just that same, it's not a pepper spicy, it's a bitter spicy. And my taste buds don't like the bitter spice. Wasabi, there you go. Yeah, I can't stand wasabi. That shit's terrible. But it's got that same like bitter spice that horseradish does. In fact, I think a lot of sushi places use a horseradish based mix to emulate real wasabi. It's gross, I don't like it. Nose burn, yeah. Pastra Nka. Okay. So you separate. That's weird. Fishing and being live is a job. Talk to chat why I support fishing lives. It's a job. Oh, peace. I appreciate your support, but for me it's not a job. It costs me money. It's expensive, but it's not a job. I'm here having a blast every time I get out here on the water. Catching fish or not, I love it. Yeah, well, our Dipsy's getting no love. I don't know. Fishing and being live. No, I read that already. All right, we need fish whistle. We need soda. And I should probably, we've had 2 hits on this without landing anything. I gotta pull that in and make sure we still got a grub on there. Oh, we're doing good. I was real windy and chilly this morning. Some pretty nasty chop for the first couple hours we were on the water, but it's really mellowed out. We were glass for over an hour. Wind has started to pick back up a little bit, but we've had action all day. It's been a little slow. This morning was, during that choppy, crappy weather, we were catching shit. Once the weather slowed down, so did the bites. But we're still catching. I think if you type .w, it'll give you the current weather. I think it's mid 40s maybe. A little bit of a breeze. Not too bad. As soon as that sun came out, it warmed stuff up. There you go. 48 degrees, feels like 45.9. 4.9 mile an hour wind from the south, gust 5.7, so a little chilly, but not bad. This is definitely, it's comfortable. Richard, it's just a fish whistle. We're calling in the fish. I have a fish whistle, mine's Northern Lights. Yeah, we got the sour diesel this time. Normally they don't have it. I love the diesel. Real Mr. Bojangles, we've caught 6 rainbow trout so far, and we've lost about 7. One of those was a pike. We put down one of the hand-tied lures that I made last night or this morning while I was bored waiting for it to be time to go fishing. I hand-tied 4 different lures, and we put one down, and it got bit off almost immediately. I thought we got just and lost the fish, but I pulled it up after 15 minutes of no action and bit it clean off. It had to have been a good-sized pike. The rest of them, though, I'm pretty sure have either been Kokanee salmon or trout. What we've been trying to catch is a frickin' Kokanee. They should still be kind of colored. You know, they should be coming out of the spawn right now. But I want to catch one to show you guys because they're absolutely beautiful. The colors are just so vibrant this time of the year on them. A couple of the trout that we've caught today were really super colorful too. Oftentimes the trout here are really light in color. You get kind of a pink hue, you know, the silver, some speckles, you know, a dark bluey green back on it. But a couple of them that we caught today are like, you know, when you think of a rainbow trout and you think of that vibrant, you know, just pink sheen to the side, pink almost red, purpley, and then it goes just deep, dark colors, a blue in it, you know, very distinct dark marks. Just incredibly, incredible coloring. A couple of them that we've caught today have been like that. The rest of them were fairly bland. We've kept 1 trout. We have 1 in the cooler. The rest of them we've put back. We have a limit of 5 trout or salmon combined here at this water body. I'm not a huge fan of eating trout. Normally I keep them for my mom. She likes smoked trout. My mom and Mia both like smoked trout. So we have a few in the freezer at home that are waiting to be smoked. I figured we'd add a couple more. Plus the one that we did keep that I put in the cooler. It took a little bit of a tumble when I was trying to show it to the camera. It took a nosedive on the bottom of the boat here. So I figured that one would be the one to keep if we were going to keep one today. Swap out that X-Wrap back to spoon with UV color. Jaws, we might, let's give the X-Wrap here a little time to do some magic. The spoon that we did just have down there was a moonshine lure. It was a UV lure. I do have a handful more. In fact, I have a couple more that are brand new that I haven't tried out yet. Yeah, the salmon and trout, they're very similar tasting. What do you do with trout when you prepare it? Typically trout, the only time I keep trout, I keep them to smoke. They're, to me, a much more fishy tasting fish than a lot of the other species that I like to eat around here. And smoking them imparts a very strong flavor into them and kind of washes out the fishiness. One that I would be taking and putting on the grill to cook and eat, it would not be a trout or a salmon. I usually keep northern pike, walleye, or channel catfish. Those are kind of my three big eaters here in Montana. When you cook it, what's the traditional way there? I mean, kind of like how I just described how I cook my northern pike. You know, like a tinfoil wrap, just kind of its bed, a little bowl to cook in. Throw down some butter, throw your fish fillet on top, a little bit of garlic, a little bit of pepper, maybe a spritz of lime, and close her up and throw her on the grill. Just you know, very, very simple. And then what we've been doing a lot the last year or so is cooking it like that, and then Mia also cooks up, you know, fettuccine Alfredo. So you have the white Alfredo sauce, the fettuccine noodles, and then you chunk up that fillet that you just cooked into the fettuccine Alfredo. So you basically have fish fettuccine Alfredo. Real, real good. Do you have a rattle trap? Yeah, that's actually one that's been sitting out that I was contemplating putting on. We have the Fire Tiger. I think this is one of the Rapalas. I hate that they don't frickin' mark. I love bait makers who put the product name, size. I have so many damn lures in my boxes that it's like, I try and remember what they're all called. I remember what 2 out of the 3 variations from 2 different brands of what it's called, but the third one I forget. I think this is a Rapala. It's one of the rattle traps. Some kind of Fire Tiger. Just a lipless crankbait. I wanted to try either this one or this one's a flicker shad, size 7, and it's a 2-piece one. It's also got a rattle in it. It's see-through. White is kind of one of my go-to colors for everything when I'm fishing. So it's got a white body to it. No flasher, run it deep. You said run the rattle trap deep with no flasher? We could. What time is it? 3:25. Let's give our X-Wrap a few more minutes here. If it doesn't produce, we'll throw something else on there. Put a grub on the back. Rob Perez, what's going on, buddy? Deep water. That's what most of the fish that we've been catching today are suspended over fairly deep bottom, 80 to 100 foot, and they're suspended anywhere from 20 foot down to almost all the way down to the bottom, but mostly in the like 20 to 60 foot range. Like right now, there's piles of something at 85 foot. Right off the bottom. I can't tell if that's weeds or... Looks more like weeds. I think we got a weed bed finally, a deep weed bed. I'll mark that. Now maybe that is fish stacked up. What is that? I don't know, what do y'all think this is? Is that fish stacked up down there? Nope. They're just also stationary. That can't be fish all down there. That fish? That is fish. That is a whole pile of fucking fish. Wow. Ooh, and there comes the column right there. That's... Good God, what is that? What did we just run into? That's some fucking fish. All right. Well, that's the biggest clusters of whatever. I don't know what the hell kind of fish that is, but what is that? That's 80. Ooh. Oh no, that's a snag. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Shit. What did we lose? I think we lost our flasher. Shit. It definitely feels lighter than it should. We didn't lose everything, but... Well, there went our brand new flasher and our brand new lure. So there was some structure in that fish. It wasn't just fish. Well, that's a damn... We kept our snowbird and our Dipsy at least. Shit. Well, that's rough. Yeah, it was a snag. %, a snag. Now my finger is raw. Yeah, there was no fight to that. It was just dead set solid. And no, we ain't cutting the line. That was $50 worth of gear that we were just trailing there. We recovered $20 out of the 50, so we just lost 30 bucks right there. The flasher's a $20 flasher. The lure's probably 10 bucks. But that's what happens. All right, what are we gonna run next? No, we snagged up on something. Oh, I know, it happens. No biggie. Part of the game. Let's see here. We want to tie on. No. That's all right. No, I cranked it hard around and slowed us down as much as possible, trying to turn the boat back around to go back to the snag. But it was just too much tension. It cut our 25-pound fluoro. Alright, so I'm just tying a new clip onto this leader here. My 4 brand new X-Wrap. That was gonna catch me some big pike. I ain't got them deep lakes here, 30 foot with musky here. Spinning around. Good Lord. What part of the country are you in? Terrell, central Montana. This is Holter Lake on the Missouri River system. Came out of there, y'all can go back in there. When the tackle doesn't fit where it came from. Terrell, yeah, there's Montana State record walleye comes out of this water body. A little over 32 inches and 17 and some odd pounds. don't think I have any a white curly tail. I have some random plastics. I don't think I have any curlies on the boat. I got like yum-dinger style worms, you know, like I mostly have swim baits, you know, paddle tails and minnow baits. I did pick up some tubes. I could cut a chunk off of that. Throw a piece on there. Is it bad for my line if I stretch it because of a snag? Deja, yeah. So if you're running mono or fluoro and you put a real bad stretch into it, you should probably cut out a section. I'm gonna cut just a segment of this off and throw a chunk on there. So we'll give her some tassels. That should impart some plonkiness to the rattle. Oh yeah, it gives her a nice little wiggle. And a wander. I like that. Okay. Maybe we're onto something here. Just letting some line out. Sun's going down prime time. Yeah, 3:42. We have Probably an hour and a half ish of daylight still left. We don't have a whole lot of time out here today. Than in Serbia, there's lots of words that have more meanings. Oh, I believe it. Hey Bob, welcome to the stream. How about now? Yes, no? Alright, cool. Yeah, I turned the mic died, so I'm charging it, but anytime I plug it in while I'm trying to charge it while it was connected, it tries to reconnect. It gets in a weird, stupid state. So I turned it off and then restarted the live real quick. Bob, we've caught 6 so far, and I think we've lost 7. 7? So our landing ratio has been a little rough today. But we have managed to land 6 nice rainbow. A couple of them over 18 inches. The biggest one I think we had on the line today, we lost right at the net. We got one in the cooler.
or it could be up or worse or mountain. Yeah, language is weird, Dejan. Can you be charged with an how by using a fish whistle on the boat? I don't know. Probably not. Probably. I don't. Let's go with no. We're gonna plead the fifth. So again, our hookup ratio has been real good on this one lure. I tied this one last night. It's a double wedding rig worm harness. This other pole that we've lost all the fish on, it's just been an unlucky pole. We've had bites on probably 6 different lures and rigs on that side. Everything's just losing on that side. It's one of them days that we got a lucky pole and a not so lucky pole. We just switched a new lure on, Dejan. This one's caught 6 fish today, all the fish. It's staying right where it's at. I should pull it in and check and make sure that it's not fouled up and that we have bait still on it. But no, we're not switching it out for anything. We just switched on the other pole. We're good for now. I'm moving to a different area right now. Let's pull this guy in and make sure that we don't have anything funky on there. This one's our cowbell in hammered bronze with a double wedding ring worm harness that I tied up that has a silver willow leaf spinner on it. And we have a clip weight on it at, oh god, I can't see anything. That sun off the glare. Rough. This one's been on fire today. We've got, yeah, our bait's all gone. We've got all 6 fish off of this guy that I tied up last night. Double wedding ring, nice silver flash on it. This one, she's been putting in some work. And we've been tipping it with this pink Gulp maggots. No dot between big man. Autocorrect strikes again. Yeah, so that's trailing behind this, which is just a classic trout or salmon troll called cowbells. But this is hammered bronze, and this trailing about 32, 36 inches behind the gang troll. And then we're putting her out. Putting her out 40 foot, and we've been clipping on a 20 ounce weight, or 2 ounce, 20 ounce, a 2 ounce weight. And then letting it out another distance. This just helps get it a little bit deeper for us. Yeah, not so much salmon. Salmon, they're not eating. At least kokanee. A salmon bite is an aggravation bite, not I'm hungry bite. Salmon eats zooplankton, a little crap floating around in the water. They don't eat primarily other fish. So more often than not, when you get a salmon to bite, it's because you annoyed it, not because they're hungry. My dad called me, so I don't know. Didn't know you switched the lures. Oh, that's all right. Yeah, we switched out to a lipless crankbait in fire craw color, and we've tipped. I cut off parts of a hoochie rig and put them as trailers on both the treble hooks, so it gives it a nice like fan in the water. And that's what we're running on our Dipsy Diver. Yeah, the pink soft plastic that I tied up for kokanee got bit off 10 minutes after we put it on the pole this morning. A pike ate it. No, I have some others. I haven't tied them up. I don't feel like tying a rig on the fly here. We got plenty of other things to try. But this one's done well all day. We're not touching it. We'll run this one at maybe some different depths, like we changed from a 30-70 to a 40-80. And we might go back to a 30-70 on that one. Any ridges or rock piles you can fly over the top? Yeah, we're headed over towards a ridge here in just a few minutes. Fish guts, I caught my second ever brown trout and a couple of rainbows. It's a pretty slow day. How have you been doing? Nice, congrats. Yeah, we've landed 6 rainbows so far and we've lost 7 other fish. So it's been a pretty active day, but not our landing ratio's not been great. Hey, Live Outdoors. How you doing, buddy? We're having a fantastic day. We've caught some beautiful rainbow trout. We still haven't managed to land a kokanee. I'm seeing them. We're marking them. They just don't seem to be biting today. I think we're still kind of at the tail end of spawn. I don't know if the bite's just off for them or what. The rainbow trout are sure biting. We had one pike bite off one of my brand new freaking worm harnesses that I tied up last night. 10 minutes in the water, gone. Bit off. Bit my 25-pound fluoro leader just clean off. We just snagged up a few minutes ago. I don't know, 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes. We went over a really interesting rock pile that had a whole bunch of fish stacked on it. But while I'm gawking at it, my Dipsy Diver and brand new flasher and X-Wrap that I put on there, just fresh out of the package today, snagged on the rock pile we were gawking at. But other than that, we've had a good day. We've caught a bunch of fish. Got some really pretty rainbows too. How many subs do I have? It's like 3,000. 3,200. I was supposed to be doing some deer hunting 2 days, but dog had seizure, so I just skipped. Oh no, man! Your dog all right? Damn pets. Love the damn things, but see when they start having health issues, it's just so dramatic, so agonizing. The X-Wrap, I don't know, I just picked that one up. I bought it at, I was at North 40 yesterday getting bait and a couple of things. I just picked it up. They're like 12 bucks or something like that. $12, $13, I think, for that size. Frickin' lures are not cheap. No, and then the flasher, brand new out of the package, them suckers are like 20, 25 bucks. I think. I don't know, I'll have to go look at my shopping cart. Because now I have to buy another one. She's older, but she's my autistic kid's dog, so I can bring myself to... Ow. No, I get that. It's hard to anyway when it's a pet. It doesn't matter whether it's yours or not. Not that I hate seeing worse than, you know, pets being mistreated or suffering. Well, I hope your dog gets better. All right, come on, fish. Already lost one this year, can't stand to lose the other one. Oh man, that's rough. Well, I hope everything works out for you, buddy. Man, this sun is so freaking bright. We are off the fish again. They have moved. Once that light hit the water, it seems like they all... Fortunately, it's a fact of life. I had my German Shepherd. She was just shy of 18, cried like a baby. Yeah. It just sucks because so many of their lifespans are just so short. You know, dogs, cats. but always rough to lose them. Alright, where'd all the fish go? Which one of you guys scared all the fish away? 4 o'clock. We got an hour-ish. Will somebody type .fc for forecast? I want to see what it says the wind gust is supposed to be. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Carlo. God, 5:01. We have 1 hour till sunset. It should be prime time for them to start biting, honestly. We just gotta find them. We're not on them anymore. Your face burned by the sun? I always do, yeah. Even not during the summer. My face, if I take off my glasses, I'm like 10 shades whiter. I have like permanent fishing raccoon eye from burn and tan over and over all throughout the year. Oh, there goes the sun dipping. Hey Shauna, we're at Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir on the Missouri River system. There's some fish surfacing. I think we might dump our 2-ounce weight on this guy. I'm starting to see, I think we have a whole bunch of fish at the surface feeding. I'm gonna come back super shallow rather than deep. Try coming up in the water column. Speed is important with trolling. Salmon like it faster than trout. That's how we're working Upper Michigan. Yeah, so we're coming back down. This last hour I'm going to spend in the basin here, right by the dam. This is where, again, I fish this water body a few times a year. Around sunset, this is where I typically come into the bowl here. But normally I don't run anything super deep. So we have one, we're gonna run a top water, a shallow. We're targeting, from 10 foot down to, 20 foot range. And on the other rod, we're going 50, 55 foot, because I'm also marking, see, we just came up a little bit in the water column. Another little trout, it looks like. Oh, stay on that. That's a little guy. I don't know if he's going to stay on there or not. But we're marking stuff at the 10 to 20 foot range, as well as down at 55, 60 foot. So we're targeting both depths at the same time. One a deep troll, one a shallow troll. another little baby, 11, 12 inches. Got some decent colors to it, some nice spots. Not one of the deep, dark hued ones that we've got so far. Get her back. Off she goes. Nice. And again, that's fish number 7. Every fish we've landed today has been on this rig here. I'm gonna have to tie up a couple more of these bad boys. Maybe some in some different colors. Hey, Real Midwest Outdoors. Welcome back. Throw a tube on, see if you can get a walleye. Yeah, the walleye would be along this ridge over here. That's where I've caught them previously. And yeah, we'll run this crank for just a little bit longer, and we'll see if maybe we can, if that doesn't hit, we'll throw something else on this other line here. You know, we didn't put our clip weight on there. Dang. Guess we'll run that one super shallow and see. Congrats, mister. Glad we finally caught. Been washing lures for hours, it seems. Right, Carlo? Yeah, again, this last, the twilight hours usually are fairly productive here. I'm waiting for something to light up this this pole behind me, though. I want to pull something from deep. I want to pull one of these fat salmon off the bottom. Back, my wife had grand opening of her new store today. I spent a bunch of time there. Oh, nice, Real Midwest. Congrats. Hope it went well for you guys. Shocked with the rattle trap. Well, we're running it over fish at that depth now. So if it's gonna hit, it should hit on, you know, this pass up or back down. I need to find my gloves. My hands are chilly. Once that sun starts to go down, it gets real cold real quick. There's one glove. What'd they do with my other one? Yeah, there's some big fish sitting right off the bottom. 90 foot. Dang, I've been looking for this thing for a while now. A gator. I now know where it's at. Was out fly fishing on the yellow breaches today in Pennsylvania. Caught a couple of nice brownies. Heck yeah! I always a brown trout for me is always just such a nice surprise. I don't catch them very often. I don't often fish water bodies where there's an abundance of them. Carlo, not in this water body. There's no lake trout. There's Kokanee salmon, rainbow trout, brown trout, brook trout, cutthroat trout, mountain whitefish, walleye. and a handful of other things. But western Montana, where we fished, if you look up and watch a stream from Flathead Lake, we filmed that one a few weeks ago. I caught my first 2 lake trout and first northern pike minnow as well. Which was super awesome. Hey Josie, welcome back. Did you get out into the woods? I got a picture of my 20-pound brown. Carlo, a 20-pound brown? Good God. That's a behemoth. Hey Gary, the fishing's been good today. A little, our catch ratio has been terrible. We've landed 7 and lost 7, I think. But we just landed one about 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago. We're rapidly running out of sunlight here, unfortunately. Dejan, it's just that the more you chat, thumbs up, like if you hit the little emoji icons, the little heart, the little 100, the more you interact with the stream, the more XP you get. Sending donations, doing stuff like that, that all adds XP to your account. And those are also signals for YouTube that, hey, people are enjoying the stream, and then YouTube sends more people into the stream. Just about to head out to do some shore casting for walleye on the shore at Lake Erie. Oh, nice. Are they up nice and shallow? I guess this time of the day they often can be. And at night, I guess too, they come up and feed in the shallows, chasing the bait fish up into the shallows. Ten likes away from 200. Nice. Appreciate the thumbs up, y'all. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. We don't have much of daylight hours left. We've been streaming since 9 a.m. this morning. It's been another awesome, wonderful marathon stream. Y'all know how we do around here. I think we've had a good day fishing. What do you guys think? Has it been a good day fishing? We didn't catch 2 of the 3 target species, but you know. We got an hour left to redeem ourselves here. Maybe we'll get a little assortment in our outro here. I think we need to do one more lure change on our Dipsy Diver over here. As much as the rattle trap and skirt idea seems like a good idea, I don't know if it's what they're gonna bite on down there. You hear that? If you don't hit, I'm gonna take you off and put you back in the box. That means do it now. I gotta think of what I'm gonna put on there though. Decent day. It has been decent. This time of the year, again, we're right around the turnover, I guess you call it. The waters get all jumbly when the cold water, cold snap hits the top water. And everything, the fish just kind of spread, and they don't bite super well sometimes. But I think from here on out, the bite should improve. I don't know how much more time we have left before I'm gonna freeze, like literally freeze when I'm out here. But I'm having an awesome time. I hope you guys are too. But I appreciate those thumbs up. I appreciate you coming to hang out and fish with me. Spoon for salmon. We could throw another spoon on. Rain is terrible. You got another flasher? I do have other flashers. What I was gonna run was a Dodger spoon combo. Or a Dodger hoochie combo. But yeah, I have other flashers. That just happened to be my brand spanking new one that I was just taking out for a test drive and we crashed her. We crashed her. So we'll have to get another one of them. I don't feel like we gave her a fair shake. Same with the X-Wrap there. My poor brand new Rainbow Trout X-Wrap. I had plans for that one. Big plans. Lake Erie Lee sent a marshmallow. What's up, Lake Erie Lee? Welcome to the stream, buddy. How you doing? Does it restart every live, the XP? Yeah, Deja, every live there's a new leaderboard. I think. Flasher and another crankbait. Very good. Honestly, with the light as it is, I'm thinking throwing something more UV. Come on, fishy. So you've done well. Yeah, we've had a pretty decent day out here today, Lee. I think we've landed 7, lost 7 at this point. Somewhere right around there. Not a great hookup ratio, but it's been a busy day. This guy over here, we got one lucky pull and one that is just shit in the bed every chance it gets. Talking to you, bro. Talking to you. Very disappointed in you today. Do better. Be better. Catch more fish. Be like your buddy over here. See your buddy over here? He lands almost every fish that gets on its hook. Why can't you be more like your brother? Glad you caught on him today. You deserve it. Oh, thanks, buddy. Oh, we're having fun out here. Yeah, we're having a little heart-to-heart with the fishing poles back here. You like that double wedding ring? Yeah, it's done well. I've never seen anybody do a double wedding ring. I don't know if I just invented something new or if I'm sure somebody's done it before, but I've never seen one. So it's a really simple rig, you know, just two different beads, a couple of wedding rings, and a willow leaf. Willow leaf? I think it's a willow leaf. But I don't know if it's that or if it's the gang troll. You never know. I would have had to try that same, you know, rigging on the other pole. I'm definitely gonna have to tie up some similar ones to that, though. Flasher and a swim bait. Don's just, he needs something else. He's not happy with our current lineup. Neither am I. There we go. We found some fish. Good God, that is a long mark. That mark takes up half the screen. That fish is just either following or we just went over Nessie. Holter have a Loch Ness? I don't know. Spoon. We've tried a couple of different spoons today. See? Be more like your brother. See what he's doing over here? Catching all these fish. Another little guy, he's surfacing back there. I don't know if you guys can see that or not. I think we just got another baby trout. That little guy. So that's what we've been catching them on. Our double wedding ring with a silver blade. 2 hooks, 1/0 sized, Gomakatsu circle, or excuse me, octopus hooks. Oh, good God. No, stop it, stop it. Get out of my bucket. All right, this one's pulled back. Just another itty bitty one. That's number 8. And we are tipping this guy with our Gulp maggots. Pink with crayfish bunker lotion. I'm actually going to hit this real quick with the UV light. I think these beads fluoresce as well. Just a quick dab of the old UV sauce. Get her back in the water. Somebody sent 5 bones. I missed it. Peace RW gas money. Appreciate you, my friend. Thank you for the support. Use it as bait. That's not legal. Keep the maggot on top. Fishing rod died from emotional damage. We gotta do something. It just ain't. It ain't keeping up. It ain't putting in the work like it needs to. Well, somebody, do I have any mods in here? That rainbow count is off by 2. We need somebody to add 2. All right. We're out 100 foot on that guy. Carla, it's got to be a mod. That's all right. How long you got till dark? Alan, sunset is in 30 minutes. And we'll probably have, I would assume, another 20, 30 minutes maybe of twilight after that. I do have lights. I didn't bring my DeWalt light on the boat though, so I don't know how well you guys would be able to see. I'd have to run back to my truck for that. There's another one. Light turned on. Feels like just another baby. I don't know where the big ones went. Oh, did it just come off? Shit. I think we just lost it. Yeah, we just lost it. It ate our bait though. We gotta rebait. Put the tube on. Four-foot snake. All right, 100 foot out. Deja maybe, I don't know yet. Oh, I could just, it's not, I don't need to pin it. I just need to add the additional catches. Using lead core with snap weights later. Lake Erie Lee, this particular pole that's been hitting all the action today is just straight braid. We're running 40-pound Suffix Advanced braid, main line down to just a gang troll, cowbell, so 4 hammered bronze willow leaves. And then from that, it's my worm harness rig that I tied. The other pole that we were running for most of the day, which is what I'm about to put back down, I think, is my lead core. But we were running this one with snap weights almost all day. We're running 30 foot back, a 2 ounce snap weight, and then 70 foot of line, or 40 foot back, a 2 ounce, and then 80 foot of line to get to 2 different depths. Right now, I'm actually running straight without. I see so many fish surfacing, big fish, little fish, that we're running this one. It's basically top water. We're probably within the first 10 foot of the water column. Even though we're 100 foot out, I'm just doing that to get it away from the boat and away from my bubbling motor over here. The other line that we were running for most of the day that we did get a bunch of action on was my lead core line. I was just long lining 4 to 5 colors back with a whole variety of different things. We ran worm harness rigs that got bit. We ran spoons that got bit. None of the cranks I don't think have been bit yet. We haven't had a bite on a crank yet at all today. It's a nice, oh yeah, there's literally right, their driveway is a boat launch. They got the whole dock system set out. The house next to it's ridiculous. I don't know if you guys can see that or not. Look at these, look at the series of retaining walls they have on that house back there for a set of stairs. They have a whole set of stairs wandering down the side of the mountain there, and it's gotta be like 60 grand, 100 grand worth of just retaining walls. There we go. Oh shit, we lost it. All right, we're on them though. We're getting bit. They're liking this surface water. They're just little ones. These little ones, the hook doesn't get set. It's a quite large hook for, you know, an 11-inch trout. These itty bitty ones. Caught 8, lost 10. That's all right. How you doing, Lori Disney? Tube to block them runs? We could. You could. You could definitely size up to keep them from biting. It's not a bad idea. But again, we're not. No one's been beating them up all day long. I do have some. In fact, let's switch to that. I mean, I have some little tubes, or you want me to run a big tube? Hey, Rob Perez. These are just more wedding ring rigs. We got pink. Or we got some chartreuse. In fact, no, hold on a second. I know what I have some nice big tubes. I've been waiting to run these guys. Where are you? Where did I put you? Dang it, what did I do with them? I know what I'm gonna run. I've been meaning to test this out. So one of my subscribers also makes baits. He sent me this guy a while back to try. It's a spoon that has an integral LED light in it that when it touches water, it flashes different colors, and it's tailed with a skirt. And we will run that behind one of my gang trolls. So we'll run that behind the other rainbow gang troll that we didn't catch anything, that we got bit off of, but we didn't catch anything off of it. So yeah, that came from, you can look him up here on YouTube. Howling Baits is his at Howling Baits. So I've never tried it before. Supposedly once it touches water, the lights are supposed to go on. So we're gonna pop, I'm gonna take up the Dipsy Diver here. You're gonna be live streaming tomorrow. Unfortunately, I think the weather is gonna be too windy tomorrow. Mia works, so more than likely I will not be live streaming tomorrow. Got 8, lost 10. Oh yeah, red light, green light. We got Christmas going on over here. We'll see. Maybe this pole will finally get some love. Trolling slower today. Yeah, we are. We're trolling. We've been straight neutral all day long. We're trolling for trout and kokanee. They prefer a much slower troll than the pike do. So we're just gonna long line this out. We're on our lead core line now. I'm gonna throw her out 4 colors for now. Maybe we'll do 5 colors. No, let's just do 4 colors. We'll do 4 colors for now, see if it gets bit. We're running out of daylight here. I hate that it gets frickin' dark so early now. All right. That's gotta get bit. If it's alternated red light, green light, red light, green light, and it's behind the gang troll, which is the thumping blades. And it's got a nice little spoon action too, while that light spins inside of the body of it. It could, yeah, it could drop. Pike love the red light. It really, really makes them mad. Dejan, it's the Akuma Cold Water 30D series, 30DA. They're brand new. They just came out this year. They're the other rod behind me is an Akuma Cold Water 300 series as well. It's the older model though. I set up these rods are brand new. My lead core lines are the Akuma Classic Pro GLT planer board series. They're 8'6". No, 9'6" long, and then they collapse down to 8'6", I think it is, and it's 8'6" down to 7'6", and it's a one-piecing telescopic rod. The new ones that I got are the same poles, but they're the 7'6" model that collapses down to 6'6", and I'm running straight braid on these. But I really like these rods and reels. They're excellent all-around trolling rod. They have a light enough action on them that you've seen. We've caught little 10, 12-inch fish, and we can see and tell that they're biting and they're there. We've had fairly decent landing ratio, on at least one of them. But again, I think we just have a lucky and an unlucky pull. Show is 10 out of 10. Thanks, Alien. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. Take legs slower trolling. William, unfortunately, so again, we troll with the jet motor in the back. It's a 75 horsepower. I'm literally in neutral. We don't really go much slower than this. I could sometimes, if I really jimmy with it, I could get it in, slight retardation in reverse, and it slows it down, but it gets real squirrely. I don't like it. A 2-mile-an-hour troll is a little brisk for a rainbow and kokanee, but as you've seen, the rainbow have been hitting it all day, and kokanee tend to bite at the same speeds as rainbow, if not slightly faster. They're bigger, they're more energetic, acrobatic. So if the rainbow are biting, the kokanee should be as well. I'm gonna get walleye. Walleye definitely will bite at 2+ miles an hour. Pike tend to bite at whatever the hell speed you wanna troll. They bite better the faster you troll though. Yep, I'm gonna roll over next to this rock wall where the walleye and the perch tend to hang out. Kind of that nice house, the 2 houses on the cliff that we were just talking about and showing. That it's just a sheer drop off there. Nice rocky hard bottom below. So we're gonna go run a pattern right in front of them and do one more troll in front of the front of the dam. Let me get a few things cleaned up and put away here while it is still daylight. And I'm contemplating putting my frickin' my nav lights in and my headlamp on. I don't want to leave yet. It's chilly, but the wind ain't bad. I have enough light on here for me to see. I don't know how much you guys are going to be able to see, though. Oh, 199 likes. You guys will see it as one more than I do. Thank you, guys. I hope you're enjoying the stream. I think we're going to... What do you guys think? Should we pack it in when the sun goes away, or should we do some night fishing? Who's up for some night fishing? This might be the last day I get to fish this water body this year. And we haven't done nav lights or any night fishing yet this season. I'm kinda contemplating doing here. Night fishing with casting. Tayshawn, you and your casting. Can we drop that for a little bit, please? Probably no casting. Get some walleyes. Yeah, I don't have a trolling motor, and especially at night it gets squirrely. I gotta stay away from the shore. Make sure I don't hit anything. Trolling a little bit deeper is safer and more forgiving. Nighttime fishing is not forgiving. But we do have some UV stuff we can throw down to do night fishing with. Broke my phone. Oh, Northern Fishing Hay. Can you give us a flasher with that magnificent spoon? I could dig one out. Let me get the nav lights out and plugged in. We need to get set up for night before nighttime comes. It's much tougher to set up for night when it's already here. And we're running out of that time. So I gotta plug in my nav lights and turn them on. They should be working. This is the first time I've used them since I wired it up. Sorry again, utilizing the daylight hours where all I have them to put away things that are pointy and snaggy and... Is that a bite? Saw something out of the corner of my eye. Heard a click. Can you say hello to my little brother? No, I can't. I need to sleep. Go to bed, Deja. I'm praying for a Kokanee. Thanks, Dog Tag. It's 1 a.m. for me. Fingers crossed. I wanted him to catch walleye all day. Yeah, we got off that point. Sorry, I was adjusting. Let's head back over that way. Let's see here. My fish finder is drooping. You should flip boats for a little extra cash. Get my house finished and have some free time. I don't need any more projects. Last fishing I'm leaving. All right, Deja. Drooping mine. Man, something big just surfaced right next to us. Wow. That was like, I mean, it made a boil the size of a beaver coming up. Whale surface next to us. I don't know what. There's a bite. We just missed a bite. I don't know if you guys saw that or not. Hey you guys, sorry about that. The Starlink battery like died. Like click on the little battery indicator thing and zero light. I think Starlink adapter killed the battery. We'll have to take it home and see if it'll charge. Hey, welcome back, Odavo. All right, nav lights are working. I have a headlamp. I'm contemplating whether or not I know that I should. I'm contemplating whether I want to go back to the truck and grab my DeWalt lights. Otherwise, it's going to be hard for you guys to see anything. And I still don't have all the lights wired up that I need in here. I need some, you know, like LED strips along the floorboard so I can see where I'm walking, what I'm doing. I got really good headlamps. It's gonna blind the shit out of y'all. Alright, let's come across this shelf over here. Grab the casting rod with it too. Go to bridge by town. How long are you gonna stay? Rob, it really depends on, let me see, two things here. Fuel, I think we should be good on fuel. Oh yeah, we still got half a tank of gas, so we're good on fuel, good on batteries. It really depends on the weather, the temperature. I'm gonna start trolling back over towards the boat launch. I was gonna say the dock, but there is no dock. They took them out of the water probably a month ago here. But I'm gonna head back over that way and I'm gonna grab my DeWalt lights. So I have something to light up so you guys can actually see the pole and so I can see a little bit. And I might want to put on one more jacket layer because it is going to get a wee bit chilly. Dejan, we're not really doing any casting. We're in a boat trolling today. The casting I would bring on the boat if I was going to stop and do some jigging, but I'm not really planning on doing any jigging. We're just going to continue to troll. Next time we will do the casting rod. I always say on this channel, as soon as I get my electric trolling motor and I have spot lock and or, you know, programmable trolling to where I can go a very slow, predictable speed on a predictable path, you'll see me doing a lot more jigging and casting. But until then, even if I find a pocket of fish and I'm on them, I'm only on them for a brief moment because the very little wake that there is in a water body like this, it just pushes you off of it. You're gone. And I don't like anchoring in super rocky bottom. You want the link for the light tower? I can't click on links in here, but if you want to link something, click on my profile. There's a community page, and anybody that's a subscriber to my channel can post to it. And you'll see people post their fish catches, ideas for things. If you want to go and drop a link and tell me what it is, I will definitely check it out after I get off stream. But links from a mobile device aren't clickable in YouTube app. Yeah, I want to get some floodlights on the boat here too. Yeah, I'm excited. It's going to be expensive, and I still got to figure out where the hell I'm going to put all the batteries that I'm going to need for it, but that's the plan. Be on a tripod, but it's USB chargeable. Okay. Hey, Robert. We're trolling. The target today has been rainbow trout, kokanee salmon, and walleye. All we've managed to land is rainbow trout. Haven't really got into the kokanee, though I am marking what I'm fairly confident are kokanee. I can't get them to bite. Haven't really run into the walleye. We're gonna look for them. Now that night is coming, walleye should start getting active. The walleye bite does tend to pick up at night. And we did get bit off earlier by, I'm pretty sure, a fairly sizable northern pike. It bit off one of our worm harnesses that we were running. What's up, Savings Grace? Deja, I'm only allowed 2. But yeah, I control 4 poles, 5 poles. Is what my boat is set up to. This one feels a little bit more sizable. Maybe. The last light fish. Stay on there. Oh, did we lose it? Shit, I think we lost it. I gotta check these hooks. I don't know what, we've lost the last 3 in a row on this pole, which is crazy because we hooked up on the first 6 without losing any. Our hooks are still incredibly sharp. Hey, John Joe. Yeah, we've had 8 fish landed and 11 fish lost now. That other line just hit. Hit and miss, but we got some action on the looks like our bite might have just turned back on. That or we just found fish. John Joe, I'm trolling as slow as I can in this boat. We're trolling with the outboard. So I'm not able to get a super slow troll. We're at about 1.8 to 2 miles an hour, which is a little fast for trout and kokanee, but they've been hitting real well today. Rob Perez, no, I haven't run the water wolf today. You need a good clear water body with a decent amount of light. And this water body is fairly stained, and it has a lot of algae in it. Not a good lake for recording. We need a runner. I know. We need a good one. I said I was going to go over to the dock, and here I am heading back over to the walleye spot. I don't know, maybe we can make do with, well, how much camera? We have 55 battery on my cell phone, which will power us for a little while. Shit, my other headlamp is in the truck too, so I was gonna say I can mount that up, but what time is it? 5:13. All right, we're gonna swoop around this edge over here and then head back to the dock. I need to get my DeWalt light, otherwise you guys aren't gonna be able to see anything. Rod, I was fishing 2 days ago in the boat, and I was able to walk out on 2 to 3 inches of ice for a ways already. I might go, dear Lord, man. That cold there already. You already got 3 inches of freaking ice. What kind of depths are you targeting? Where are you setting up your ice house? Are you fairly shallow, or are you over deeper water? Are you fishing on, you know, a hole, a ledge? Tell me about what you're setting up. Lost a record pike earlier. It was probably sizable. I don't know if it was a record pike. The bite on it didn't look like a record. We had it on the line for about 15 seconds before it bit me off. Just a brief period. But it was big enough to bite clean through a 25-pound test. A couple of head shakes and she was gone. Be over some structure. -18. Good God, man. How'd your scouting go? DeWalt? Grab some zip ties and mount the DeWalt light on your recording stick. Yeah, we'll probably... It's a little heavy for that. I have one of the like big... It's probably 3 to 5 pounds. See if we can get this one to stay on there. Got a little bit bigger size on this one. Oh, did it come off? Nope, she's still there. Nah, this one's not much bigger. Gave a little bit of a fight. Yeah, I hadn't heard that term until recently, a shaker trout. I was watching, I think a guide terminology. They're telling their clients, oh, we don't even take pictures of those. That's just a shaker trout. Tell them to get rid of it. One's a little bigger. Good hook set on it. Very nice. What is that, Trump 9? And this is why they call it a shaker trout. You don't even touch it, you just shake her off the hook. Let's go. What's up, El Dabo? Top lip perfect. Yeah, top lip, and it came around to his bottom lip too. It managed to shake itself out of the first one while it was bouncing around there. Nice little trout though. Still not one of the vibrant ones. I want to get one more of the super vibrant ones to get a good picture of it. We still had one Gulp maggot on there. That's the first time I pulled this in and they weren't both gone. As good as these have been doing, that's one of the things that I don't like about them, is they're, especially when I'm running a 1/0 hook, they work a lot better when you're using, you know, a size 4, a size 6 hook. Something that's a little bit smaller. These bigger hooks, the 1/0, the 2/0 hooks that I've been using, just, it pokes too big of a hole through them. But you go through a lot of them. You get the jar and it's like, holy crap, I'll never use all of those. And then like 2 fishing trips you're in, you're like, god damn, they're all gone already? Yeah, we got tons of fish out right now. The scan just changed, like dramatically. Let me show you guys. So here's what we're looking at now. And this is what we've been looking for. So you got stuff spread out all over in the water column, right below the boat. We got big ones running 100-foot bottom. It's just, everything's kind of spread out. Just little tidbits. And we haven't seen that all day. It's been a few fish here and there. But now that night is coming, they're just spreading out everywhere. Again, well, you can see them on the side scan. Again, we're fishing over 109-foot, 110-foot bottom. And we got little small ones up on top. Nice big stuff down 40, 60 foot. We're on them. I don't know. Maybe with this night fishing will pay off for us. I still gotta go get the damn DeWalt light. I don't wanna. Somebody bring it to me. I don't want to go to the boat launch. Flasher with the blinking spoon. I gotta dig out a flasher. I gotta tie up another leader. That's work, my friend. We should though. A nice big UV flasher. Let me see what we got. I think we might do a Dodger though instead of a flasher. Hey, hey, Hammy. There's burbot in here too. I wonder if some of these things coming out now that night has hit are the burbot. I've never caught a burbot before. I would so love to catch a burbot. I'm thinking I'll just pull my ice shack onto a decent trout spot and run the Eskimo for walleye and everything else. Yeah, I mean, just make sure where you're putting it out is safe. Go get it out there and get your skunk out for the season, and then you can start scouting out some better places to move it to. Been really fun to watch fish burbot on the very bottom of the lake. Thanks. Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, Carlo. Yeah, they're from what I've read, I've never caught a burbot. I've watched a bunch of content about fishing for them. Most people jig with them, and in fact, I have the perfect jigs for it. We're probably not going to be jigging for burbot tonight, but they like real rocky bodies, crevices, cracks, things that they can hide in. They're very lurky fish. But yeah, they're definitely a night bite usually, and bottom bite, and usually cold season bite. Deja, thanks for coming and hanging out. I appreciate you. We'll see you on the next one. Silver flasher with blinking spoon for burbot. Have you ever heard of, I've never heard of anybody catching a burbot on a troll. I mean, anything's possible. I've caught stupid things on stupider things. But you really think I can catch a burbot on a troll? I've never heard of people catching them other than jigging for them or ice fishing for them. Hold on, let me fix the catch count here. There we go. Is it 9? Yeah, there we go. There. All right, let me go to the damn shore and get the light. We really should have the light. I won't take shack out till I got a foot of ice, but I can move around and scout from the tent. Oh, okay, so you're going to set up initially with the tent. That makes sense. Thinner ice, easier to set up, tear down. Scouting setup rather than a, semi-permanent fixture. Gotcha. Why are we moving that? Why is that running so weird? We're sitting on my damn Raptor around. Why does it do that? All right, we got this one's got a little bit more weight on it. Oh. All right, we got another decent one here, I think. Not a record or anything, but she's putting up a decent fight. And again, on the same damn lure. We just got one unlucky rod. You know, this one's holding deeper. I wonder if we might not have just hooked up on our first salmon. I don't see any acrobatics, but I have not seen it yet, and it's made it all the way to the boat. It's at the boat, and I still haven't seen it. This feels like it might be a salmon. Or just a bigger trout. I think it's a bigger trout. I just saw some color. Oh, alrighty. That is trout number 10 on our very favorite lure. Just knocking it out of the boat today. Oh, dude, just wrapped himself up. Let it. Alright, this one's gonna go on the stringer. Another good size. Perfect eater size. Absolutely gorgeous. Rainbow. This one's probably, again, 18 inches or so. Let's go throw her on the measuring stick and see. I think we got an 18 incher. Oh, dude. $17 inches. Nice little football. All right, we're gonna pull in that other line and head over to the dock so we can get our DeWalt light. I think we thought I saw that other pole bouncing over there. I think the drag might be set a little tight on there. We might have just had a bite and not hurt it. Ouch! Sharp. Son of a bitch. Alright, but yeah, let's get the DeWalt light before it's completely dark and I can't see anything. Yeah, this little guy, I'm telling you, man. I'm gonna have to tie up a bunch of these. This double wedding ring, has just been killing it. Extra scented. 5 minutes behind. Red rod, the trout slayer, beautiful fish. Yeah, I tried the smoker size fish, I try to keep them all, 17, 18, 19 inches, all right around the same size. You don't want to throw a bunch of unevenly sized fish in the smoker together. They don't cook evenly. But let's get this other rod in and go get our DeWalt lights. And we're gonna stay out here for a few. The wind seems like it's fine. And if memory serves me correctly, the forecast didn't call for any big gusts tonight. We have enough gas for multiple hours still. Yeah, oh, look at all these lights. Can you guys see this on the camera? Can you guys see that light in the water back there? Let's go off the side here. There we go. You guys see that light? That's pretty cool, huh? I feel like that should piss some walleye and some, and again, it comes out of the water and it just turns off. That's awesome. I like it. That is an interesting rig. All right, let's move on over to the dock here so I can get my basically, I need a headlight. Not for my head, but for the boat, some headlights. But I'm gonna turn my light on as well. Sorry if I blind you guys. It's unintentional. I think it's gonna scare the fish. Yeah, so it seems like it alternates. There was a green light, a red light, and a white light. And I think we still have we're just coming off of a full moon, so we might have some moonlight tonight as well. Hey, David. Rainbow trout, Kokanee salmon, and walleye. All we've been catching is the rainbows, though. We're just headed back to the ramp right now. I gotta run up to my truck and grab one or more of my DeWalt lights so we can have some more light on the boat. I'm only set up for just the bare minimum safety, legally required lights on my boat right now. So we've had 4 above 17 inches today, and then the rest of them have been anywhere, they've been pretty small. 11, 12, 13 inches. Average rate. Oh, I just inhaled a bug. I thought we were done with bugs. It's winter, goddammit. No, about 14, 15 inches usually, pretty average here. It depends on the day, though. Sometimes the day and the depth. The deeper you go, I tend to catch a little bigger ones. don't need fish when you have bugs, right? All right, I'm gonna try and turn back on the mic here so we can get rid of some of the wind noise. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Yes, no, sound? Can't? Yup, can, we can. Deja, come on, man, you're good. Hear you loud and clear. All right, thank you. Appreciate that. Hey, El Dumbo, can you add one rainbow? So I don't have to, just type .ac space rainbow space trout. I don't think I have any other mods in here. Thank you guys for letting me know. Oh man, I picked up the speed. It's chilly. Brr. I don't like it. No, without the space, and you don't need to add the number. So .ac, no space between the dot and the AC, and just type Rainbow Trout, don't add the 10 at the end. Nightbot automatically adds it to the count. Ah shit, almost. No, there's no space. I hate autocorrect, I really do. It is, it's starting to get cold, but we'll deal with it. I gotta check my truck. I think I have my mittens somewhere. Dear Lord, Aldavo, 3 swings and 3 misses. You're on a tear there, buddy. I'm not cut out for this. Well, you're all I got right now, man. You're all I got. All right. All right, stop beeping. I know I'm in shallow water. I truly, I know, fish finder. I know, buddy. All right. Holy shit, he did it. All right, give me a sec here, guys. I'm gonna run to the truck real quick.
All right, got my DeWalt lights. I just need to grab a battery. All right. Ooh. Oh, okay. We are plenty deep. Give me a sec to get back out into a little deeper water here, guys. Now we got a little bit of light. Light fades faster. Yeah, once it's ready to go, it's gone. We made it just in the nick of time to be able to get back and see the boat ramp and get my lights before I couldn't see anything anymore. All right, you guys, spooky story time. This is our first, leave it to want to see my rod to wait until winter time to do the first night stream. Who the hell night fishes in the winter? Is that even a thing? I feel like that's not a thing. Wait until it's frickin' 20 degrees outside to say, hey, let's spend all night outside. Or you can freeze your little balls off. That sounds fun. Still need sleep. Go to sleep, Dejan. Wisconsinites do? Oh yeah, I do, but only from my cozy shack. Yeah, we're not quite in the comfort of your cozy heated shack out here. We're out in the frigid freaking mess here. All right, so we're gonna have to do I guess not only is this the first night fishing of the channel for the boat this season, it's the first night fishing of the boat in its life. This boat has never had the legal lights. You guys are witnessing this boat's first time on the water at night. So this is a grand occasion here. All right, so I picked up myself a fancy, got ourselves a high-powered black light to power up some of our rigs. All right, so let's get back out to depth. Let's get our one lure that's been catching everything out in the water, and then we'll figure out what we're gonna do on the other one. What's up, reviews? Yeah, we're doing a bit of night fishing here. The fish have been biting. The weather is still beautiful. I figure, why the hell not, man? We got all of our... Ooh, that's a nice rock pile back there. Shit. I gotta mark that. Rock pile. Thank you. Now my dark thoughts are telling me to jump in the water even more. Big kokanee gonna get you? I hope so. All right. So let's get some, get this pole rebaited. This is the one that's been putting in all the work today. Every time I say that, I don't know if y'all listen to Prof or not, but every time, if you watched my channel, one of my recent shorts, I used the Dirty Work song on. Every time I say that it's been putting in work, that song pops into my head. Prof going, the dirty work, the dirty work. Y'all who don't listen to Prof won't get it, but any of you guys who have heard that song, you'll know exactly what I mean. All right, and I am actually going to throw just a bit of this lunker lotion directly on the beads here. This stuff has been working wonders today. We're gonna We're just gonna up the ante a little bit here. All right. First rod going in the water. The only rod we've needed all day. Had a nice browns trolling. Had nice browns trolling at night, and pike, walleye, and zander night feeders. Pike can be. Pike I have better luck at dusk and dawn rather than at night. I have caught them at night. Walleye are definitely a night bite. Though you can catch them throughout the day. They're definitely a night predominant. And I think you're right. Brown trout might, browns I think pick up activity at night as well. Congratulations, Rod has officially dipped his rods at night. That's right, you guys, you are witnessing history right here. Want to see my Rod channel first official night stream from the boat? Let's get it. Oh, whoa. There I am getting excited. We're at 140 foot. Oop. Almost 5 colors. I don't know if we need all 5 colors, but all right. One rod in the water. It's official. We're fishing. All right. We're gonna relax and we're just gonna, before we pop another pole out there, I'm gonna take a moment, since I have not done so all day, and I'm just gonna relax and chill with you guys for a little bit. And I am going to think about, I think we're going to run a Dodger instead of the I'm going to run a Dodger, not a flasher. So a Dodger just does a swoop back and forth. A flasher spins all the way around. I'm going to run, I think, with our glow, our light up spoon that we have back there. I think we're going to run a UV Dodger. I think I have more UV Dodgers than I do spinners or flashers. So we're going to bust out the black light here in a minute and look at some of our Dodgers and see if I can find a UV one. Nailed the nighttime setup. Yeah, it don't look too bad, actually. And I can see adequately well, I think. Lead core, it's for getting more depth when trolling, not really needed for jigging. Yep, that's absolutely right, Carlo. Paul Ward, yeah, we're marathon fishing here, buddy. That's the channel. If you're new, you might not know that, but when this channel streams, we usually try to stream for, we don't do 4-hour, 6-hour, 8-hour streams. I mean, we do, but I try not to. I try to do 12-hour, 15-hour, 16-hour streams. We normally fish until I'm out of batteries and the stream dies. So we're gonna fish until it's uncomfortable for me to be out here anymore. I'm new and very happy. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, buddy. Okay, I never tried that stuff. El Dabo, are you talking about Dodgers and flashers, or? Oh, I missed something else. Should work, El Dabo. Matters on reels for the size. Oh, you're talking about stop for a safety meeting. Shit, I missed that. That is important, El Dabo. Everybody stop. Stop doing, stop thinking. Y'all come into the trailer. God, that reminds me when I was in college, I worked on a painting crew. And my foreman would, everybody knock it off, safety meeting. In the trailer, now. Everybody gather in the trailer and he'd bust out the pipe and pass it around. And we'd all go back to work. Safety meeting, you guys. Important we discuss this. Get out your fish whistles and safety meeting adjourned. I jig for lots of lake trout using my depth finder to see my jig, but I can't always see it. So having some color-coded line would help me stay. Yeah, so and not only leaded line, they have braid line that's for depth targeting as well when you don't have a line counter reel. And it's the same exact, it's like lead core. Every 30 foot, it changes to another color. So 30 foot's one color. 2 colors is 60 foot, 3 colors is 90 foot, 4 colors is 120 foot. And it just gives you an easy visual representation of, you know, I have 90 foot of line out, I have 120, I have 150. Super handy. Steel City fishing, yeah, my kind of boss, right? Yeah, I love that job and I hated that job. It didn't matter how many showers you took, how often you washed your hands. Always paint, always covered in fucking paint. And you guys, we are, look at these fish. This is what I've been seeing all day. Look at these damn fish down here. 50 foot, 60 foot, 70 foot. Those are either big kokanee, walleye, or I mean there could be some pike down there, but I look at them all the way on the bottom there. driving me nuts. We are definitely not touching them. We ran our Dipsy Diver for a while, and we're right on top of that. But again, you can see these blue X's and blue cross marks. These are where we've caught fish. So again, I like to mark wherever I'm hooking up on a fish, and you start to see patterns develop. And these are our marks from today. Walleye be on bottom this time of the year? Yeah, they could be fat walleye too. I suspect it's a lot of fat. I think that's the kokanee we've been looking for, honestly. We haven't been really, I mean, we've been down deep above them by, 10 foot. We haven't really been knocking on their door. I try not to fish deeper than I have to. Spoon at 80. We'd have to throw the only way I'm getting down to 80 on the spoon is throwing the Dipsy back, the Dipsy Divers back on there. But we don't need to fish that deep. I mean, we could. What we're seeing shallower is definitely not, these are smaller fish. These are the trout that we've been catching. Again, you see water surface temperatures 50 degrees. We're over just about 100 foot of water, 100 foot of bottom. This eastern wall over here is that's the ledge that I typically will run for walleye. It's a really big drop off. There's a nice ridge there that produces walleye. But again, we're marking fish all over the damn place. Ever since the sun went down, they're everywhere now. A lot of them have come down to the basin here, it looks like. Yeah, you're right, but yes and no. I mean, we're marking all over the place. That's what I was just saying, is they tend to be shallower at night, but not always. They're kind of spread out tonight. Sorry, I'm trying to find my charging cord. I'll get you guys back in the holder here. There we go. I just wanted to show you guys what we're looking at here. I need to grab soda, and we need to find some glowy we need to find ourselves some UV stuff to throw down there with that spoon. Dipsy at 80, Dodger, and a spoon. All right, let's find let me grab a drink and we'll find a Dodger. Let's slow our roll a bit here too. We weren't quite in neutral there. We were doing 2.4, 2.5, a little bit fast. I think that's our problem. Give me a sec here, guys. I'm trying to get this crankbait off of this line. All right, drink acquired. All right, while we rig this other one up, I might as well just toss this second line back out there. Let's just get something in the water. All right, we're gonna let some line out on this guy. I just let the spoon back out, the flashing spoon on the cowbell for now. I gotta find a dodger, I gotta tie up another leader, so we're gonna have a little bit of time before we can. Done a few on Twitch. To use glow sticks. Sometimes. I don't have any with me tonight, Rob. Good night, Dejan. We'll see you on the next one, buddy. Maybe someone who was with the Guggen Squad films. Please don't get snagged up. Yeah, we're trying not to. I think we're good. How's everybody's night going? Who thinks we're gonna catch some big fish at night? I think we might. All right, the flashy light one, we're gonna start at 90 foot on the lead core line. Good God, we're marking, they're all down there, way down, 60, 80, 90, big fish down there. I'm great after the work meeting. You had, nice. Hopefully I've been watching for hours waiting on a salmon. Carlo, I'm sorry, we're trying, buddy. I know I'm moving at a snail's pace here right now, but I'm pacing myself and I'm thinking. All right. Let's start with this guy. Do we got anything that glows in here? Spoon, a fly, cut plug. I thought I had some dodgers in here. Good God, there are big ones all over the water column. Easy, guys. Look at this. We are just on them. All depths. Big ones, little ones. 40 foot, 30 foot, 60 foot, 80 foot. They're all over in the water column. Again, I all right, I think we're better. Sorry about that, guys. All right, let's find the other. I hate it when packages lie. Shit says UV on it, right? It glows when you got a UV light on it, but as soon as you take the UV light away, it doesn't glow anymore. What the hell good is that? That ain't UV. That's just frickin'... false advertising. Do you have to charge it with UV? A regular light does work, but a black light, ultraviolet bandwidth, charges it way better. So you use a blue light, a black light. Let's sit in UV like old glowworms. It's light reactive, it just don't glow. There you go, light reactive. Yeah, so like, some of them though, I mean like this guy. This is like the one that we lost earlier. You charge it up with a black light. And it continues to glow. I mean, it's got... That's when I buy something that says UV, that's what I expect it to do. Not only flash when you got the, you know, the UV light on it. All right, come on, man. We need our first night fish. We got our first night stream. Now we need our first night fish. Miss your old Ibanez. You had a UV Ibanez. I've only got 2 that I kept, but we've had we would have been limited out if we were keeping all the good sized ones. We've had, I think, 4 or 5 over 17 inches. A UV Ibanez guitar chartreuse. Oh, that sounds awesome. I love Ibanez. Man, I used to love to play I had an Ibanez signature series, and like a black with like a pink and a blue crackle on it. Gorgeous, gorgeous guitar. Still haven't managed to pull a salmon out yet, Paige. But again, that's what they're 100 goddamn foot deep. Those are the salmon. Those gotta be the salmon that are way down there. I just need to drop something down there and smack them around a bit. Look at all of them down there. Yeah, we gotta get down there. I'm trying, my friend, I'm trying. Yeah, too bad the maggot bait don't glow. That's right. I'll have to see if they make a UV version of that. The lunker lotion that I put on there has a glow component to it, but it only glows for, 5 minutes or so. You don't get a very long. What you're seeing back here, these are the lights on the dam. We're sitting right above the dam. Right across that line is like 150 foot drop off. Mine was a signature as well for the police, but it sounded so good. Sold it for 3 years, broken Floyd rose. Didn't want to fix it or deal with the rose anymore. Ah, man. That's a shame. Yeah, I gave mine. My buddy still has it. It's hanging on his wall in his basement. I don't think he's probably touched it since I gave it to him. When I moved away from Montana and started traveling 15 years ago or so, I gave away basically everything I owned. Gave and sold away or threw away everything I owned. Kept a backpack full of clothes, a laptop, and my acoustic guitar, and I fucked off for a couple of years. So he got my Ibanez. Cool guitar. I used to love playing that guitar. He gave me back recently. It's a 1964 Burns London. Really neat old guitar. Has such a unique tone to it. Really neat old guitar. Pretty rare. David Bowie used to play Burns London. I think he was kind of the one that put them on the map. All right, so let's run this shallow steep ridge where the walleye roost. Let's run that pattern a couple of times, and then if we don't get anything there, I'm gonna toss on. We're gonna get a dodger, get behind this Dipsy, and we're gonna reach out and touch these damn deep fish down here and bonk them on the head. Burns London, it's not an North American brand. They were made in England, I believe. England or France, somewhere over across the pond. But they're really, again, David Bowie played them for years and years. He played Burns London. But they're a pretty scarce guitar. They didn't make a whole lot of them. And there definitely didn't end up a whole lot of them over here in the States. Yeah, Dave, we're still cruising around the lake. We went and got my DeWalt lights, and the batteries are cooperating. Everything's just going. It's a little chilly. Somebody type .w. God, it's 6:19. It feels like it's so late and it's still so early. .45 feels like 43.8. Bit of humidity. Low winds, gusts to 6.6. Well, thankfully we're not feeling them gusts right now. Hopefully it doesn't pick up. Type dot, was that FC or is that .w? Type .fc for forecast. El Dabo, yeah, don't feel bad, man. I feel so ignorant when I try and convert imperial to metric or metric to imperial. You'd think being on this planet for over 40 years, I'd remember some basic frickin' conversions between the two. No frickin' clue. That's one of those things that it goes through one ear and out the other. For whatever reason, my brain has never been like, save that. Use that as a reference in the future. I just always play dumb every time I need to convert something. I have no idea, man. No earthly clue. Alright, I've been fighting with this frickin' angle, trying to tweak it over, because the tip of that pole's been like just at the edge of the screen. Why didn't I use my brain and just move the mount over a little bit? A little twisty and done. All I know is 79 is cold. Yeah, 79 is warm. 80 is where it starts getting, you know, pretty warm. 85 is sweaty. 90 is, it's hot. 95 is like, fuck, it's hot. 100 is like, I'm going inside and living next to the air conditioner. And then from there, it's just, you stay inside. So freezing is 32. So we're 10 degrees above freezing. You can see my breath. It's chilly. My fingers are quickly turning into ice cubes. I couldn't find my frickin', I have they're gloves, but they have like mittens that fold over the top, and I usually have them in my fishing bag. I have like 2 or 3 pairs of them now. I keep losing the damn things. A tiger within. We're at a Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. This is the dam, the lights. We're right next to the dam right now. And we're about to come up on a rock ledge over here. Montana, central Montana. It's on the Missouri River system. I thought we were gonna have a good night light here. I don't know what happened. We were lighting up right before we put stopped to get the light for the boat. And even though we're seeing them everywhere, we just aren't getting them to bite. All right, here's some more in the 20 to 40 foot range. That's where we're at right now. Okay, yeah, so right on this ridge line here. These might be the walleye. We might be on the walleye, guys. I don't know if they're gonna see what we have down there. I mean, obviously they'd see the bright flashing light. January's coming, -50. Oof. Yep. Get it deep. We're over 60-foot bottom. They're running 20 to 40 foot. We're running right on top of them. All right, I for real need to find these gloves. They got to be in my one of these bags here. So it's been a minute since we've caught anything. We're marking fish all over the place. I don't think we have the right presentations. As much as this rig has put in some work today, some dirty work. We've caught a shitload of fish off of it. It's just, I need to add some UV components. I thought those orange beads that I put in there would hold UV, but they don't. They charge up for a short moment and then it's gone. Most UV stuff is like that. I don't know what makes the difference between a UV product that holds its charge for a long time and one that just fades real quickly. I need a beast. Me too, buddy. All right, let's what do we on the, I think we let out 4 colors. Let's try 5 colors on this guy. We're gonna let our flashing spoon go a wee bit deeper with our lead core line. Okay, there's some big fish. I can see them on the side scan. Just posting up on this little hump over here. You know it's a good fish when you can see the fish shadow on the side scan. All right, we're 4 colors out now on that guy. I did. Yeah, I finally got my nav lights mapped or wired in. They're working good, but we don't have. I'm still using DeWalt lights on here. That's what you guys are. What's shining on the pole here is a DeWalt light. But yeah, we're set up. We're night fishing. We've been waiting all damn year for this, and now it's freezing. But we're out here. We're doing it. All right, here's some weed beds finally. I've been waiting. The weed beds have been very scarce at the basin end down here. We're marking some good foot fish, 20 foot, 30 foot. They're not super deep right here, but our bottom is shallower here. We're at 70, 75, 80 foot, marking some good fish. I think we need to just throw some UV spoons on there. Guided there for a lot of years, or is that Boa Pesca? Bud. Yeah, that's my bud. It's just easier usually on the boat to bring the whistle. You're gonna be posting these fish, these trout on Fish Brain? I might. I would have to go back and nab screenshots from the live stream. I haven't bothered busting out the phone to take pictures of them. The phone that I've been, if you've been paying attention to the picture quality on my Fish Brain this last 6 months, it's been getting worse and worse and worse. The screen protector, the camera protector on the iPhone that I use to post the Fish Brain got shattered, and the lens is just gnarly. I'm surprised I get a picture through it at all at this point. I need to peel it off and throw another screen protector on there. But because of that, I've been posting less of my catches on Fish Brain. I should though. So few people post on Fish Brain at Holter. At least people, especially people in boats. A lot of shore fishermen, bank fishermen that post on Fish Brain here, but it seems like most of the people on Fish Brain don't have boats. Nice world-class fishing right there, man. Don't think you can beat it. Yeah, fishy, fishy, fishy. Born in Ontario. I got a bunch of family from Alberta, Calgary area. I think there's some over in the East Coast too, Saskatchewan area, I believe. I've never been over that way to visit though. I love muskie fishing. I wish we had muskie here. We have northern pike, which is one of my favorite species to target, and we have tiger muskie, which are the hybrid between a muskie and a northern pike. They only put those in a handful of water bodies, and they're real scarce. They only stock a handful of them. Never seen a muskie before. Closet muskie spot. Closest muskie spot's 10 hours away. So you just get the pike around there too, like me? Yeah, so we're just riding this drop off here. There should be some dang walleye in here. Maybe walleye don't like Christmas lights, I don't know. Hudson, not since the sun, or not since it turned night. You know, the sun went down. The bite kind of shut off. We're marking fish all over the damn place. I just don't know if what we're throwing down there is what they want. Saskatchewan on the east side is major in fishing. On the west side, not great. The middle of the province. All right, I'm gonna draw up a little bit more shallow. See if these musky or excuse me, musky. These walleye are just holding a little more shallow up here or what? Hey, Magnus. Yeah, there's 65-foot bottom. I just gotta be careful because it gets real shallow over here. Real quick, there's like jutting mounds coming out of the... Tried a battery camera flasher for your glow in the darks. Brighter glow. No, I haven't, Jeff. Huh. No, I just picked up a UV light, a black light. Night's the first night that I've used it, but no, I've not heard of using a camera flasher. Burbot like a glow-in-the-dark spoon with a scent or cut bait is what the internet says. Yeah, Don, they do. I have these dragging bottom there. 86 foot. No way we're dragging bottom. All right, now. Yeah, I have some super glowy. They're like 1 ounce or 1.5 ounce jigs that are that I bought for burbot, and they're some of the glowiest damn things I have ever seen. You power them up and they glow for like 20 minutes. They'll glow. Flashers used all the time, Roger, in the Midwest. Yeah. Lake Michigan, Erie. Yeah, I've watched lots of videos from that area. Flasher fly combo. Real popular over there. If you want to try something different, throw a jig on with a piece of white guts from your fish or grub and just drift and bounce bottom. Probably pull up a walleye or burbot if they're in there. We could. For that, I would have preferred to have had my spinning rod. I really don't. I don't like jigging or dragging, especially like these line counter reels, especially the lead core. No, it's not a bad idea at all. I actually was curious how much for the rig you made. I'd have to add up what they cost. The wedding ring components, the little flashers can be a little bit spendy. I forget what those cost. The blade is probably the most expensive component on it. I want to say a package of those blades was, for 2 of them, was like, it's like $10 or $11. They're like $5 a blade. I know there are a lot cheaper blades out there. That just happened to be what I paid for those ones. Definitely works. Yeah, it don't seem to be the nighttime troll, but it definitely in the morning or daylight hours it was hitting. And I think I could swap if I put a couple of glow beads on there, which I should have. I thought I thought those were UV blades, but they didn't work too well. Not for glow, at least. But I'm going to make up a handful of different variations of that. I think a wedding ring at this water body has always done well for trout, but that one has just been real good. I mean, you guys have watched. It's been blowing up all day while that other pole that we've been switching out, different lure after different lure after different lure, has just not come anywhere close to it. Yeah, if we wanted to jig, honestly, what we should do is hop back over to where where we snagged up and I lost my my flasher. That spot over there had some of the biggest packs of fish. They're just all there's some kind of structure, some kind of rocky bullshit down there that I think they're all sitting on. Deja, no, we haven't caught anything since we started the night stream here. We're on our first official night stream on the boat, and ever since we turned the lights on, we have caught no fish. Go figure. We were catching them like crazy as they were biting like crazy at dusk. I'm seeing a lot more fish than what we have. They just don't seem to be too hungry. All right, have a good night, Deja. You guys had a blast because I was saving grace. Jacob was on fire. 242. Good night, man. We'll see you on the next one. It's about time to hook up on something though, for real. What's y'all's favorite thing to troll at night? Any y'all night troll? Where's SoCal? He was here earlier. I'm not sure if he's in somebody else's live or taking a nap or taking a 3-hour-long dump. He was in here earlier though. Jacob slayed them last night, 10 reds. Heck yeah. Yeah, we haven't really been doing any jigging. All I have on the boat is my trolling rods. I left my casting gear out in the truck. And all I have is my outboard to troll with. I don't have electric trolling motor, so it's really hard for me to point and jig. I just have to drift and jig. Yeah, I know trolling for walleye this time of year is real popular at night. I just have never really looked and seen what they're doing. Where the heck would I have put my gloves? They're not in there. And if they're not in there, it means they're not in that. Yeah, Paul, I would love to stop and jig because one of my bucket list fish is burbot, which is some of what we're marking. I'm quite sure is burbot, and I have all the gear for burbot. I left my poles in the truck. I hadn't planned on really doing any jigging today. We're doing a trolling stream, and I can't see a damn thing out here. It's pitch black. I figured we'd have some moonlight. I don't know when the moonrise is though. Now, I know I've got 3 different pairs of gloves. And I swear they're in here somewhere. Either that or they're sitting in a bucket next to where I park my boat in the shop. I did a purge on my boat, rewiring, and didn't put a whole bunch of crap back in because I realized I didn't need a lot of it in the boat, especially not long term. Has anybody said he's trolling too fast? It's got to happen at least once per stream, right, Paige? We've had a bunch of people try the "you're trolling too fast" magic. We haven't been able to produce a meaningful bite off of that. Usually I have my comeback response that no, we're not, because we're fishing for pike, but we're not really fishing for pike right now. And at times we are indeed trolling too fast. It only works when it's not true. We're doing 1.7 to 2.1. It really depends on which direction the wind shifts. Really don't have those in here, do I? Well, shit. We apparently did not pack our heavy gloves. One more place I could check for them. When we troll muskie, we go like 20 to 30. That's a little bit extreme, but yeah, muskie do like a fast troll like a pike. You can troll 3 to 5 miles an hour and still pull muskie in. All right, it's time for a fish. Yeah, for the pike that I normally troll for, I usually go 2.3, 2.5, 2.7, sometimes 3. Occasionally I'll bump it up to like 3.2, but I usually don't troll much faster than that. Most of the crankbaits and type of stuff that I troll with, for the drag systems that I have on my trolling rods, they just, it create too much drag. I'm at max drag. And I don't like running the poles like that. No, that's the short that I want to make though. You're trolling too fast, and I have like some. I would have to get like a buoy or something on a rope and just have it skipping in the water back there and Like you're trolling too fast and like, you think? No, and it's just skipping away in the background there, and then it cuts away. I want to make that video. Big muskie. Oh yeah, they do. They have a burst speed like a northern pike. An adult pike has a burst speed of well over 20 miles an hour, but you're not generally. I don't know what the hell you would even. I don't know of a lure you could troll that fast. Not a freshwater lure, at least. You'd have to be rolling some saltwater gear out, imagine, to try and go have a timeout. I know they can swim that fast, but it seems pretty wild. I've seen tuna guys do that. Yeah, I don't have a pole that I like realistically control that fast with. These Akuma cold waters would not hold up to a 20-mile-an-hour troll. There's no way. You would have to have a really, really strong drag system. Foot-long swim baits. At that speed, they would just be skipping across the surface, wouldn't they? I mean, there ain't no way you're getting depth on that. What I mean, real. We've been streaming since 9 a.m. this morning. It's now 6:50 p.m. So 9 hours ish. You put a lip on the front, so it turns it into like a crankbait. Okay. Saltwater, the only thing you can do, can go that fast, is with a diamond jig. I don't know what that looks like. I use 12 inches too, but max 4 to 5 miles an hour, usually 3. Yeah, El Double, that's more in line with what I've understood a power troll to be for pike or muskie. At 3 to 5 miles an hour. I've never heard of freshwater trolling at 20 miles an hour. That sounds like it'd be right up my alley. Look like we're got a wakeboarder on the back, and no, that's just my pike lure. Speaking of which, when I went to North 40 yesterday, they have and they have to just be novelty. I'm assuming they're wall hangers, but they have crankbaits that are, I mean, they're 32 inches, 32-inch crankbait with these treble hooks on them that are the size of my fist. They had 2 different styles of them, like a minnow style and a shad style, sitting on the shelf. I should have taken a picture of it. I'm assuming they're just wall hangers, but that's what I should. They're like $80 though. If they were cheaper, I would have picked one up just as a novelty. But that's what I should do. You're trolling too fast with is one of them on a frickin' 100-foot rope or something. We target 4-foot or longer muskie. Nice, aliens. Yeah, I've seen guys trying to fish with them. There are competitions to see who can catch a fish using the largest lures and oh yeah. I've never stumbled across that section of YouTube, I guess. Good God, are we gonna catch a fish? Come on, wake up. It's cold. I only stayed out here because we were catching fish. Why aren't we catching fish? Gotta catch some fish to keep me warm. Pretty sure that's how it works, right? We catch fish, I feel warm. I definitely ain't feeling it right now. It is penetrating my layers. I think we're about 1 layer shy of appropriate attire for the current temperature. Alright, we're not getting bit on this shit. I need to get this Dipsy Diver rigged up. My fingers are cold though. Do I have just a frickin' lure that I could No, I need to tie it. No, I'm gonna throw on a 36 incher. That's what she said. What was up, Buster? We're still marking fish. In fact, this is kind of a good spot. This looks better than some of the spots we've been hitting. I might have found some fish. This could be good. All right, let me... Yeah, we got to reach out and knock these fish on the top of the head. There's too many of them way down there. We gotta get down there and see what the hell these are. I'm over it. It's happening. Oh shit. We got turned around there. That's not good. Christ, what the heck? We are really trying to snag up. El Double, Truth Prevails, Center Valley. Ventura Beach. All right, we're gonna pull up this gang troll that's not doing anything, and we're gonna drop a flasher and this lighted spoon down into the depths behind the Dodger. Let's see if we can get bit. And then if this spoon doesn't work, I'm gonna throw on a UV spoon. We gotta get some UV action down there, I think. Oh, these, man, some of these snap blocks are tough to open when you got cold fingers. There we go. Good Lord. Oh, come on. Fingers so cold. Good Lord. All right. Shit, we are turned all around here again. All right, let's power this guy up and get her in the water. All right. Oh yeah, that should piss them off. All right. We have our Dipsy Diver going down with a UV flasher and our LED light from Howling Baits, or LED spoon. And we're gonna let that down to about 100 foot of line out. That should get us down to about 50 foot. fuck it. We're going 120. Let's get her down to 60 foot. All right. We're gonna reach out and touch them. Got back just in time for the deep water. Had to eat some food. Yeah, we're down. We just put our flasher and LED lighted spoon down 120 foot on the Dipsy Diver. 120 foot of line out, which should get us at about 60 foot-ish. It's not an exact science. We're not trolling at the full 3.5 miles an hour, so we might not be down quite that far. But we're fishing the... All right, please quit spamming. We're gonna give you 5 minutes for that one. Do you fish fry segments? I normally try to do the big fillets. I don't know what you mean by that. All right, let's get back out to this deeper basin where all them big fish were marking. We gotta catch one fat fish before we can get out of the cold here. It's about time. Where are you marking at? Right now, the biggest 50 foot is where the last one at, but we've been marking big fish down at 60 to 80 foot mark. So we're sitting right on top of that batch where they're at. Ocean stream. Gotta run to town, grab a case of drinks. All right, El Dabo. We'll be here. We're trying to pull something fat from the deep dark out here. Slow down. We're trying. What's up, somebody, really? No, not on stream. No, one of these days we might do a catch and cook, but that's not on the agenda for tonight. We're just on the catching. Bro, just piss in the lake. Who's gonna see, right? What's up, Mom's Christmas special? Yeah, I'm really wishing I had found some gloves. It drives me crazy because I have 2 pair that I bought specifically for the boat to leave on the boat, and I have no idea whether or not the boat. My fingertips are just, they hurt. I got them in my jacket pocket right now. We're trying to warm up a little bit. They were out just long enough messing with that damn, swivel clip. What's up, Tommy Stam? How you doing, buddy? Welcome to the stream. We're night fishing on the boat. Hanger rod, probably when you went to car with. I have my thin gloves on. They're fingerless. I have 2 or 3 pairs of mittens that I don't know where the hell I keep putting them. I keep losing them and I buy another pair. And then I have these like neoprene, they're waterproof thermal gloves. They're almost like, you know, like a scuba diver type material. And yeah, we're marking big fish. There's a whole shitload of them, 60 to 80 foot. We might need to let out a little bit more line on this Dipsy. I just don't want to come over any more humps and lose another frickin' flasher. I don't like trolling bottom. I troll suspended over bottom. But yeah, these fish are deep. All right, coming up right here is where we had our first fish of the day and last fish of the day. I don't know, Paige. It's one of them stupid memes. Hand warmers that charge up. Bob, yeah, I really need to get some of them. Right after I open my beer, my wife. Have to go on a store run. Oh, you store run right after you open your beer. Yeah, that is kind of evil. Best fishing stream I've seen. Very informative. Well, I'm glad you like it, aliens. I try and share information. I'm not the most expert fisherman on the planet. I'll admit that. Any day of the week, every day of the week. But I've caught myself a few fish. I've got some ideas of things that work. Some better than others. But I'm glad you're finding it informative. I hope you learned something. I'm always happy to learn something as well. I'm honestly kind of surprised that all the action we've had today has all been deep basin, suspended fish. I would have expected we'd see more fish in the shallows, you know, or at least in, you know, the 20, 30, 40 foot range. Every pass I've went shallow today has been just barren. Everything's all out here floating around in the great abyss. It's one spot that I think a lot of people don't fish in water bodies. You always see, I mean, and I'm a victim of it as well. You look at a lot of the maps that I've created, you know, or my trolling patterns. I troll deep structure, deep ledges, you know, as close to the shallow as I can find it. You know, you get in a boat and everybody wants to fish on the shore. But I've found in this last year, in fact, more so in this last year, I have really started doing more deep water basin fishing. You know, you find the same structure out there. There's humps, you know, mounds, there's valleys, you got weed beds. And I have found that there are so many fish out in the basins, out in just the deep, you know, area where nobody ever really goes to fish. Or I, you know, historically have not. I never really see fish out, or people out trolling the same areas that I do either. Not around here, at least. I don't know how you guys do it over on the East Coast. I think, I don't know. I mean, I guess whatever works. They're catching fish shallow. More power to them. I seem to catch more when I'm out in the abyss here. Or there sure are a hell of a lot of big fish out here too. Sometimes they're hard to get to come out and play. And we're gonna, again, I'm seeing too many, just 60, 80, 90 foot. I'm dumping our Dipsy Diver down. We're going real deep. We're gonna drop in and see what they're doing out here. All right, there's 140 foot of line. We should be about 70 foot now. We're down in their playground at least. Big fish 20 foot, big fish 100 foot, big fish 60 foot. They're just stacked in the water column here. Good luck from Australia. Thanks, Mats and Mules. We're here in central Montana. We're trying to get the night fish to come out and play, but they don't want to play. We caught 10 trout during from 9 a.m. till about 5 p.m. and the bite just kind of shut off. I do think we might have to officially retire our chief, our workhorse over here, our double wedding rig worm harness. It has not been touched in 2 hours now. Good God, it's been 2 hours since the sun went down. We haven't caught anything. Grid lines, yeah, I do so, Cal. I'm running patterns back and forth. This is one of the lakes that I'm mapping. We don't have a Holter lake. CMAP Genesis doesn't come with this map. So I'm trying to, as I'm trolling, I'm trying to hit through areas where I've been before, but I'm also trying to run some patterns to fill in the bottom. Stop and shop. Yeah, but I think it might be time. We've had 2 hours of. I don't think they could see it down there. I think we might still keep the cowbell on there because that thump. I think probably still brings stuff in. I just don't know if the fish can see our lure down there. It's not UV. Wonder if I have UV marshmallow or something. A UV plastic, a rubber, something I could throw on one of the hooks. Zip tie glow stick to it. Yeah, all my catfish glow sticks. I still have a couple in my pocket, but I think all the batteries are dead in them. I need to. My replacement is I have a tote in my truck of crap that I took out of the boat. And all my spare batteries for it are in that. All right, Paige. Thanks for stopping through, buddy. We'll be out here for a bit longer. It's only 7 o'clock. It's so early still. It's getting colder by the minute, though, for sure. Somebody type .w. See what it says it's down to. I don't know how often the forecast. I think it's supposed to be every 15 minutes it updates it. .37 feels like 34, so yeah, we're almost down to freezing. Gust to 6.6 from south by southwest. All right. So gust is picking up a little bit. Thank you, aliens. Yeah, let's grab the old flashlight here and see what we can find in the Ah! That one might do it. Okay, so we've been trying cranks all day, right? Different cranks. I don't know if we got I don't even know what the hell this is. It's a shallow water crank. We can get her down a little deeper with good God, we are just coming over an absolute pile of them here. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's what we need. Let's throw that guy down there. Yeah, look at that sucker glow. Bruce, we haven't caught anything since the sun went down. We're trying to throw on some UV stuff here, see if maybe we can get the bite to pick up. I was gonna go with a spoon, but let's go with this crank. I'm sorry, my friend, you have done real well today. No offense, but it's time for you to rest, and we're gonna bring out somebody who's got a little bit more bling. Yep, and we haven't been touched. We still got both of our, that's the first time we pulled this out all day long that both of the maggots were still on it. So it has not been touched. This has been one hell of a lure today, though. I am super pleased with how it's worked. I'll have to do a short showing this one and showing some of the catches. Maybe a quick tutorial on how to tie it. She's been a workhorse, though. So it's 2 1/0 hooks tipped with maggots, bead, wedding ring, bead, wedding ring, bead, tiny bead, and willow leaf. We've been running that behind a cowbell all day, and that's what caught every fish that we've put in the boat today. In spite of us running 2 different poles. Good shit. It's always so fulfilling when you make your own stuff and you bring it out on the water and it actually works. And for as cool as that flashing spoon looks to me as the fisherman, the fish don't seem to care for it. I don't know. That one's been out there for quite a while too. All right, we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna tip this guy with some maggots. Might as well. It just gives it a little bit of scent trail, which I think in low light conditions like this can definitely be a bonus. And for the hell of it, we're actually I'm gonna throw a little bit of this craw juice on the crank itself. Again, just get a little bit of extra All right, let's UV this guy up. All right, powered up. Let's get her out there, catch us a fish. All right, we're out 40 foot. I'm gonna throw a 2-ounce snap weight on here like we were doing earlier. Get this crank out there a little deeper. It's a shallow running crankbait, so without a little bit of weight, it's gonna be super shallow in the water column. All right, we're gonna let that one ride out. Yeah, we added some, it's called Atlas Mike's Lunker Lotion. It's crayfish. It's also UV sensitive, so that glows up a little bit. But when you're night fishing, oftentimes UV can help, scents can help, sounds can help. Again, you got to remember that a lot of the fish that you're targeting don't have the greatest night vision. All right, so we're out. We put 40 feet of line out. We added a 2-ounce weight, and then we put another 80 feet of line out. So it's 120 total feet of line out. Should get us down to 25, 30 foot range. Even with that shallow crankbait, it should be getting us a little deeper. Walleyes don't like sounds, oh yeah? Yeah, I don't know. I've never night trolled for walleye before. I know it's a popular thing to do. Come on, that's been our lucky rod. Let's our first and only change of the night. Let's make it work. Vibration, they like vibration, not sound. Okay. Good luck, man. I just nailed a 40.5-inch muskie today, catch and release. Heck yeah, that's a nice muskie. Congrats, buddy. They love rattlers. Okay. Yeah, we ran a rattle trap for a good hour, over an hour. We tipped her with some chartreuse. And I tipped it with some of the fringe from a hoochie. They didn't want it. They weren't interested. It's cold, Josie, and the fish don't want to bite. Making me a little sad. It's all right though. This night fishing on the boat is new for me. Most of my night fishing in the past has been from the bank. Any brown trout? There are some quite large brown trout in here. HH Customs. They're catch and release only in this water body unless you're 14 years of age or younger. They'll allow kids to keep one under 15 inch, I believe. No, not so much, Rob. I ate, I gorged on peanut butter and bread this morning before I came out. I ate like 3 or 4 slices of peanut butter bread. Luna, yeah, it's frigid out here. I'm trying to keep them in my pockets. They're not so bad when they're next to my, body heat, but whew. Just for the few moments it's out swapping lures and, changing the direction of the boat. It's chilly. Need energy drinks? Oh, I got Mountain Dew. It's full of sugar, caffeine. Come on, fish. Oh, but yeah, there's some fat browns in here. It's around spawning time, I think. I don't know what spawning brown, how it affects their behavior. If they become more aggressive, if they stop eating. I don't know a whole lot about browns. Other than I love to catch them, they are an absolutely gorgeous fish. How long you been on the water? 12 hours, 12 and a half hours. No, 10 and a half hours. 10 and a half hours. Yeah, we started at 9 a.m. and it's now 7:30. So we're at the 10 and a half hour mark. Thin gardening gloves, under heavy. Latex gloves are the best to keep your hands warm and dry in the winter and not lose your mobility. Thin gardening gloves under latex. So I have in fact, that's what I do have half of the components. I do have some waterproof, some latex gloves, some like surgical gloves. And what I was gonna try is like those, just like the thin black fuzzy, just they're thin crappy gloves, but like a pair of those, which are they're thin enough that you don't lose a whole lot of mobility, but then your surgical gloves over the top of them. I think I don't know. I need to get some durable ones though, but just a waterproof layer over a thermal layer. Not gooning with us, you're gooning against us. Should have a little gas ring kettle so you could do yourself a hot drink. Yeah, so our second Starlink battery died again. You guys see me now? No? Everybody left. All right, cool. Yeah, Starlink died again. I had to replace the next battery. I had only put a 4 amp battery on there. I just grabbed something because the second one, it completely killed. Oh, we got one light left. Okay, we're good. Yeah, we're on a new battery. Sorry about that, guys. Josie with 300 subs. Ah, you're almost at the 100K mark. Nice. So close. Yeah, keep at it, Josie. You're almost there. You read my comment about gas and kettle. You said your mom, and then you disappeared. Oh, no, my mom keeps telling me I need to get a thermos to bring like hot coffee or, you know, hot soup. I keep forgetting to find one on Amazon. Yeah, a little hard to see the stars with all my lights on, because there are, you know, it's a bit of an overcast sky tonight. There honestly aren't a lot of, stars that I see. They're out, but the overcast kind of kills it. David wrote biggest trout today, just over 19 inches, probably around 3 pounds. Nothing real big. Bunch of eater size. Beer season starts again with the ice shack. Can you see? No, I can't see. Without my nav, I would have no idea where the hell I'm at. Other than for reference, so this is the dam. We're fishing right up above the dam in the basin area. So that's kind of a point of reference there. When I go east of it, which looks west to you guys, but this is actually east. When I go east, that runs over to the boat dock or boat launch. But no, I can't see anything out here. I got one DeWalt light pointed forward so I can see like immediately in front of me, and then one DeWalt light pointed back so you guys can see the pole. Grey Wolf Foss, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the channel. Appreciate the sub there. Thanks for the sub, Laragui Fishing Sport. Welcome, welcome. Have you checked your fuel? Not in a couple hours, but a couple hours ago we were still at half a tank. Yeah, we're still well over a third of a tank. I normally get about especially at these low speeds that we're trolling at. I've been in neutral all day, so we're not even trolling, you know, the 2.5, 3 miles an hour like I normally do. Normally trolling 2 to 3 miles an hour, I will get 13 to 15 hours worth of trolling out of a single tank of gas. Trolling at just neutral here, I'd imagine we would get at least 15 hours. And we've only been out here on the water for almost 11. So we still have probably 3-4 hours worth of fuel left minimum. Just over freezing, DJ. I think the last time somebody ran the weather command, it said it was like 37 or something like that Fahrenheit. It's chilly. $20 degrees. That's even chillier. 37 feels like 35. Slight gusts, slight breeze. It's not bad though. Other than my fingertips, I'm perfectly fine. Butane stove, make omelets on the lake like a king. Man, I would burn. I mean, it's an aluminum boat. I would set an aluminum boat on the fire somehow. Believe you me, I'd figure out a way. We got snow last night. Oh man. Yeah, we have, it rained a couple of times. In fact, last week when we were on stream, we were gonna stay and do a little bit of a night stream there. And, we didn't because it started raining. But we've had a bit of rain lately, which is surprising because it's been hovering right around freezing. It's snowed 3 times already though in Vaughan where I live. It's melted, you know, within the next 12 to 24 hours, but it snowed 3 times already. Winter is freaking here. Fall bite is way off this year. Yeah, last week we fished for a solid 8 hours and I didn't get a single bite. Today we're 2 reservoirs down, and I've been getting bit all day until it turned nighttime. Once the sun went down, the bite completely shut off, which stinks. I think I gotta try a different area. But yeah, El Damo, I was reading about and watching some videos about turnover. I think you're right. I think that's what's been happening here lately, and it's killed the bite. Seems like while turnover is happening and shortly thereafter, the bite it kind of puts the fish in shock with, you know, the water jumbling up like that. The cold mixing with the warm, the high oxygen with the low oxygen. Spreading the frickin', you know, the zooplankton and the food sources all over in the water column. Because we're definitely on the fish. I mean, you guys could see we're on the fish. I mean, we've been running over them all night long. And they're ranging from the smaller ones at, you know, 20, 30 foot, much bigger ones at 60, 80, all the way down at the bottom 90. Our Dipsy Diver, we got to be running about 60 to 70 foot right now on it. We got 140 foot out of line out. With the jumbo Dipsy. They're not digging our LED light. In fact, I think it's time to call it, guys, that our super fancy LED light, I think it'll be a good pike troll. I still have hope. I want to try it at Pishkin. I bet you we'll catch the crap out of pike at Pishkin with it. But the Kokanee and the trout don't seem to care for it. The walleye don't seem to care for it. Water temperature at the surface is 49.7 right now. It's dropped 0.3 degrees since the sun went down. Fished last Sunday, Monday, and only caught 1 walleye and a few smallmouth. Yeah, we've landed 10 today, and we've lost just as many. So, I mean, the fish have been biting. I mean, that's a good day for trout. And there was 1 pike in there. I know it was. Ah, shit, I forgot. We still got, our last rainbow we caught is still, that was him getting pissed and smacking against the side of the boat. Let's bleed him. And then we'll run it for a little while and get it in the cooler. Yeah, he was pissed. He's just been swimming along this whole time. Good night and good luck. All right, Rob, thanks for coming to hang out. Laker spawn was a month late. Man, I'm so stoked that I finally caught my first Laker. Not only one, but two. We managed to get 2 Lakers at I was hoping for a lot more. I think if I could have got my boat off the damn trailer at Woods Bay when we were at, oh God, why do I keep forgetting the name of the lake? Flathead. When we were at Flathead a few weeks ago. I think if we could have got out in Woods Bay, I would have got more of the trout, but I did end up with 2 of them. Super cool. I got no snow, but I got 2 inches of ice already. The snow all melted last week and just got really cold after that. That's crazy. Does the forecast call for it to warm up anymore, or are you just straight in winter now? It's always the weather's always so off and on here in Montana. It's like it's winter. There's a saying around here, if you don't like the weather, wait 5 minutes. There will be days where you literally have all 4 seasons in a single day. It'll go from like 90-degree weather to like hailing. It goes back to a nice, calm, sunny day. And in fact, I think there's a Guinness Book of World Records. There's I think it was in Loma, Montana. The greatest single day shift of temperature anywhere in the world. In one day, it changed over 100 degrees Fahrenheit in a single day. I can never remember if it went from super cold to super hot or super hot to super cold. There's over 100 degree temperature differential between a 24-hour period at the same location. And it's like, yep, that sounds like Montana. Bigger the lake, the longer the turnover. That makes sense. Again, the more water capacity you have, the longer it takes for those temperatures to stabilize. How late are you staying out tonight? Kevin, I don't know. It's almost 8 o'clock now. I would say maybe if we hit the 12-hour mark and I still haven't caught another fish, we might pack her in. It's cold out here. But if we can find the damn fish, I'll stay till the batteries are dead. I just got to get home before Mia has to be to work in the morning. I don't understand what these fish want from me right now. I don't get it. I hate it when the bite just turns off like that. It's like you're just getting slammed left and right. And we were there at sundown. They were hitting. Every time I threw that pole out there, it got hit. I get a gatto tonight. What's a gatto? Filipino pork stew. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think the only, I don't know, I think the only Filipino dish I've ever eaten is pho. Which is like, no, and that's not Filipino, that's Vietnamese. What am I thinking about? I don't think I've ever eaten Filipino. I find extremely small jig lures and baits work a bit better during turnover. They really aren't looking for aggression or food during the turnover, so put the low energy baits. Okay, so just throw some smaller stuff out there. That makes complete sense. I mean, we're not running anything super big right now. We're not jigging, but I've never trolled with a jig. But I'm sure he is dead on that crankbait at this point. Should we pull it in and throw a spoon on there? -10 to -18 all week now. Good Lord. Try making some, it's good. My next fishing trip will be on ice. Ugh. Feels like that's coming soon here. It's getting so cold so quick. Chicken and frittata would be a hit for you too. I'm not a big chicken eater, honestly. I like beef more than anything. Steaks, ribs, stews, roasts. I'm a big red meat eater. Summer here was 4 times hotter than the recorded summer ever. Good Lord. Our weather's getting all crazy these days. God, I don't want to go any deeper with this frickin' Dipsy. I've already lost $30, $40 worth of lures today. Oh, the joys of trolling deep. House is covered in snow. Really, Flyer? Where are you from? That's rough. It'll be coming here soon. Not ready. Not at all ready for it. Alaska. Okay, that makes sense. Make with beef. It's the same as stew. You add soy sauce instead of salt. Beef. Okay. Yeah, I might eat that. That sounds edible. Went to Piccadilly earlier. Nice. I haven't done anything but fish today. I overslept and then I fished. I spent all night trying to fall asleep and couldn't, and then I finally fell asleep at like 5 o'clock in the morning with my alarm set for 6 a.m. to leave so I could be here by first light. And I rolled out of bed at like 7:15. You, sir, are a fishing warrior? Oh, I love this shit. I live for it. Once winter hits and I can't be in the boat anymore, I get legit sad. It's like depression season for me. All right, we are over a nice pile of fish right now. Anywhere from 60 to 80 foot. We're at 97 foot bottom. We're still running 1.9, 1.8. We're as far back in neutral as I can go. Without a drift sock or, you know, something like that, I can't really get much slower unless I'm going into the wind. Get a snowmobile and a pop-up shanty. Yeah, then I'd have to get a trailer for it, and one of these days, definitely not gonna happen for this winter. Play the Jaws theme, it might help. Maybe. Oh, good Lord, it's chilly. Whew. We need a fish, something to warm me up here. All right, fish whistle time, you guys. We need to call them in. And I've noticed my the ACR has been behaving better. I think it might have been a bad ground that was... We've cut off a low voltage warning, I think, once. My battery's still crap. There's no doubt about it. It's degraded. My house battery. But we were running into what I think was over voltage lockout, not under voltage lockout. And I found a couple of my ground wires that I had heat shrinked on some ends on them when I was cramping them together. They were a little bit long, and there was a little bit of rubber under a couple of the studs. And I think maybe it just wasn't making a proper ground, which was causing an overcurrent condition. So that seems to be... I'm gonna knock on virtual wood here, but ice castles and fish all weekend. Oh, that sounds like the life, David. You're fishy, 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 right, Josie? Puffing as we speak. I don't know, that's about all I got to keep me warm out here. Come on, fishy, we're calling you. There's some clicks. I might have picked up some weeds or something. We haven't had the drag move on that pole in 20 minutes. I've got a bucket and an auger. I got a whole bunch of buckets. I don't have an auger yet, or a tent, or ice fishing poles, or... Normally I hibernate for the winter. This year for the channel, I'm gonna do some ice fishing. But I don't have any of the gear yet. What's up, Mohit Singh, India? Good morning. We're in central Montana in the United States. Welcome to the stream. I think the fish have gone to sleep. Yeah, Dave, it's it literally 5:25 when the sun went down is when we got the boat back out. We went and got our DeWalt lights. We had a fish on, the fish that's on the stringer. We landed at 5:15, 5:25 when we came back out. We haven't had a peep, nothing. It's just crazy because I'm marking so many more of them now that the sun went down. My whole rod is 1950s stuff, and I like it. Oh yeah, you're fishing with vintage. Are you fishing tomorrow, Josie? I don't think so. Mia has to work, so I'm gonna have the kiddo. And it's supposed to be windier tomorrow as well. So this is our last live stream until I find another break in the weather. I've been, the last few weeks I found one day, per week It's been moderately low wind. We might have to do a bank fishing stream here next. I don't know. We haven't done a bank fishing stream in a while. Guess we did Flathead River after Flathead Lake blew us off. I fish with an ugly stick. Yeah, that's what the rod is called. Yeah, Flyer, my spinning rods. I use an ugly stick medium light fast action. Ugly stick carbon. They're wonderful rods. I grew up fishing on ugly stick. What's up, Rude? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I don't think our crank is working. Man, I need something. We could do a spoon. I know I have some smaller UV spoons we could throw. Ugly sticks are goat. I don't care what anyone says. Oh heck yeah, man! I think probably my first fishing real combo was you know, ugly stick Shakespeare or ugly stick Zebco. Actually, I know it was an ugly stick Zebco, and then I upgraded to the ugly stick Shakespeare. That was my first spinning rod. I've fished off ugly stick my whole life. I love them. Not all their rods. I do have a handful of their rods that I don't care for. They have not been my favorite rods to use. But by and large, they do make some really good stuff. Got to use my buddy's live scope last weekend. That was cool. First time I've watched fish take my jig. Oh yeah, David. I've never fished with one. I've watched a bunch of videos. It looks fun. That's where the water wolf camera has been a whole new element for me, being able to see. I mean, it's not real time, but being able to look back and review the footage after I've been out fishing and see what was going on is super cool for me. I have an ugly stick tiger, 8-foot saltwater rod, and a Penn 256 saltwater reel I use for trolling freshwater. Oh, nice. Yeah, so SoCal that's in here all the time, he fishes the Penn saltwater reels. I just bought some mini popper frog shallow divers and these diving bugs for brook trout next year. Wish I had them a few days ago. Right? It's always after the fact, or when you're out fishing, you're like, damn, I wish I had. And then you go buy it, and then it's like months until you go and fish that same spot, or you know, target that species again. I'm forever doing that shit. I have so much shit in my tackle boxes that I bought in that exact scenario. It's like, man, I'm going home, I'm buying this, and this. I'm coming prepared, and then I always forget about it when I go back out. I got 3 G2X 1 Elites. I have one of those. Not sure what my ultralights are, but all pretty good. Even my ultralight brought in a few 28-pound Lakers. That'd be a hell of a fight. 28-pound Laker on a freaking ultralight. Lord Disney, yeah, I'm out here freezing. We haven't caught a fish in like 3 damn hours though. Almost 3 hours. Ever since the sun went down, the fish turned off. Bill Massey, hello from South Florida, tight lines and good fishing. Where are you fishing? We're in central Montana. This is Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. Ultralight Lakers are way too fun. Welcome back, SoCal. How you doing, buddy? I'm fucking cold. I'm freezing. And I want a fish. I don't know what the heck, man. We gotta just be knocking these fish on the bottom and the head with that Dipsy Diver right now. The flashing spoon does not seem to be it is not what's working. Give me a sheep's head for ceviche. Hope the day went well. Much love from Wisconsin. Thanks, Valadorio. Yeah, we had a great day out here. We've landed 10 rainbows so far. We've lost just as many. One of my damn worm harnesses that I tied up got bit off within minutes of me putting it down. So we've had some pike action. Bit my 25-pound fluoro leader clean off. We have not been able to get the Kokanee to bite, and I don't know what the hell. The state record walleye comes out of this water body, and this is one of the most challenging lakes for walleye that I have ever fished. I can never get the damn things to bite here. Every other place I fished for walleye, I still don't do real good anywhere, but I've had better luck than here. But yet this happens to be, you know, where the state record, the biggest walleye it caught in the state came out of. I can't catch the damn things here to save my life. You try, I like this stuff. I was like floating corn bait. Yeah, so I should have got, I do have in my tackle box, I have a bunch of preserved shoe peg corn. I've never had a great luck with it here. What I want to get is some of the Gulp corn, the fake corn. What's been working real well for me here today is the Gulp maggots, the pink maggots with some of this crayfish juice on it. But corn does tend to work real well for trout and for salmon here. In South Dakota. Sounds like a great day. Keep any of the rainbows are all released. We released all but 2 of them so far. I have a 18-incher in the cooler, and I think the one on the stringer that is ready to go in the cooler. I need to gut it, but my hands are freezing. So I think I'm gonna bag that one separately and gut it when I get home. But we've kept 2 of them. There's a catch limit of combined trout and salmon of 5 here. So we would have easily filled our limit with 17 to 19-inch trout if we had kept them. But the first one I kept because it leaped out of my hands and cracked its head on the bottom of my boat. She wasn't looking too hot, so we threw her on the stringer. And the second one I caught just because it was the last one that we caught before sundown. And I wasn't sure how the night bite was going to be, and I wanted to bring a couple of home to throw in the freezer for the smoker. Love fishing in Southern California more than anywhere. I got to catch a barracuda. Oh, heck yeah. I liked it when I lived in Lake Tahoe. I skied Lake Tahoe. I've never fished it. It's fun fishing. Well, I snowboarded, I should say, back in the day. Keeping one, might as well keep 2, right? I'm in the Bay Area. I drive down and take charters. Oh, you guys, yeah, you're both in Southern California, San Diego area. Charters are, SoCal's always talking about the charters down there. Fried rainbow is pretty good too if you don't want to smoke it. I don't know, they're always, I don't know, they've always seemed to me like a fishy tasting fish. They just have that more wild taste to them. I prefer, I like the pike. My mom likes trout though, that's usually who I keep them for. Got married on the beach at Lake Tahoe. Alright, we gotta switch something up. This ain't working. Neither of our rigs are getting bit. We gotta change something because I don't think the fish are just gonna magically come out and smack something that they haven't touched in an hour. We've been running it through these fish for... I mean, we're beating them to death right now with these lures and they're just not coming at it. I think we need more UV. Or something that's got a good rattle or vibration to it. I mean, we're still running cowbells on this side, so we have that thump going in the water. It just doesn't seem to be working. Going duck hunting in the morning, snowing out right now, I think. Crappy weather's gonna continue through the morning, so it should be a good morning, hopefully. Oh, well, good luck, man. Hope you get some. Valid, nice. I didn't even touch a gun this fall. Thought about buying a chicken and moose tag, but was too busy. You got elk around there? If you got moose, I would imagine you have elk. Maybe you don't, though. Yeah, if you had elk, I'd take an elk over a moose any day. Quite bright in the winter, so clean and cold, amazing. It should be on your bucket list. Trout fishing in the Truckee River. Huh. Grew up in Fletcher Hills in Claremont. Trout from the mountains is the only fish with no PCBs around here. Yeah, that's a good point, Luna. UTC grandparents live. Should never be too busy to get out in the woods. Only got so many years here to make it worth it. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Valid. It's a thing I think a lot of people forget or just don't think about or realize is time is fleeting. Enjoy yourself while you can. Night fishing looks fun. I've never done that. Oh, I love night fishing. I would love it more tonight if we could actually catch something. It just drives me crazy when you're back and forth over fish, throwing out a bunch of different presentations and they won't have it. And we're not throwing anything they're wanting. Our flashy spoon has been out for 3 hours now with not a damn thing on it, so that one definitely needs to come in. Let's throw another spoon on there. Let's oh, God, it's cold. I just took my hands out of my pockets for like 30 seconds and they're frigid already. Lots of caribou though. Elk about 6 hours away. Okay, no whitetail. Only ever seen tuna in my life here. Lots of moose, lots of caribou. Okay. What do you think about caribou? I don't know. The times that I tasted caribou at the wild game processing plant, it almost reminded me of antelope. It's just got kind of like a weird kind of sweet taste to it that just didn't quite hit my palate. Right. El Dabo, some of them do. Some of it's more the water body, the access points. But where we're at, no. As far as I understand it, I can fish out here all night if I want to. Grew up in Wisconsin, moved to Cali 20 years ago, slaying freshwater, then caught some saltwater fever. Oh, I can understand that. There's so many big fish, and there's so many different kinds of fish in the ocean. It's like the dream fishery. Other than the fact that I don't, being out in the ocean and current and big waves makes me nervous. I don't enjoy it. That, and I don't need to catch a 600-pound fish. I just don't. I'm not built for that shit. I'll catch me some monsters of smaller freshwater species. I don't need to be yanking in a whale. Like a literal whale. We're still stuck at 10. We haven't had a bite in 3 hours. All we've managed to do is freeze my balls off. No, I had fun bank fishing in the ocean when I was down in southern Florida, fishing bridges and canals, and they don't have, you know, the big splashy waves in the base, you know, the southwestern Florida. It was fun because you never knew what the hell you were going to pull up. It's like every time you pull the line up, it's something different. You know, catfish, puffer fish, just weird shit constantly. Dragging in, you know, big crabs and lobsters and... Alright, I'm letting out a little bit more line over here. Dipsy Diver is going deeper. We just passed over, we got some fat fish on the bottom. 80 to 90 foot on a 105 foot bottom. They're just lurking down there. I'm tempting fate though. I think we got about 155 foot of line out this giant Dipsy Diver. We gotta be touching 75, 80 foot. I don't want to lose any more gear. I had friends that went there. They love it. Catalina Island is the shit. See, I lived right near Catalina Island, Newport Beach, Costa Mesa area for 13 years. I never actually went to Catalina Island. I was always going to buy a Groupon to take a helicopter ride through that area. I never got around to it. I'll stick to dry water, thank you very much. Do a cruise. All right, we gotta do something here. Let me think. Oh, come on, fish. Rock the boat around here a little bit. Bite. All right, I have an idea. We're gonna throw our little moonshine spoon on there. Look at that guy. They're just a short, fat little spoon. No, we're gonna do that on the Dipsy. We're gonna put that one on the Dipsy rod. All right, I'm just bringing in the Dipsy rod over here, off cam. Well, we cut a leaf. Not really what I had in mind. Okay, that spoon is not fitting on this clip. All right, so we're switching over to a moonshine lure that is black on one side and UV on the other. We're gonna power this guy up and throw her down there on our Dipsy. I don't think any other color is gonna make any bit of difference. What the hell did I do with my UV light? Crap. I just had it. What did I do with it? Seriously, what the hell did I do with it? Oh, there it is. Jesus. All right, let's get this guy back out there. So we're running the moonshine spoon behind a flasher, behind a a Dipsy Diver, a deep diving Dipsy. Oh yeah. All right, guys, I think we got money on this one. I feel this one. I feel this one deep in my bones. If this ain't catching nothing, ain't nothing catching anything. Somebody put that on a t-shirt. This ain't catching nothing, ain't nothing catching anything. All right. Oh, calm down. All right. Sorry, guys, I am back. If it ain't chartreuse, it ain't no use. Well, that's what we just put down there is UV chartreuse, so that's what I'm saying. If that ain't catching anything, ain't nothing catching anything. Washed up desert razor tracks, stupid and boring. Good morning from Amsterdam. Hey Eric, welcome to the stream. We're in US in central Montana. Mike Craig. Get this man a camp stove. I can't believe he hasn't started chewing on the trout in the cooler. Cigarettes and pepperettes. Oh yeah, Steel City. Mountain Dew and nicotine. Those are my main food groups. We're gonna swap this guy out too. We're gonna switch over to a that smaller moonshine spoon. That's all I have right now that looks like has a really good UV hold to it, UV glow. So we're gonna pop a couple of them on. And if these don't hit, I don't know what is going to tonight. We'll give her a good solid effort on these last two spoons here and see what happens. Right. All right. We're out 4 colors on that one with our cowbells and the moonshine spoon. Gary, no, I'm the only one out here. The night bite has been non-existent. We caught 10 fish before the night. As soon as night set, I don't know, we've thrown out a bunch of different things that were working earlier, but nothing seems to want them now. So we moved on we're on a couple of moonshine spoons now. We have a couple of different sizes and shapes, and we're fishing one shallow, one deep. We're starting to actually, the moon just came up over the horizon. Maybe that'll be the moon rise there might be the trigger. Live out down here, Rod. You follow? Yeah, I follow Skipjack. Yeah, I was in her 30K. When she hit 30K last night. I won't sleep all night if I drink that Mountain Dew. You're committed to the fish. I'm stubborn. I like to figure out what it is. I want to figure out how to get all of the different species to bite at all of the different water bodies I like to fish. And usually it's something stupid, you know? I mean, the trout, when I come here, I can usually catch them pretty well. Kokanee off and on. The walleye here, I can't figure out. I don't get it. But I'm persistent. Because I'm stubborn. Got so dark it did. Yeah, in fact, the moon is out right now. Well, let me pan over a little bit. You can see the moon coming up over the horizon. I don't know how that's gonna impact the bite, but we finally have some natural light. What about a crawler rig? Gary Wolf, that's what we caught all 10 fish off of today, is this crawler harness that I tied. It's a double 1/0 hook tipped with pink Gulp maggots. And I have orange bead, wedding ring, orange bead, wedding ring, orange bead, silver bead, and then silver leaf. And that, all day long we were catching fish off of that. But they stopped biting once the sun went down, so we swapped it out and we're on to a bunch of different things. Dude, I got Travis to agree to use surströmming as bait. I just sent it to them. That's the fermented Swedish canned fish. Oh God, I've seen that shit. Where you open it and it's like immediately everybody in the room starts dry heaving. Oh my God, you sent him that? Does he know what it is what I want to know. Like, is he legit gonna open that, like, not understanding, or like, or is he just gonna you're just gonna use it as bait? Why do they make that stuff? Who eats it? I can't understand anybody that would eat that shit. Like, I feel like the only reason something like that even exists is literally to troll people with. Oh, is it? You gave him a warning. All right. Yeah, I've seen compilation videos, and it's literally somebody, there's like a room, you know, there's like 10 people, and they're going about doing their business, and fucking somebody's like, just cracks it open, and you could just see the wave of reaction of people across the room. And like 99% of them, just immediate, you know, dry heave and or straight vomit. That's funny. I don't think he's gonna make it on a hook. You're gonna see Travis and Cindy hurling chunks live on camera. It's supposed to be there by the 20th. I also sent mesh bait bags. Oh, okay. I need to get me some of them. Some of them mesh bait bags. Not the frickin' Insta vomit bait. God, that's good. You gotta tell, he can't open it unless it's on live stream. You gotta make sure it's live stream. Yeah, I don't know. I ended up on the weird part of YouTube one night and was watching videos on that. I don't know how you end up there, but I was there. Yeah, that shit's terrible. Oh, both are gonna vomit. I told Cindy she has to give warning on when they're gonna do it. Based upon the videos that I've seen, she's not gonna be able to give any warning. At that point, it's basically like when the cat starts harking up a hairball. That's your warning. When it comes on, it comes on. It don't matter where they're at, what they're doing. They're just gonna let it go. So we're now on the... Oh, dang it, one of my flashlight batteries is blinking, I think. We're on a different part. We haven't fished this shore yet tonight. So it's just a last ditch effort. I'm coming over here onto the, it would be the south shore. So there's like a little bay. There's the dam at the north, and then there's a bay off to the left, off to the west. And we're now on the south shore of that bay. We caught one fish over here earlier today, but we have not ran anything past here tonight yet. So I'm hoping maybe this new location might bring something out to play. The moon looks amazing. Yeah, it's really pretty tonight. We're just in a, what do they call it, a waning crescent, whatever the fuck it is. It was a full moon like a few days ago. So we're just starting to lose the full moon. Looks relaxing. It is. It's gorgeous out here. It's just chilly. My fingertips, if my fingertips weren't so damn cold, I'd be pretty comfortable. All right, this light is flashing here. I gotta swap it out for a new battery. All right. All right, we're definitely marking some different looking fish. More mixed up, scattered, small fish, bigger fish, small fish, medium fish. I'm not seeing the big marks that we're seeing out deep. Can we warm them up on the motor? Oh, they're doing all right as long as I keep them in my pockets. You know, like my pants pockets next to my body heat. What I need to buy, I was talking about it the last stream. You see like football players or, you know, referees outside during the fall, the winter, and they just have that like muff, you know, at the front. It's like a pouch. And they make those that are heated. That's what I need to get. It's a pain in the butt putting my hands in my pants pocket. It'd be easier in the jacket pockets, but my jacket pockets just aren't warm. If I ever need to borrow a battery, I'm calling. Dude, I have so many DeWalt batteries. I run everything off of frickin' DeWalt batteries. They're so handy. They're expensive. What I should have done in the first place, rather than buying a bunch of like legit DeWalt batteries, I should have just bought a bunch of the cheap frickin' Chinese DeWalt knockoffs. They're like a third of the price. I think so. For two 8 amp hour DeWalt batteries, it's like 325 bucks. Like, they're not cheap. You're paying, you know, 150 bucks plus per battery. Chinese knockoffs, the 8 amp hours, you can get like a 4-pack of them for like $90. And at that rate, I mean, you could buy like 20 of them, you know. Who cares if they crap out, you know, every few months? Okay, I'm gonna smell it now, just kidding. Lori, I don't, like I said, I don't understand why it even exists. If people can't even make it through a half, you know, 2 seconds of smelling it without projectile vomiting, like, who's gonna eat that shit? And there can't be enough of them that they continue to produce it. Like, I don't know, man. Assail Athletics, welcome to the stream. Man and hands in pocket. You could play with cocky all day. Right, dude. Appreciate those thumbs up, y'all. Look at that. We got 269 thumbs up so far. We are closing in on 12 hours of our marathon stream here. We are officially hitting the end of YouTube video. So YouTube will only render a video at 11 hours and 52 minutes. So anything that happens from here on out is not going to make it to the published video of this live stream. So if we catch anything, there's going to be no proof. Like it never happened. Usually at this point I kill the stream and start another one, but I ain't about all that right now. Oh, come on, fish. Good God. What do you want from me tonight? I am seriously going to have to do some YouTubing of night trolling for walleye. Like, I don't know what the hell. I mean, Kokanee might just shut off. The Kokanee never really turned on today. I think either the turnover in the lake or the late season spawn is still affecting how they're biting. The rainbows have been on all day. Need a blanket. I would have a big sleeping bag. How are you gonna jump your ass around in the boat, stepping over benches and stuff wearing a sleeping bag? Oh God, we got big marks chasing stuff up to the surface here. Wow. Come on, fish on, let's do this. Oh, this looks good here. Oh God, something bite. We are coming right into a good difference of elevation. They're stacked. Big fish. I mean, they're spread out, but they're just all over in the water column. Again, so when I see this on the fish finder, I get excited. You know, they're just, I mean, that's what you're looking for. They're stacked at all different depths, and those are good sized fish. We're coming up, we're following the coastline now. We're out of the belly of the beast now. We're back onto out of the deep basin, basically. It's still deep bottom, 91 foot, but we're not. Lunkers there, yeah. I'm gonna turn right back around and and passed right back over the top of it. It looked like they were changing elevation at a couple of spots. Looked like they might have been reacting to the bait. Sometimes simply trolling the same thing past them, but just in the opposite direction is all it takes. Love seeing those big old rainbows on the screen. Right? Good God, they're just massive. Mark, look at this shit. It's like, those are just huge marks. All right, I'll be back in one moment, you guys. I gotta have a meeting with Smokey the Bear. All right, we're back. Drop it 5 feet and run it again. You know, sounds like a plan. Done. Bobby A, hey Rod, good to see you. Welcome, Bobby. How you doing, buddy? Sucks when you're marking big fish like that and nothing biting. Usually when I start throwing stuff, it's been all night. Like I said, as soon as the daylight disappeared, the fish finder just lit up. They're everywhere. They've been stacked all over the place down here in the basin, you know, on the shelves, rolling through the flats. It don't matter. They're all over in here. We went big patches today where it's like, all right, I'm off the fish. I lost the fish. And ever since the sun went down, I haven't seen we haven't gone two minutes where there hasn't been a fish on the finder. And substantially bigger fish than what we've been seeing all day too. They're all stacked down here, 20 foot, 40 foot, 60 foot, 80 foot. And no matter where I run the rigs, they don't want none. Cindy promised to let us know when it shows up. We're probably using next weekend. Sounds like my ex-wife, Bobby says. Go 40 and 70. Yeah, we're I think we're clipped at 40 on this guy, and we're 140 out. So we're 100 out after the 40, which would put us at about, I don't know, maybe 30. We could let some more line on that. What are we on this guy? We're about 50 foot on the other one. Can't wait to see Travis vomit. But don't, right? No, I need to get one of those fish hawks. They're kind of like the water wolf. That's an inline camera. The fish hawks are just like an inline temperature sensor. So you just drop it down and it records on the way down, you know, at 20 foot, this is the temperature, 30 foot, this is the temperature, 35 foot, this temperature. So you can bring it back up and you can see, you know, where the temperature gradients are, where shit is changing. I'd be really curious to see what the temperature looks like at 80 or 90 foot on these 100-foot bottoms. It's got to be just frigid down there. Cost 36 bucks. You gotta get yourself a money's worth, huh? I've not fished this deep. Is interesting. Yeah, so for Kokanee in summertime, you usually have to target them that deep, because that's the only part of the water column that's, you know, they prefer like a 48 degrees to 52 degrees Fahrenheit. And so they'll pass out of that block. They'll come up to feed, and they then go back down in, you know, so that they have to constantly drop back down into that temperature zone to keep their core temperature where they want it to be. This time of the year, though, again, our surface temperature is 49.7, you know, so even at the surface, it's still within their comfortable range. It's just, it's got to be turnover. There's so many fish that are so deep in here. And normally in a water body like this, I don't know, maybe this, I don't know a whole lot about the thermocline and the turnover in this particular water body. I know that bigger lakes tend to have more dramatic changes. This is one of those water bodies, it always has flowing water through it. It's not like you know, a lot of lakes that are, you know, they don't have a whole lot of water. This is literally a lake in the river basin. We have this whole series of dams that's always letting water through. It's just maintaining a certain water level. Any excess flows through the system. And it might just be that flowing water that kind of flushes this whole, that, you know, maybe there isn't a real defined thermocline here. And maybe there isn't, you know, huge dramatic temperature differences at different depths at this particular spot in the water body. It's where a fish hawk would come in handy. TMC1, hello from South Australia. Are you getting much? Tight lines. Welcome to the stream, TMC. We haven't had a fish bite in almost 4 hours. We caught 10 today, earlier today. They were really on fire. We caught 10 and we lost just as many. So they were real active during daylight hours, but as soon as the sun went down, the bite just shut off, and we've just been out here stubbornly switching through different lures, changing depths, running different, you know, different types of structure. We're just trying to find something that they'll bite on. I'm looking for data at this point. If I can catch one fish tonight in the dark here at this water body, that'll give me something to build off of for the next time I plan a night fishing trip here. You know, more of that one thing, variations that are like that one thing. I can't get them to bite on anything though. In spite of marking them literally all over the goddamn place. That'll definitely change the dynamics of a turnover. Yeah, it just makes me curious. I know that during the, you know, turnover, and I don't know how long it lasts. Again, I'm quite ignorant on the subject. I watched a couple of YouTube videos. I'm an expert. But yeah, I know that they're kind of all over the place in the turnover because it mixes, you know, the hot water, the warm water, the cold water, the oxygenated, the unoxygenated, everything just kind of churns. The whole system falls apart. But with the flowing water in here, I just wonder. I never really play with the, you know, the sensitivity settings and shit on the fish finder. I've never really looked for the thermocline that way. I've done it a couple of times. I played with it. I always mess this shit up, and then I spend 3 times longer trying to figure out how to set it back